Is, I suppose, for these that when everyone wants to be alternative, then no one's alternative. And when everyone is the same way, then no one is very original. And I'm thinking about this a lot, and occasionally playing some free-form jazz while thinking about it. I sold mine on a farm a long time ago. It was a methodical on a farm, of course. Very close-eyed.
It's sale day.
Ah, hello, sir. Sleep well?
Jesus' appearance. One mystery that always unsettles people is this simple question: what did Jesus really look like? The Gospels tell us about his miracles, teachings, death, and resurrection, but not a single line describes his face. We don't know his height, build, or even his eye or hair color. Across the centuries, artists filled the silence however they liked, sometimes making him European with blonde hair, sometimes African, sometimes Middle Eastern. In 2001, forensic expert Richard Neve and his team created a reconstruction using skulls from the region. Their version showed a shorter man with darker skin.
Every St. Jude patient deserves a chance to live their best life. Your support helps St. Jude give kids
Different from the familiar Western image, majesty to attract us to it, meaning he wouldn't stand out for his looks. What drew people was his message, his actions, and his sacrifice. Maybe that's why the Bible leaves out the details. His appearance becomes universal. Dark hair, very different from the familiar Western images. Scripture also hints at this. Isaiah wrote that the Messiah would have no beauty or majesty to attract us to him, meaning he wouldn't stand out for his looks. What drew people was his message, his actions, and his sacrifice. Maybe that's why the Bible leaves out the details. His appearance becomes universal, and every culture imagines him in its own way. And in the end, the mystery reminds us that what mattered most wasn't how he looked, but what he did. The location of Eden. The Garden of Eden was the home of Adam and Eve, a place described as a paradise made by God. Genesis says it was watered by 4 rivers: the Tigris, the Euphrates, the Pishon, and the Gihon. The challenge is simple. We know where 2 of those rivers are today. That is, the Tigris and Euphrates in modern-day Iraq. But the Pishon and the Gihon have vanished from the map. Some researchers have tried to match them to ancient riverbeds, with one popular idea pointing toward a dried-up channel near Kuwait. Others suggest Eden may have once been near the Persian Gulf before rising waters covered it. For centuries, people have searched, hoping to find the exact spot. Yet no solid proof has ever turned up. Eden's location, which is humanity's first home, remains one of the greatest mysteries in history: the Nephilim. In Genesis 6, we meet a strange group called the Nephilim. They appear only briefly. The sons of God went to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. They were mighty men of old, men of renown. Some translations even call them giants. Who were they? Some believe sons of God refers to fallen angels who took human wives, creating half-human, half-divine offspring. This view paints the Nephilim as monstrous giants wiped out in the flood. Others argue they were simply powerful kings or ancient warriors whose reputations grew into legend. A third view says the sons of God were descendants of Seth, while the daughters of men were descendants of Cain, meaning the Nephilim were just normal humans described poetically. The Bible gives no clear answer, just a few verses, and then they vanish into history. To this day, the Nephilim remain one of the Bible's strangest and most debated mysteries. Moses' tomb. Moses led Israel out of Egypt. through the wilderness and up to the border of the Promised Land. But in Deuteronomy 34, the Bible says Moses died on Mount Nebo, and that God himself buried him. Then comes the shocking detail. To this day, no one knows where his grave is. Why would God hide Moses' burial place? Some suggest it was to prevent Israel from turning his tomb into a shrine or idol. Others believe the mystery shows that Moses' mission was not about monuments, but about the law and covenant he left behind. Unlike kings and emperors whose tombs stand for centuries, Moses was hidden. His final resting place has never been discovered, and likely never will. The leader of the Exodus, one of history's greatest figures, was buried in secret by God himself. Paul's thorn. In 2 Corinthians, Paul writes about something mysterious he calls his thorn in the flesh. He says it tormented him, that he begged God to remove it, but God's answer was, "My grace is sufficient for you." The thorn became a symbol of weakness, turned into strength. But what was it? Paul never tells us. Some suggest it was poor eyesight, possibly from the bright vision of Christ on the Damascus road. Others believe it was migraines, epilepsy, or another illness. Modern scholars have even suggested trigeminal neuralgia, a nerve disorder that causes unbearable facial pain. Still others say it wasn't sickness at all. It may have been persecution, temptation, or the guilt he carried for approving the stoning of Stephen before his conversion. Whatever the thorn was, Paul kept it hidden. The mystery shows that even one of the greatest apostles lived with deep struggles we can only guess at. Leviathan. In the book of Job, God describes a terrifying creature called Leviathan. It has scales like armor, breathes fire, and no man can defeat it. The Psalms and Isaiah also speak of Leviathan as a sea monster of chaos, crushed by God's power. What was it? Some believe Leviathan was a poetic description of a crocodile, an animal fierce and nearly unbeatable in the ancient world. Others say it was a whale or another giant sea creature. Some think it was mythological, a dragon-like beast used to show God's strength over chaos. And a few interpret it as symbolic of Satan himself, the enemy crushed by God. Whatever it was, the Leviathan remains one of the strangest mysteries. Part natural, part supernatural. Impossible to explain fully. The Tower of Babel. Genesis 11 tells the story of people trying to build a tower that would reach the heavens. God stepped in, confused their language, and the whole project collapsed. So did a real tower inspire this? When Robert Koldewey dug up ancient Babylon, he found the remains of a huge ziggurat called a Temenanki. It was a multi-level structure that ancient writers like Herodotus said rose hundreds of feet into the sky. Some scholars, including Andrew George, believe it had been rebuilt many times, meaning earlier versions may have stood long before the one we see today. And as Paul Zemansky points out, there were several massive ziggurats in Mesopotamia, so the story could have come from any of them. The Bible's lesson about human pride is clear, but which tower, if any, was the real one behind the story remains unknown. The Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant held the stone tablets of the Ten Commandments. It stayed in Solomon's temple for centuries, but when the Babylonians destroyed Jerusalem in 586 BC, the Ark disappeared. After that moment, the Bible never mentions it again. So where did it go? Some Jewish writings, like the Mishnah, say it was hidden in a chamber beneath the Temple Mount. Another ancient source, 2 Maccabees, claims the prophet Jeremiah hid it in a cave on Mount Nebo. Ethiopian tradition tells a very different story, that the Ark was taken to Aksum by Menelik I, the son of the Queen of Sheba, long before the Babylonian attack. Archaeologist Lean Rittmeyer once pointed out a spot on the Temple Mount he believed was the Ark's resting place, but digging there isn't possible. The Ten Commandments tablets. Moses received the Ten Commandments on stone tablets written by God himself. But after he saw Israel worshipping the golden calf, he shattered that first set. God later gave him a second set, and those were placed inside the Ark of the Covenant. But what about the broken pieces? There's an interesting detail in the Talmud, Bava Batra 14b. It says the Ark didn't just hold the perfect tablets, it also held the shattered ones. According to Rabbi Yochanan, a major teacher from the 3rd century, those fragments were kept to teach something meaningful. Even when something is broken, it still has value. He connected it to people too, saying that someone who loses their learning through no fault of their own should still be honored. When the Ark vanished in 586 BC, both sets, the whole tablets and the broken ones, disappeared with it. Over the years, a few researchers have tried to trace them. Some looked toward Mount Sinai. Others suggested places like Petra in Jordan, but nothing definite has ever been found. The identity of the Antichrist. Revelation describes the Antichrist as a deceiver who will rise in the last days, perform impressive signs, and gain influence over nations before Christ returns. But the big question has always been the same. Who is he? Different people in history had different guesses. Irenaeus, writing in the 2nd century, linked him to the tribe of Dan based on a few Old Testament clues. Around the same time, Hippolytus believed he would appear as a false Jewish Messiah and even rebuild the temple. Much later, in the 1500s, Martin Luther suggested the papacy was the Antichrist system. And in the 1600s, the Puritan preacher Increase Mather tried calculating a date for his arrival, landing in the year 1736. In modern times, writers like Tim LaHaye imagined him leading a revived Roman Empire, possibly something like the European Union. Others, like Grant Jeffrey, pictured him using advanced technology to enforce the Mark of the Beast. But despite all these theories, the mystery hasn't gone anywhere. In fact, 1 John 2:18 says, "Many antichrists have come," which hints that it may not be a single person at all, but a repeating spirit of deception that shows up in different eras. Maybe that's the real takeaway. The point isn't to pin down one name, it's to stay alert. The true identity of the
I was one of those kids. That's what's so painful. I was the kid on the corner. I'm the guy in prison who went through the gangs.
Hey guys,
Denzel Washington in Malcolm X. At the 65th Academy Awards, Denzel Washington's performance in Malcolm X faced a collision of two competing Hollywood narratives, one of pure artistic triumph and one of sentimentality. Washington's portrayal of Malcolm X was widely hailed as one of the most transformative performances in modern cinema. Yet the Academy crowned Al Pacino for Scent of a Woman, a decision that became a textbook case of what critics now call a makeup Oscar. Pacino had been nominated 7 times before without a win, and the industry had decided it was his time. Spike Lee, who directed Malcolm X, would later call Washington's loss one of the most egregious in Oscar history. Washington's performance in Malcolm X is more than imitation. It is possession. Across nearly 3.5 hours, it's the metamorphosis of a man from petty hustler to revolutionary leader to global humanitarian. The transformation unfolds in 3 distinct phases. First comes Detroit Red, the streetwise hustler with a sharp suit and sharper tongue. Then the fiery minister, disciplined, eloquent, and militant in his opposition to white supremacy. Finally, the reflective pilgrim who returns from Mecca reborn as El Hajj Malik El Shabazz. His worldview expanded beyond racial boundaries. Washington's performance in each stage feels like the work of a different actor, yet bound by a single unbreakable thread of conviction. His preparation was legendary. To inhabit the role, Washington abstained from pork and alcohol, studied the Quran, and learned to pray in Arabic. He had played Malcolm X in an off-Broadway production years earlier, giving him a deep understanding of the man's inner contradictions, his righteousness, his anger, his tenderness. Spike Lee's goal was not to imitate Malcolm's public image, but to capture his spirit, and Washington took that mission literally. He has since admitted that he has never watched the full film from start to finish because, as he put it, all you see is what you did wrong. The irony is that Washington's earlier win for glory in 1990 may have hurt him. Voters often avoid honoring the same actor twice in quick succession. Meanwhile, Malcolm X's bold subject matter, a radical black nationalist challenging America's racial conscience, made some Academy members uneasy. Al Pacino's character, by contrast, was a blind, irascible army officer seeking redemption. His performance was loud, theatrical, and safe, perfectly engineered for Oscar tastes. Behind the scenes, Malcolm X's production was a fight for survival. When Warner Brothers balked at its ballooning budget, Spike Lee turned to prominent black celebrities for help. Oprah Winfrey, Michael Jordan, Prince, and Bill Cosby all contributed funds to keep the film alive. In the film's closing moments, Nelson Mandela makes a cameo, addressing a classroom of children, one of whom is Washington's own son, John David Washington, declaring, "I am Malcolm X." It is a moment that fuses art, history, and legacy in one. The Academy's decision to overlook such a performance was not merely a snub. It was a signal of what Hollywood deemed too uncomfortable to celebrate. While Pacino's hoo-ah may have won the night, it was Washington's by any means necessary that has endured for decades. Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction. When Pulp Fiction exploded onto screens in 1994, it redefined American cinema. Quentin Tarantino's postmodern crime opus was shocking, stylish, and profane, a jolt of energy that challenged every convention the Academy typically rewarded. At its center stood Samuel L. Jackson as Jules Winfield, a philosophical hitman whose cool menace and sudden moments of spiritual reflection became the film's moral backbone. Jackson's performance was magnetic, unpredictable, and unforgettable. Yet at the 67th Academy Awards, he lost Best Supporting Actor to Martin Landau for Ed Wood. Jules Winfield is one of the most iconic characters in film history. A man who quotes scripture before executing his victims, who philosophizes over hamburgers, and who experiences what he interprets as divine intervention during a botched hit. Through Jackson, Tarantino's dialogue, full of rhythm, menace, and humor, becomes something almost biblical. His recitation of a passage inspired by Ezekiel 25:17, followed by his climactic transformation in the diner, turned a hired killer into a man wrestling with fate, redemption, and faith itself. Few actors could balance that mix of violence, comedy, and transcendence without slipping into parody. Jackson did it with absolute control. Ironically, the role was never meant for him. Tarantino originally wrote Jules for Lawrence Fishburne, who turned it down. Jackson nearly lost it to another actor, Paul Calderon, until an audition changed everything. After being mistaken for Fishburne by casting staff, Jackson arrived furious and delivered his reading with such intensity that Tarantino immediately cast him. The anger that fueled that moment carried straight into the character's energy on screen, giving Jules his signature volatility and gravitas. Pulp Fiction was a phenomenon, winning the Palme d'Or at Cannes and earning 7 Oscar nominations, including Best Picture. But despite its acclaim, it represented everything the Academy traditionally distrusted, an independent film drenched in irony, violence, and profanity. The voters chose a safer path, honoring Martin Landau for his gentle, tragic portrayal of Bela Lugosi in Tim Burton's Ed Wood. Landau's work, while moving, played into Hollywood's favorite narrative, a touching homage to its own history. Jackson's performance, by contrast, symbolized a new cinematic language, postmodern, self-aware, and coolly detached from moral comfort. The sting of that decision was visible that night. When Landau's name was announced, Jackson could be seen mouthing the word shit on live television. It was an honest reaction from an actor who had just delivered the defining performance of his career. Still, history has been kind to Jules Winfield. His "Say What Again?" interrogation scene, his speech about walking the earth, and his quiet decision to renounce violence have long outlived the polite restraint of Ed Wood. A final irony remains. Tarantino once said that Jules is the closest thing his universe has to a prophet. The Academy might have rejected him, but time did not. Eddie Murphy in Dreamgirls. Heading into the 79th Academy Awards, Eddie Murphy seemed unstoppable. His electrifying turn in Dreamgirls had already earned him the Golden Globe, the Screen Actors Guild Award, and the Critics' Choice Award, an unbroken streak that almost guaranteed he would win the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. But that night, in one of the most shocking upsets in modern Oscar history, the statue went instead to Alan Arkin for Little Miss Sunshine. For Murphy, who walked out of the ceremony moments after the announcement, it was more than a loss. It was the collapse of a comeback story that had been years in the making. Murphy's role as James Thunder early marked a radical departure from the comedic persona that had defined his career. Modeled on R&B icons like James Brown and Marvin Gaye, early as a flamboyant, womanizing soul singer whose charm and talent unravel under the weight of ego, addiction, and exploitation. On stage, he's all fire and electricity, hips shaking, voice soaring, sweat flying, but behind the spotlight, he's fragile, haunted, and desperate to be taken seriously. Murphy embodied both sides with stunning range, switching between manic showmanship and quiet devastation with a precision few expected from him. His preparation for the role was meticulous. Murphy studied archival footage of Brown, Little Richard, and Jackie Wilson to master their physicality, speech patterns, and stage energy. He sang his own vocals, blending raw authenticity with controlled emotion. What made the performance resonate was its tragic humanity. The audience could see the pain beneath the glitter. During production, Murphy was going through a divorce, a personal turmoil he later admitted left him in an emotional fog. He recalled being on automatic pilot through much of filming, yet the pain seeps through every frame, giving the character a lived-in ache that can't be faked. By every measure, Murphy's Oscar win should have been inevitable, but fate intervened in the form of Norbit, a critically derided comedy that opened in theaters during the Oscar voting period. In it, Murphy played 3 characters, including an overweight woman in a fat suit and a caricatured Asian man. The film's marketing campaign plastered billboards of Murphy's outrageous alter egos across Los Angeles just as Academy ballots were being mailed. The juxtaposition was fatal. One campaign told voters Murphy was a serious dramatic actor reborn. The other reminded them he was still the king of lowbrow comedy. This conflict became known as the Norbit effect. It shattered the illusion of Murphy's transformation just when he needed it most. For voters seeking a safe, respectable choice, Alan Arkin's brief but heartwarming performance as a foul-mouthed grandfather in Little Miss Sunshine offered a comforting alternative. Arkin was a beloved veteran, playing a lovable misfit in a universally adored film. The Academy's decision reflected its age-old bias toward sentimentality and redemption over risk and reinvention. Murphy's disappointment was visible that night, but history has since reframed the loss. His portrayal of James Thunder early stands as one of the greatest reinventions in Hollywood, a flash of raw brilliance that reminded the world what he was capable of when he shed the mask of comedy. Lawrence Fishburne in What's Love Got to Do with It. When Lawrence Fishburne portrayed Ike Turner in What's Love Got to Do with It, he faced one of the most difficult acting challenges imaginable, to play an abusive husband so convincingly that audiences loathed him, while still making him human enough to understand. His performance opposite Angela Bassett's Tina Turner was raw, explosive, and emotionally punishing. Both actors earned Oscar nominations, but only Bassett's transformation received lasting recognition. Fishburne's loss to Tom Hanks in Philadelphia reflected less a dismissal of his brilliance than a clash of 2 extraordinary performances, one embodying cruelty with chilling realism, the other embodying compassion with quiet heroism. Fishburne didn't want the role at first. In fact, he turned it down 5 times. The script, in its early drafts, reduced Ike to a caricature, a cardboard villain with no complexity. Fishburne refused to participate unless the screenplay was rewritten to explore why Ike behaved the way he did, his fear, his ego, his hunger for control. Only after those changes did he agree to sign on. This insistence on depth transformed the performance. Instead of a monster, Fishburne delivered a portrait of a man whose talent and insecurity destroyed him from the inside out. His Ike Turner was charming in one scene, terrifying in the next, his rage as unpredictable as it was inevitable. The intensity of the film took a toll on the cast. Fishburne and Bassett approached the violent scenes with professional care, setting clear boundaries to protect each other's well-being. During one harrowing assault sequence, Fishburne intervened with the director to limit the number of takes, fearing that repeated performances would traumatize Bassett. This mutual respect between actors made their on-screen battles even more haunting. You could feel the danger, but also the discipline behind it. Fishburne also performed all of Ike's singing himself, capturing the rhythm and arrogance of the musician's voice with uncanny authenticity. At the 66th Academy Awards, Fishburne's nomination placed him in one of the decade's toughest races. His competition included Daniel Day-Lewis for In the Name of the Father, Liam Neeson for Schindler's List, and Anthony Hopkins for The Remains of the Day. But the momentum belonged to Tom Hanks in Philadelphia, whose portrayal of a gay lawyer with AIDS was both groundbreaking and emotionally devastating. Hanks's role carried immense social weight. It allowed Hollywood to take a moral stand on compassion and equality. Fishburne's role did the opposite. It forced audiences to confront the ugliness of domestic violence, an evil with no redemption arc. The Academy chose to reward empathy over discomfort. Fishburne's work endures because it refuses to flatter. He didn't soften Ike to make him digestible. He showed how charisma can turn into manipulation, and how love can curdle into domination. It's a fearless performance that avoids easy explanations. Angela Bassett would later credit Fishburne for protecting her through the darkest moments on set, calling him both generous and protective. Yet for all its nuance, Hollywood recoiled from honoring a role that demanded compassion for the abused rather than the abuser. In retrospect, Fishburne's portrayal stands beside Washington's Malcolm X and Bassett's Tina Turner as part of an extraordinary run of early 90s black excellence that the Academy could not fully embrace. His Ike Turner remains one of the most authentic and psychologically complex portrayals of abuse ever captured on film. Too honest, perhaps, for the comfort of Oscar voters. Will Smith in Ali. When Will Smith stepped into the role of Muhammad Ali, he wasn't just playing a legend. He was stepping into the shoes of one of the most charismatic and complicated figures in 20th century history. It took him 8 years to accept the part, repeatedly turning it down because he feared he could never live up to Ali's greatness. His eventual transformation was one of the most demanding physical and psychological undertakings of his career. Yet at the 74th Academy Awards, Smith's performance was overshadowed by Denzel Washington's ferocious turn in Training Day. Smith's preparation for Ali bordered on obsession. He gained 35 pounds of muscle through a year of brutal training, learned Ali's unorthodox footwork from professional boxers, studied Islam, and perfected the fighter's quick wit and musical speech patterns. He even trained to fight in real time, recreating the iconic bouts with uncanny accuracy. During one of the fight scenes, Smith was hit so hard by co-star Michael Bent, who played Sonny Liston, that he suffered a compressed neck and temporary neurological shock. The accident left him briefly unable to move, but he insisted on finishing the shoot. It was the kind of commitment rarely seen from an actor better known for blockbuster charm than biographical gravitas. In the film, Smith's Ali is not a saintly icon, but a man constantly at war, with the press, with the U.S. government, and with his own conscience. He captures the humor and flamboyance that made Ali beloved, but also the defiance and vulnerability that made him dangerous. The film explores Ali's refusal to fight in Vietnam, his conversion to Islam, and his eventual exile from boxing. Smith channels both the public swagger and the private cost of that moral stand. In quieter scenes, you can feel the loneliness behind the bravado, the champion's mask slipping just long enough for the man beneath to breathe. Critics hailed Smith's performance as the finest of his career, but the film itself divided audiences. Director Michael Mann's subdued style and non-linear structure left some viewers confused, while the movie's box office numbers fell short of expectations. In contrast, Denzel Washington's Training Day delivered a performance that shocked Hollywood. The dignified hero of Glory and Malcolm X had transformed into Alonzo Harris, a corrupt, magnetic narcotics detective. Washington's victory was seen as long overdue recognition after his Malcolm X snub a decade earlier, while Smith's disciplined portrayal of a hero felt almost too traditional to compete. The irony was striking. Two black men at the top of their craft, both giving masterful performances, yet only one could win. The Academy gravitated toward risk, rewarding Washington's villainous reinvention over Smith's disciplined embodiment of greatness. Washington's win symbolized a career correction. Smith's loss became collateral damage in that redemption. In hindsight, Smith's Ali stands as a remarkable fusion of endurance and empathy. He did not merely imitate the boxer, he internalized him. The rhythm of Ali's voice, the grace of his movement, the political courage behind his convictions all emerged through Smith's disciplined restraint. The result is a portrait of an icon as a man of flesh and spirit, proud but wounded, radiant yet mortal. Chiwetel Ejiofor, in 12 Years a Slave. Chiwetel Ejiofor's performance in 12 Years a Slave is the quiet heartbeat of one of the most devastating films ever made. Playing Solomon Northup, a free black man from New York who was kidnapped and sold into slavery, Ejiofor delivered a portrayal rooted in silence, restraint, and unbearable humanity. The film swept the awards season, winning Best Picture, Best Adapted Screenplay, and Best Supporting Actress for Lupita Nyong'o. But when the envelope for Best Actor was opened, the name read Matthew McConaughey for Dallas Buyers Club. For Ejiofor, whose performance had anchored the year's most acclaimed film, it was a defeat shaped not by merit, but by Hollywood's love of a comeback story. Ejiofor's preparation was steeped in physical and emotional rigor. He learned to play the violin, the instrument Northup mastered before his abduction, and worked under brutal conditions in Louisiana cotton fields to understand the labor and exhaustion of enslavement. On set, he insisted on performing the grueling whipping sequences himself, refusing body doubles. Each lash left visible welts, a choice he made to preserve authenticity. Director Steve McQueen described Ejiofor as the soul of the film, noting how his silence spoke louder than any dialogue. Much of 12 Years a Slave's emotional power comes from Ejiofor's eyes, tired, defiant, and filled with quiet disbelief at the world's cruelty. In contrast, McConaughey's victory was the apex of what entertainment media called the McConaissance. After years of romantic comedies and box office misfires, he had reinvented himself with a string of serious roles, culminating in Dallas Buyers Club, where he played a homophobic rodeo cowboy diagnosed with AIDS. McConaughey's extreme physical transformation, shedding nearly 50 pounds, fit perfectly into Hollywood's preferred narrative of redemption through sacrifice. It wasn't just a performance being honored. It was a career resurrection. The Academy loves stories about reinvention, and McConaughey's personal revival was easier to celebrate than Ejiofor's portrait of generational horror. Ejiofor's portrayal, though central to the Best Picture-winning film, offered no such redemption arc. It forced viewers to sit with pain that had no resolution, only endurance. His most haunting moments come in stillness, like the long take of him hanging from a noose, toes barely scraping the ground, as life carries on around him. In that single image, Ejiofor captures both the banality and terror of American slavery. It is one of the most harrowing sequences in modern cinema, and yet his restraint keeps it from descending into melodrama. Throughout awards season, Ejiofor was considered the favorite. He won the BAFTA for Best Actor and dominated critics' lists, but as the Oscars approached, the conversation shifted. The Academy could simultaneously honor 12 Years a Slave with the prestigious Best Picture win while rewarding McConaughey in a separate category, satisfying both social conscience and Hollywood nostalgia. It was a decision that reflected the institution's tendency to spread symbolic recognition rather than allow one film or one performer to sweep. Looking back, Ejiofor's performance stands as one of the most complete embodiments of moral endurance ever captured on film. He carries the audience through unspeakable suffering without a single false note, transforming restraint into revelation. Jeffrey Wright in Basquiat. Before Basquiat made its modest debut in the mid-90s, before dying of a heroin overdose at 27, bringing such a mercurial figure to life demanded not imitation, but interpretation. And Jeffrey Wright, in his first leading film role, delivered something that felt transcendent. Critics hailed his work as one of the finest portrayals of artistic genius ever captured on screen. Yet when the 69th Academy Awards arrived, Wright's name was nowhere to be found. In Basquiat, Wright moves like a man trying to outrun his own brilliance. His Basquiat barely speaks above a whisper, yet his eyes reveal everything. Loneliness, defiance, exhaustion, and the fleeting intoxication of fame. It's a performance built on stillness and rhythm rather than speech, mirroring the painter's creative process. Wright captures the fragile balance between confidence and confusion. One moment, Basquiat glides through the New York art world like royalty. The next, he's isolated in a crowd of white patrons who praise his work but never truly see him. Wright's approach to the role was deeply immersive. He spent months studying Basquiat's paintings, notebooks, and recorded interviews. On set, he improvised with painter Julian Schnabel, who directed the film, sometimes painting real canvases in character. His movements had a musician's timing, small, deliberate, almost syncopated. Critics noted how Wright seemed to breathe in colors, embodying Basquiat's creative chaos without romanticizing it. Roger Ebert called his performance mystical opacity, a phrase that perfectly describes its quiet power. And yet, despite critical praise, the Academy completely ignored him. Part of the reason lay in the film's modest release. Basquiat was an independent production with limited marketing and no major studio backing. Without a powerful Oscar campaign, screeners, advertisements, or organized lobbying, a debut performance, no matter how brilliant, simply couldn't compete against the likes of Tom Cruise and Jerry Maguire, or Jeffrey Rush and Shine. That year, Rush's role as the mentally unstable pianist David Helfgott checked every traditional Oscar box. It was biographical, sympathetic, and centered on disability and triumph. By comparison, Wright's raw, impressionistic portrayal of a self-destructive black artist offered no such comfort. Adding to the frustration, the film's theatrical run was cut short while it was still performing well in art house cinemas. Wright would later say, "Your work can't really be recognized if it's not supported." Even more revealing was his claim that his performance had been appropriated in editing, with scenes softened to make Basquiat appear more docile and passive than he had originally played him. In essence, the version of the artist that reached audiences was diluted, stripped of the danger and volatility Wright had intended. Nearly 3 decades later, Wright finally received his first Oscar nomination for American Fiction, a full-circle moment that he described as a bookend to Basquiat. The irony is sharp. The debut that should have made him a household name became the foundation of a long, slow climb toward recognition. His Basquiat remains one of those performances that live outside the Academy's understanding. Too intimate, too abstract, too alive. Watching it now, it's hard not to feel that Wright captured something eternal about the creative spirit. The loneliness of genius, the ache of being misunderstood, and the quiet dignity of a man who painted truth, even as it consumed him. Danny Glover in The Color Purple. When The Color Purple premiered in 1985, it was hailed as a triumph of storytelling. A sprawling adaptation of Alice Walker's Pulitzer Prize-winning novel that gave voice to the struggles, endurance, and spirit of black women in the early 20th century South. The film went on to earn 11 Academy Award nominations, including Best Picture and multiple acting nods for Whoopi Goldberg, Oprah Winfrey, and Margaret Avery. Yet one name was missing from that list: Danny Glover. His portrayal of Albert "Mr. Johnson," the film's abusive patriarch, was so chilling, so unforgettable, that it defined his career. But it also became the very reason he was ignored. Glover's performance as Mr. is an unflinching study in cruelty. From the first frame, he embodies a man consumed by bitterness and insecurity, channeling his powerlessness into domination over others. His control over Celie, played by Goldberg, is absolute. He treats her less like a wife and more like property, shaping her world through violence and fear. What makes Glover's portrayal so powerful is that he resists caricature. Mr. isn't just a villain. He's a man trapped in his own ignorance, repeating the generational pain that produced him. By the film's end, when age and loneliness reduce him to reflection, there's a glimmer of humanity. Not redemption, but recognition. Glover manages to make that shift believable without ever asking for forgiveness. The emotional toll of playing such a figure followed Glover into real life. He would later recall how his own grandmother, after watching the film, would playfully hit him with a switch whenever he visited, scolding him for acting like that man. It was a testament to how completely he had inhabited the role. Yet that same authenticity also made him a lightning rod. The Color Purple faced heavy criticism from some black cultural leaders and organizations like the NAACP, who argued that its portrayal of black men as violent and abusive reinforced harmful stereotypes. The debate split audiences. Some viewed the film as an act of liberation, others as a betrayal. The Academy, always cautious of controversy, responded by rewarding the film's safer elements, its performances by women, its lush direction, and its emotional themes, while steering clear of its most provocative one. Glover's absence from the nominations wasn't a reflection of artistic failure, but of political discomfort. To honor him would have meant confronting the movie's most painful truth, that oppression can exist even within the same community, that abuse doesn't always come from the outside. Hollywood wasn't ready for that conversation. Ironically, The Color Purple ended up setting a record for futility. Despite its 11 nominations, it won none, a staggering shutout that revealed how deeply ambivalent the Academy felt about its message. Still, the power of Glover's performance endures. His Mr. remains one of cinema's most haunting figures, monstrous, pitiful, and, ultimately, human. By refusing to soften him, Glover gave the story its moral weight. If you enjoyed this video about these great black actors, you're going to love the one on your screen, so go check it out now.
Introducing the GMC Canyon AT4X. Get 3.4% APR on 2025 GMC Canyon models. See these New Mexico GMC dealers.
Oh, oh, hooray! You hung holiday lights. Without incident. You deserve the new Frosted Berry Water Fresher from Whataburger. Way to slay.
This program explores the mysteries of the
Judaism. Within Judaism, Jesus is not seen as the Messiah or as a part of God. Jews believe he was a real Jewish man who lived long ago, but they do not think he was the person God promised to send. In Judaism, the Messiah has a very clear job. He must be a normal human being from the family of King David who will change the world in a big and obvious way. He must bring peace to all nations, end all unfair laws, fix injustice, bring all Jews back to their homeland, and rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. Since none of these things happened during Jesus' life, Jews believe the real Messiah has not yet come. Judaism also teaches that God cannot become a human being. God is one, invisible, and cannot be divided into parts. Because of this, the Christian idea that Jesus is God does not make sense in Jewish belief. For Jews, calling any person God would break the rule of worshiping only one God who has no body. After Jesus died, some Jewish teachers wrote about him in a very negative way. They did this mainly to protect Jewish people from following someone they believed was not the true Messiah. Some old writings even describe Jesus with harsh words to show strong disapproval of the movement that grew around him. So, in Judaism, Jesus is not a savior, not a prophet, and not God. He is simply seen as a Jewish teacher from history. Jews are still waiting for the Messiah, who they believe will bring real peace and change to the world. Buddhism. Buddhists don't believe that Jesus is the savior or the Son of God. Buddhism does not focus on a creator God, so it does not see Jesus the same way Christians or Muslims do. Instead, many Buddhists see Jesus as a wise and compassionate teacher, similar to someone who understands how to help people live with kindness and peace. They admire his teachings about love, forgiveness, and caring for others, even though they do not believe he was divine. In Buddhism, the highest goal is to reach enlightenment, which means understanding the truth about life and ending suffering. Some Buddhists believe Jesus taught ideas that fit well with this goal, such as helping the poor, letting go of anger, and treating every person with respect. Because of this, Jesus is sometimes viewed as a person who had high spiritual awareness, even if he was not a Buddha or the way to salvation. Buddhists do not believe that Jesus' death on a cross saves people from sin. In their belief, each person is responsible for their own actions, and change comes from personal effort, not from someone dying for them. Good actions bring good results, and harmful actions bring suffering. So Jesus' message of good behavior matters more to Buddhists than the idea of salvation through his death. Some modern Buddhists say Jesus might be like a bodhisattva, a person who chooses to help others find peace. But this is only a respectful comparison, not a belief that Jesus has a unique divine role. Mormonism. In Mormonism, Jesus is accepted as the Messiah, the Savior, and the literal Son of God. However, the way Mormons understand Jesus is different from the way most other Christian groups do. According to Mormon belief, Jesus is the first spirit child of God the Father. They believe God has a real, perfected physical body, and that he created many spirit children in heaven before anyone came to earth. Jesus was the first of these children, and humans, including us, are also God's spirit children. Because of this, Mormons believe Jesus is our older spirit brother. Mormons also teach that before the world began, Jesus and Satan were both spirit sons of God. Jesus chose God's plan for humans to have freedom, make choices, and be saved. Satan refused this plan and rebelled. So Mormons believe Jesus and Satan are not equal. Jesus is the chosen son, while Satan became evil by choice. In the Mormon faith, Jesus came to earth, lived a perfect life, died for human sins, and resurrected to give everyone the chance to live again. His resurrection is seen as a gift to all people, no matter what they believe, because it gives everyone a future life after death. Mormons also believe that after his resurrection, Jesus appeared not only in Israel, but also in the Americas to teach ancient people called the Nephites, a story found in the Book of Mormon. Islam. In Islam, Jesus is respected as a great prophet, but he is not God and not the Son of God. Muslims call him Isa, and they believe he was born to Mary, Maryam, through a miracle created by God's command. In Islam, this miracle does not make Jesus divine. It only shows God's power. Muslims believe Jesus was a human chosen by God to guide people, not someone to worship. Jesus in Islam taught people to worship one God, lived a righteous life, and performed miracles. The Quran says he healed the sick and even raised the dead, but always by God's permission, not by his own power. Muslims believe his message was similar to the message of other prophets like Moses and Muhammad, to obey God and do what is right. Islam strongly rejects the idea that Jesus died to save people from sin. Muslims do not believe he was crucified. They believe that God rescued him and that he was not killed by his enemies. Instead, God raised him up to heaven. Because of this, there is no belief in salvation through Jesus' death in Islam. Instead, each person is responsible for their actions and must seek forgiveness from God directly. Islam also teaches that Jesus will return at the end of time to defeat evil and bring justice, but he will not come back as a new God or to start a new religion. He will simply support the truth and point people back to worshiping the one God. Hinduism. In Hinduism, Jesus is not usually seen as the only savior or as the only way to God. Instead, many Hindus see him as a holy teacher, a divine messenger, or even as an incarnation of God. Hindu belief has many ways of describing God, and it allows for the idea that God can appear in different forms at different times. Because of this, some Hindus believe Jesus could be a sadhu, a holy man, a guru, spiritual teacher, or even an avatar, which means a God who comes to earth to guide people. Hinduism does not focus on sin and salvation in the same way Christianity does. Instead, it teaches that each person is born many times, learns through life, and reaches spiritual freedom by understanding truth and doing good. For this reason, Jesus' teachings about love, self-control, and helping others fit comfortably within Hindu ideas about good karma and spiritual growth. Hindus admire Jesus' message, but they do not believe people must follow pilgrims to God. Hindus also believe that all sincere paths to God can be true. So Jesus is sometimes viewed as one teacher among many who point humans towards spiritual wisdom. His miracles, kindness, and sacrifice are respected, but they are not seen as the only door to heaven. Jehovah's Witness. In Jehovah's Witness belief, Jesus is the Messiah and the Savior, but he is not God. They teach that Jesus was created by God before anything else existed. For them, Jesus is the first creation of Jehovah, which makes him powerful and important, but still not equal to God. They often explain it by saying Jesus is God's son, not God himself. Because of this, they do not believe in the Trinity. Jehovah's Witnesses believe that before coming to earth, Jesus lived in heaven as a spirit being known as Michael the Archangel. They do not say Jesus is an angel while on earth, but they believe Michael is the name he had before and after his life as a human. They teach that Jesus came to earth as a perfect man, died to pay for human sins, and was resurrected by Jehovah, not as a physical body, but as a spirit. They also reject the idea that Jesus died on a cross. Instead, they believe he died on simple wooden stake. They teach that honoring the cross is a form of false worship because they believe symbols should not be used in worship. For Jehovah's Witnesses, Jesus' main mission is to preach the truth about God's kingdom and to destroy evil in the future. They believe he will soon rule as king over the earth from heaven and bring peace by removing wickedness and giving eternal life to faithful people. Christianity. In Christianity, Jesus is at the center of everything. Christians believe he is the Messiah promised in the scriptures, the Savior of the world, and God in human form. They teach that Jesus was not just a wise man or a prophet, but the Son of God who came to earth to rescue humanity from sin. His birth, life, death, and resurrection are seen as the key to restoring the relationship between God and humans. Christians believe that Jesus lived a perfect life, taught God's truth, healed the sick, and showed mercy to everyone, including sinners. They believe he died on the cross to take the punishment for human sin, offering forgiveness to anyone who believes in him. His resurrection, 3 days later, is seen as proof that he defeated death and that he has the power to give eternal life. Unlike other religions that see Jesus as only a teacher or prophet, Christianity teaches that Jesus is fully God and fully human. Christians believe there is one God who exists as Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and Jesus is the Son, equal with God. Because of this, Christians worship Jesus, pray in his name, and believe that salvation can only come through him. Christianity also teaches that Jesus will return at the end of time to judge evil, reward those who follow him, and create a new world of peace with no suffering or death. So, in Christianity, Jesus is not just a good example or wise leader. He is the Savior, the Son of God, God in flesh, the only path to salvation, and the one who will return to rule forever. New Age Movement. In the New Age movement, Jesus is seen as a spiritual teacher, but not as the only Savior, or as God in a unique way. New Age beliefs come from many different ideas mixed together, including meditation, energy healing, astrology, and ancient spiritual traditions. Because of this, people in the New Age movement do not focus on one religion or one path. They believe that all faiths can teach truth, and Jesus is viewed as one of many enlightened guides who help humans grow spiritually. In New Age thinking, Jesus is often described as someone who reached a very high level of spiritual awareness. Instead of seeing him as dying for sins, they see him as someone who understood love, peace, and inner power at a deep level. They believe Jesus showed humans how to find the divine within themselves. This means they do not worship him as the only way to God, but rather see him as an example of what humans can become if they grow spiritually. Many New Age followers also believe Jesus had abilities like healing, wisdom, and knowledge of hidden spiritual truths. But they say these were not miracles only he could perform. They believe all people can develop similar gifts through meditation, positive thinking, and spiritual practices. Some New Age ideas even say Jesus learned from teachers in places like India or Tibet, although there is no historical evidence for this. These ideas are used to show that Jesus fits into many
Val Kilmer as Jim Morrison. Val Kilmer's transformation in
Sunny days call for Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Made with real iced tea and real vodka. Refreshing and goes down smooth. Let the good times cruise with Sun Cruiser.
Val Kilmer as Jim Morrison. Val Kilmer's transformation into Jim Morrison for Oliver Stone's The Doors in 1991 was a study in total immersion. Before being cast, Kilmer already bore a physical resemblance to Morrison, but the resemblance alone wasn't enough. To become the enigmatic frontman of The Doors, Kilmer committed to a full-scale transformation that included mastering Morrison's speech, mannerisms, psychology, and, most impressively, his singing voice.
The way he moved was the way I moved at all times.
Kilmer spent nearly a year studying Morrison. He consumed everything available: concert footage, studio outtakes, poetry, interviews, and bootleg recordings. He broke down Morrison's onstage and offstage personalities. Morrison wasn't just a rock star. He was a poet, philosopher, obsessed with mortality, chaos, and liberation. Kilmer worked closely with vocal coaches to match the cadence and inflection of Morrison's baritone voice. The transformation wasn't limited to speaking. Kilmer actually sang all of Morrison's vocals for the film. The production used Kilmer's voice for nearly half of the musical performances in the film, interwoven with actual Doors recordings to create a seamless effect. In blind tests, even surviving Doors members couldn't tell the difference between Kilmer and Morrison. In addition to vocal training, Kilmer physically reshaped himself. He dropped weight to match Morrison's lanky frame and mimicked his posture and stage presence. Morrison's movement was unpredictable and provocative, sometimes staggering, sometimes standing dead still, then bursting with primal energy. Kilmer captured this physicality through hours of choreographed rehearsals and concert reenactments. He watched footage of Morrison's iconic performances repeatedly, then recreated them gesture by gesture. This was not just an impression, it was a reenactment grounded in obsessive detail. His dedication extended to the emotional and psychological aspects of the role. Kilmer spent long periods isolating himself and wrote pages of Morrison-style poetry to internalize his mindset. Oliver Stone reportedly encouraged Kilmer to remain in character even between takes, and Kilmer complied. His co-stars described the experience as surreal, talking to Jim rather than Val. The immersion was so complete that it began to blur Kilmer's sense of identity, prompting him to later reflect on the psychological toll it took. He admitted it became difficult to shake off the persona, even after filming ended. The production itself placed heavy demands on Kilmer. The live performances were filmed using real concert setups with large audiences and practical effects. Kilmer had to sing live while replicating Morrison's chaotic performance energy. In several scenes, he performed shirtless under hot stage lights, drenched in sweat, and surrounded by thrashing fans, conditions that mirrored Morrison's own on-stage intensity. Kilmer's vocal cords were pushed to the limit, requiring constant care and vocal rest between shoots. Val Kilmer's work in The Doors remains one of the most underappreciated transformations in music biopic history. He didn't just portray Jim Morrison, he resurrected him. His performance received critical acclaim, with many citing his vocals and stage presence as indistinguishable from the real thing. It stands as a blueprint for what it means to fully embody a musical icon on screen. Rami Malek as Freddie Mercury. Rami Malek's transformation into Freddie Mercury for Bohemian Rhapsody required an extraordinary blend of physical discipline, vocal mimicry, and psychological immersion. Portraying one of the most singular and flamboyant figures in rock history. Every aspect of Mercury's presence, from his stage charisma to his private insecurities, had to be captured with accuracy and depth. The foundation of Malek's preparation was movement. Mercury's physicality on stage was explosive yet precise. His posture, strut, and microphone theatrics were uniquely his. To replicate this, Malek worked with choreographer and movement coach Polly Bennett for months. They dissected Mercury's gestures using concert footage, isolating every twitch of the wrist and flick of the microphone. Malek also wore prosthetic teeth during rehearsals from the very beginning, forcing him to adjust his speech patterns and jaw movement, just as Mercury had.
I do a mouth thing, and yeah. You have fake teeth. I have fake teeth.
Mercury was famously self-conscious about his overbite, which Malek had to physically feel to understand the insecurity that shaped his behavior. Voice work played a critical role in the transformation. Malek did not sing all the vocals himself, but he still underwent intensive vocal coaching to capture Mercury's speech, cadence, phrasing, and accent. The singing voice in the film is a blend of three sources: Malek's own voice, recordings of Mercury, and vocals by Canadian singer Mark Martel, whose uncanny sound-alike performances were essential for authenticity. Malek had to lip-sync with exact timing and emotional expression, syncing with powerful songs like We Are the Champions, Somebody to Love, as if performing live. The production meticulously recreated Queen's iconic 1985 Live Aid performance, which was shot in full from start to finish as a rehearsal and filming reference. Malek studied every second of the original performance, practicing until he could match Mercury's body language and emotional cues, down to the movement of a single finger or the exact pivot of a foot. The set was rebuilt to scale, and Malek had to command a stadium crowd with the same presence as Mercury, a feat that required both physical stamina and emotional resonance. Malek also immersed himself in Mercury's life off-stage. He read biographies, watched interviews, and studied the singer's private moments to understand his vulnerabilities and inner contradictions. Mercury was confident and flamboyant in performance, but guarded in private life. Malek had to reflect both sides, the commanding performer and the conflicted man behind the glamour. He worked hard to portray Mercury's evolving identity, and from early shyness to commanding fame, from personal freedom to health struggles, with nuance and respect. Filming was further complicated by behind-the-scenes turmoil. Director Bryan Singer was fired during production, leaving uncertainty on set. Malek maintained focus despite these challenges, working with replacement director Dexter Fletcher to finish the film on schedule. His professionalism and continued dedication under pressure added weight to his performance. Rami Malek's portrayal of Freddie Mercury earned him an Academy Award for Best Actor. His physical transformation, vocal precision, and emotional sincerity brought Mercury back to life on screen, delivering a performance that transcended imitation and honored the legacy of a music legend.
Sorry for stopping your video, but you really should subscribe.
Jamie Foxx as Ray Charles. Jamie Foxx's portrayal of Ray Charles in 2004's Ray required not only emotional depth, but also a physically demanding and musically intricate transformation. Foxx, a classically trained pianist and former stand-up comedian, already had a strong musical background, but becoming Ray Charles meant stepping into the body, mind, and soul of one of the most revolutionary musicians of the 20th century. The transformation began with the physical. Foxx agreed to wear prosthetic eyelids, glued shut for up to 14 hours a day during filming to mimic Ray Charles's blindness. This decision was not symbolic. It was central to the realism of the performance. By removing his ability to see, Foxx forced himself to move, react, and exist on set exactly as Charles would. He had to memorize not only his lines, but the geography of the sets, rehearsing how many steps it took from a chair to a piano, or from one end of a room to another. The disorientation was real, and it gave the performance an edge of vulnerability and authenticity that could not have been faked. Foxx also had to learn Charles's signature style of movement and head gestures. Charles swayed with his shoulders and used abrupt, jerking nods when playing the piano or speaking. These habits were involuntary muscle memories shaped by decades of navigating blindness and living through the rhythm of music. Foxx mimicked these movements with precision, down to the way Charles tilted his head when speaking or shifted his weight when performing. Musically, Foxx was uniquely equipped for the role. He had attended United States International University on a classical piano scholarship.
Make it look like you're playing and so on. And he looked at me and said, well, you don't have to do that. I play the piano. I went to classical piano class.
And already had experience playing jazz, gospel, and blues. Rather than relying on dubbed piano scenes, Foxx performed most of the film's musical segments himself, playing live during filming and mastering Charles's distinctive, rolling piano style. His ability to play allowed the camera to linger on his fingers and face without cutting away, a level of realism that added depth to every musical scene. Foxx also worked with a dialect coach to replicate Charles's southern drawl and rapid-fire delivery. Charles spoke with a mix of charm and defiance, and Foxx captured his intonation with meticulous effort.
This is very, very interesting. You know, I tell you, you're such a busy lady.
Also spent time with Ray Charles in person before filming began. The two musicians bonded over music, piano styles, and personal stories. Charles even gave Foxx his blessing for the role before passing away in June 2004, just months before the film's release. One of the greatest challenges Foxx faced was portraying Charles's descent into heroin addiction. These scenes required a layered performance, the confident, charming performer unraveling into paranoia and desperation. Foxx didn't overplay the arc. He let the addiction creep into Charles's posture, his tone, and his relationships, showing the slow disintegration of control. Jamie Foxx's performance in Ray was universally praised and earned him the Academy Award for Best Actor. Through physical sacrifice, musical mastery, and psychological precision, Foxx delivered a performance that remains one of the most celebrated biographical portrayals in modern film. Lou Diamond Phillips as Richie Valens. In 1987, Lou Diamond Phillips took on the role of Richie Valens in La Bamba, with a mix of intense preparation and emotional sensitivity. Valens was not only a pioneering Latino rock and roll artist, but also a teenager whose life was cut short at just 17 years old. Phillips had to embody a real person whose influence extended far beyond his brief career. This meant the performance required both technical precision and a deep connection to Valens's cultural roots, musical evolution, and emotional journey. At the time of casting, Phillips was largely unknown, and he was not a trained singer, yet he faced the task of portraying a character whose career was rooted entirely in music. To bridge this gap, producers made a crucial choice. The vocals in the film were performed by Los Lobos, a band that studied Valens's original recordings in depth. Phillips lip-synced to these tracks on screen, but that didn't mean he was passive. He worked extensively with music consultants to study how Valens performed on stage, how he moved, held his guitar, interacted with bandmates, and captured audiences with his boyish energy and vocal power. Phillips underwent intense musical immersion. He learned to play guitar well enough to convincingly fake the complex chord changes and fingerwork Valens used in songs like Donna and La Bamba. Every movement had to match the playback perfectly, down to the strumming pattern and picking technique. Phillips also practiced stage performances for hours to replicate Valens's energetic presence. Even though he wasn't singing, his body language had to reflect the tension, confidence, and rhythm of live performance. Physically, Phillips had to transform into a youthful and energetic teenager, shedding any older affectations or stiffness. He worked with dialect coaches to adopt Valence's Mexican-American accent, and trained with choreographers to emulate his performance style, which was a mix of rock bravado and innocent exuberance. Valence's charisma was understated but magnetic, and Phillips studied archival footage to replicate his humility and earnestness, especially during interviews and personal moments. Emotionally, the role required Phillips to portray Valence's family life, fears, and personal struggles. Valence came from a working-class Mexican-American family and had experienced tragedy before his rise to fame, including witnessing a plane crash that instilled a deep fear of flying. Phillips had to carry the weight of that trauma into several key scenes. His performance captured the conflict Valence felt between chasing stardom and staying grounded in his cultural identity and family loyalty. The film's final act demanded a high emotional register. As Valence's fame accelerated, his time became increasingly limited. Phillips had to portray the fragility of that success, the sense that it could all disappear, which it ultimately did. The tragic climax, featuring the infamous plane crash that killed Valence alongside Buddy Holly in The Big Bopper, was played not for shock, but for emotional devastation. Phillips's performance in the lead-up to the crash, including his goodbye to his family, carried real emotional weight. Lou Diamond Phillips's work in La Bamba introduced audiences to the life and legacy of Richie Valens in a way that felt both respectful and powerful. His meticulous, physical, and emotional transformation, even without singing live, elevated the role from imitation to embodiment. Angela Bassett as Tina Turner. Angela Bassett's portrayal of Tina Turner in What's Love Got to Do With It was a masterclass in physical performance, psychological depth, and emotional stamina. Playing Tina Turner meant embodying one of the most powerful and dynamic performers in music history, while also depicting the traumatic and complex realities of Turner's life behind the scenes, particularly her years of abuse at the hands of Ike Turner. Bassett began her transformation with an intense physical regimen. To capture Turner's muscular build and stamina, Bassett trained rigorously. She adopted a daily workout routine that included strength training, dance rehearsals, and cardiovascular conditioning. Turner was known for her explosive stage presence and powerful, sustained movement across the stage. Bassett needed to replicate that, not only convincingly, but repeatedly, often under hot lights and multiple takes. She studied Turner's posture, footwork, and unique blend of rock, soul, and funk-inspired movement. Her arms, legs, and shoulders became as much a part of the performance as her facial expressions. Though the vocals in the film were provided by Tina Turner herself, Bassett had to deliver all of the energy and emotional realism of a live performance. Every lip-synced number had to align perfectly with Turner's recordings, demanding exact timing and breath control. Bassett practiced repeatedly to ensure that her physical exertion on stage matched the vocal intensity. Her lip movements, facial strain, and dance execution had to look as if she were truly singing live, a requirement that demanded total coordination between body and sound. Bassett also adopted Tina Turner's speech patterns, vocal tone, and cadence. She worked with dialect coaches to capture Turner's distinct mix of Southern roots and global polish. Turner's voice had rhythm and grit, and Bassett adjusted her pitch and diction in dramatic scenes to reflect both Turner's vulnerability and resilience. This was crucial in scenes where Turner confronts Ike or reflects on her past. The voice had to carry the emotional subtext of a woman regaining control. Emotionally, the role demanded extraordinary range. Bassett had to portray Turner's transformation from a shy, submissive young woman named Anna Mae Bullock to the defiant, independent artist the world came to know as Tina. This arc required her to depict moments of deep personal pain, end-of-musical abuse, emotional degradation, and spiritual exhaustion without turning them into melodrama.
Reba here, back to tell you about Realtor.com. With over 500,000 new listings monthly, you can find your dream home today. Well, isn't that close? So work with number one and make it real with Realtor.com.
And in this game, to snatch change to pickpocket.
Bassett leaned into the quiet moments just as much as the explosive ones, letting the weight of Turner's suffering and determination speak through subtle expressions, pauses, and gestures. The scenes depicting violence were particularly harrowing. Bassett and co-star Lawrence Fishburne, who played Ike Turner, approached these sequences with intense preparation and professionalism. The abuse wasn't stylized or softened. It was depicted in a brutally realistic way that required Bassett to physically and emotionally relive those experiences with each take. She later described the filming as emotionally taxing and physically demanding. but also essential to capturing the truth of Turner's story. Angela Bassett's performance was widely praised and earned her an Academy Award nomination for Best Actress. Bassett brought Tina Turner's story to the screen with both fury and grace, creating one of the most unforgettable portrayals in biopic history. If you're thinking about subscribing, now's the time. I'm about to post a ton here. Thanks. Back to it. Joaquin Phoenix as Johnny Cash. Joaquin Phoenix's portrayal of Johnny Cash in 2005's Walk the Line was an exhaustive transformation rooted in deep emotional and musical commitment. Phoenix didn't merely act the part, he inhabited it. From learning to sing and play guitar, to capturing Cash's complex internal world, Phoenix underwent a grueling and detailed preparation process that spanned months before a single frame was filmed. One of the most notable aspects of Phoenix's transformation was his Unlike many music biopics that use dubbed vocals, Walk the Line featured Phoenix's own singing throughout. He had never sung professionally before, let alone in Cash's deep, booming baritone. To bridge that gap, he trained daily with vocal coaches, slowly building strength and range in his lower register. His goal wasn't mimicry, it was authenticity. He aimed to capture the spirit and emotional weight behind the voice, rather than just imitate the sound. Phoenix practiced phrasing, intonation, and breathing to match the distinct rhythm of Cash's vocal delivery. Guitar was another challenge. Phoenix didn't just learn a few chords, he learned entire songs, note for note. Johnny Cash had a signature boom, chicka-boom rhythm style that demanded precision and stamina. Phoenix practiced for hours each day, often alongside Reese Witherspoon, who was simultaneously preparing to sing and play autoharp as June Carter. Their musical chemistry was rehearsed and refined like a live act, giving the film's concert scenes a raw, authentic energy. Physically, Phoenix adapted his posture and movements to mirror Cash's distinctive demeanor. He studied Cash's gait, his stance while playing guitar, and his subtle gestures on stage and in private. Cash often stood rigid with the guitar hanging low, rarely moving much but commanding attention through presence alone. Phoenix captured this restraint, infusing it with emotion in ways that conveyed both power and vulnerability. Beyond the stage, the role demanded a powerful psychological performance. Cash's life was marked by trauma, addiction, fame, and redemption. Phoenix explored the depths of Cash's dependency on amphetamines and barbiturates, portraying the erratic behavior and emotional volatility that came with substance abuse. These scenes required Phoenix to move between violent outbursts and moments of haunting introspection, revealing the psychological fractures behind the public persona. To understand the emotional terrain of Cash's life, Phoenix read biographies, watched archival interviews, and spoke with Cash's family. He internalized Cash's relationship with his brother Jack, whose death haunted him for life. This loss became a recurring emotional thread in the film, and Phoenix portrayed it with a quiet, persistent grief that shaped every major decision his character made. He also had to reflect the tumultuous but ultimately redemptive love story between Cash and June Carter, balancing scenes of chaotic dependency with moments of sincere tenderness. The performance took a toll. Phoenix later admitted that playing Cash was mentally and physically exhausting, pushing him to the edge of emotional burnout. But it also led to one of the most acclaimed performances of his career. His work was rewarded with an Academy Award nomination for Best Actor, and his transformation remains one of the gold standards for musical biopics. Taron Egerton as Elton John. Taron Egerton's performance as Elton John in Rocketman was a vibrant, challenging transformation that demanded vocal, emotional, and physical versatility. Egerton performed all the vocals himself, delivering full musical numbers that reimagined Elton's hits with theatrical, emotional weight. This performance was not just an impersonation. In close, it was a dynamic embodiment of Elton John's evolution, from a shy piano prodigy to an international superstar grappling with identity, addiction, and loneliness. Egerton began his preparation with intensive vocal training, though he had sung in previous films like Sing, nothing prepared him for the range, complexity, and power required to take on Elton John's music. Working with vocal coaches, Egerton developed the ability to belt through iconic tracks like Your Song, Tiny Dancer, and Rocket Man. He studied John's phrasing, articulation, and vocal tone, but didn't attempt an exact replica. Instead, he aimed for emotional fidelity, channeling the spirit and soul of each song, rather than copying it note for note. He also trained extensively on the piano. While Egerton didn't perform every note live on set, he learned the hand positions and stylings so that his performance matched the energy and physicality of Elton's real-life playing. Elton John's piano style was flamboyant, fast, and expressive. Egerton's fingerwork and body movement were designed to reflect this, making the musical scenes visually believable without relying on quick edits or camera tricks. Physically, Egerton had to embody the extremes of Elton John's transformation. He wore a variety of prosthetics and elaborate costumes to reflect the musician's changing appearance over the decades. From oversized glasses to feathered bodysuits and sequined capes, Egerton had to perform under heavy, hot, and often restrictive wardrobe pieces. The choreography in large production numbers demanded stamina and precision, especially in scenes like the Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting bar dance or the gravity-defying Rocket Man sequence. These musical set pieces were filmed as full-scale fantasy performances, requiring Egerton to act, sing, and dance simultaneously. Beyond the spectacle, Egerton committed deeply to portraying Elton's emotional journey. He worked with director Dexter Fletcher to navigate the film's non-linear narrative and psychological depth. Egerton showed the painful duality of Elton's persona, the confident, glittering stage performer, and the insecure hatred, and attempted suicide with raw vulnerability. These moments were essential to understanding how Elton's public image often masked private suffering. Egerton also built his performance on personal access. Elton John himself gave the actor full support and even met with him privately. This direct connection allowed Egerton to ask specific questions and absorb personality traits not captured in footage or interviews. Elton's trust gave Egerton freedom to interpret the role creatively rather than rigidly, and that flexibility resulted in a performance that felt both faithful and fresh. The film's structure added to the complexity. Unlike traditional biopics, Rocket Man used fantasy sequences and symbolic musical numbers to tell the story. Egerton had to transition between scenes of grounded drama and heightened musical abstraction without losing the emotional through line. That required technical skill and a constant emotional connection to the character's internal journey. Taron Egerton's work in Rocket Man earned him a Golden Globe for Best Actor. His total commitment, singing live, embodying the stage persona, and emotionally grounding a stylized narrative made the performance stand out in a genre filled with biographical portrayals. Austin Butler as Elvis Presley. Austin Butler's portrayal of Elvis Presley in Elvis was the result of years of focused transformation that spanned voice, body, psychology, and performance. Unlike traditional biopics that span decades in a star's life, Elvis aimed to recreate not just the man, but the cultural force that defined an era. Butler was tasked with embodying a global icon, from his early rockabilly days through to his Las Vegas years, complete with the stylistic evolution, vocal changes, and emotional unraveling that marked Presley's life. From the outset, Butler immersed himself in Presley's world. He spent 2 years preparing for the role, dedicating nearly every waking hour to studying the singer. He worked closely with dialect coaches to adopt Presley's southern drawl, not just for dialogue, but for breathing patterns, phrasing, and emotional cadence. Butler maintained the accent off-camera for nearly the entire shoot, and even for some time after filming wrapped, a testament to how deeply the voice transformation embedded itself in his own speech. Vocally, Butler went beyond mimicry. For early career performances, especially 1950s and 1960s scenes, he provided all the vocals himself. He trained to match the raw, unrefined sound of a young Elvis, capturing the energy and vibrato that made Presley's early performances so electrifying. For later years, the filmmakers blended Butler's voice with archival Elvis recordings to reflect the deeper, more operatic style Presley developed in the 1970s. Every performance was lip-synced with precision and layered with physical exertion to match Elvis's high-energy stage persona. Dance was equally critical. Presley's hip-shaking and full-body movement were revolutionary in their time, and Butler worked with choreographers to dissect the style frame by frame. He practiced daily to replicate Elvis's early stage jitter, the explosive leg movements, and his famous mic stand spins. These weren't stylized caricatures. Butler studied black and white footage, home recordings, and rare stage tapes to refine every shoulder twitch and knee bounce. The physical intensity was such that many of the musical sequences were filmed live with real musicians, forcing Butler to stay in character across lengthy, physically demanding takes. Butler also had to undergo major physical conditioning. His body had to match the lean, athletic frame of young Elvis, as well as the heavier build of his later years. He worked with movement coaches to change his posture across different stages of Presley's life, mimicking the evolving weight, energy level, and physical toll of addiction. By the end of the film, Butler's transformation was so complete that audiences often didn't realize which scenes used real Elvis footage and which featured Butler. Emotionally, Butler navigated Presley's inner life, his isolation, his devotion to his mother, his conflict with fame, and his dependence on controlling manager Colonel Tom Parker. These psychological threads were interwoven into every scene, often without dialogue. Butler's eyes, facial expressions, and body tension told the story of a man torn between superstardom and personal imprisonment. He He showed how Presley's charisma came with a cost, especially in scenes that explored the singer's frustration with creative limitations and the grueling schedule imposed on him. Director Baz Luhrmann's stylized approach added another layer of challenge. Butler had to maintain character through musical set pieces, surreal interludes, and rapid shifts in timeline. The film's heavy pace demanded during non-linear storytelling and heavy visual abstraction. Austin Butler's performance was widely celebrated, earning him an Academy Award nomination and a Golden Globe win. His all-consuming transformation, from voice and movement to emotional depth, redefined what it means to portray a music icon. If you enjoyed this, go ahead and subscribe. I've got a lot more content coming. Thanks for watching.
Lama Kapusi.
Biggie. In the 90s, Biggie found himself in a serious situation with E40. It started after an interview where he brushed E40 off and said he wasn't a good rapper. The comment didn't seem like a big deal at the time, but word got back to E40 and his crew. Months later, got booked for a show in Sacramento. From the beginning, the setup felt off. The venue wasn't a real concert hall or a well-known club. It was more like a warehouse with an empty parking lot and barely anyone inside, maybe 15 people scattered around. For someone as big as Biggie, it didn't make sense.
You get there, it's like a warehouse, and you don't see too many cars. You don't see. It's a little weird. So we're like, well, I guess the crowd is lights now. That's what DJ playing.
What Biggie didn't realize was that the show wasn't really about him. It was about Little Bruce, E40's cousin and a respected figure in Sacramento's street and rap scene. Earlier that night, when Little Bruce performed, the place was packed with people. They knew exactly why they were there. By the time Biggie came on stage, that crowd had mostly cleared out. The ones left weren't fans. They were E40's crew.
And when we get off stage, everybody basically leaves. It's like, it may be like 30. Just Biggie get on stage. You know what I'm saying?
Biggie still performed, but the energy was nasty. People were throwing coins at him. That was a serious message. But Biggie pushed through the set, thinking that was the worst of it. He thought wrong. Outside, it got tense fast. His driver had been sent out, but his limo was still there. Soon, cars pulled up out of nowhere and boxed him in. Guns were out, including a Desert Eagle. Little Bruce stepped up like he was about to show Biggie exactly what the setup was. Biggie's manager, Larry Burns, tried to shove him into the limo as the circle closed in, but it was too late. E40's crew was ready to close and ready to hit him at that point. All they needed was to get E40 to sign off on it. But then they got him on the phone. E40 wasn't ready for that. The two of them talked it out on the spot, and both agreed to let things slide. Just like that, the beef was squashed. Snoop Dogg. In 1995, he was everywhere. He'd gone from being a rapper people liked to a full-on superstar. But that same buzz almost got him seriously hurt when he touched down in New York. It started with a music video. Snoop and the Dogtown flew to NYC to shoot a song called New York, New York. In the video, Snoop and his crew are walking through the city and buildings are falling down around them. To Snoop, it was just art, nothing personal. But to a lot of people in New York, it felt like straight disrespect.
That was some Brooklyn, like everybody was kind of, I guess, hearing about the videos and they were hearing about them knocking down buildings and like that. That was just like a natural thing.
That's when the tension really kicked in. Word on the street was that Biggie got involved. Supposedly, he called into a radio station and let people know Snoop was in town, where the shoot was happening, and what was going on. Whether he meant to stir things up or not, the message spread fast.
Then we got shot at, you know what I'm saying? Biggie was on the radio telling them, like, yeah, y'all gonna let them come down here in our city and da-da-da, they down there in Times Square. Go handle that.
As the video shoot was wrapping up, shots rang out near the set. Nobody got hit, but from that moment, everything felt dangerous. Snoop later said the whole vibe changed. Security locked in tight, every move had to be planned, nobody was relaxed. They finished the shoot knowing things could go left at any second. But Behind the scenes, the older heads stepped in. OGs from both coasts started making calls, trying to calm things down before it turned into something much worse. Mac Dre. By the early 2000s, he was one of the main voices behind the Bay Area's hyphy sound, right there with E40 and others, helping push a whole culture forward.
In the I was hustling, raising everywhere in the way, mainly in the crest side below. I didn't see.
Also, his life wasn't clean before the fame. He had serious run-ins with the law, but that chapter didn't last forever. On October 31st, 2004, Mac Dre was on tour with his Biz Entertainment crew. That night, he performed in Kansas City, Missouri. After the show, in the early hours of November 1st, he was riding north on U.S. Route 71 near 85th Street, sitting in a white van, probably winding down from the night. That's when another car pulled up alongside them. No warning, just gunfire. The van lost control, cut across 4 lanes of traffic, and crashed into a ditch. Mac Dre was hit in the neck and pronounced dead right there at the scene. Over the years, one main story kept coming up. People said the shooting was tied to a dispute at a Kansas City club. Maybe a no-show, maybe Mac Dre not paying the so-called dues to local promoters. The same kind of street politics that had already gotten other rappers hurt or killed before him.
Mac Dre was your friend. Come on, Mac Dre, bro.
A local rapper named Anthony Fat Tone Watkins was named by some as being involved, but nothing ever stuck. There were no charges filed. And then in 2005, Fat Tone himself was shot and killed. To this day, Mac Dre's murder is still officially unsolved. SIBO. In the early 90s, he was on his way up on the West Coast. His music was buzzing, but it was also closely tied to Sacramento street life. That connection gave his records authenticity, but it also meant real tension followed him everywhere. In 1993, that tension boiled over. SIBO was reportedly shooting a music video in Sacramento. The idea, at least on the surface, was unity. Local rappers coming together, showing love. But Sacramento was already dealing with serious turf wars. Putting different crews in one place at one time was risky from the jump. While the cameras were rolling, things started to feel off. The problem wasn't between the rappers themselves, it was the people around them. Seeing the situation spiraling, SIBO reportedly fired a gun into the air, trying to break things up and stop it from going further. Instead, everything exploded into chaos. In the confusion, tragedy struck. SIBO's close friend and associate, King Miller, was hit and killed. Just like that, the video shoot was over.
And I was there on GPS ankle monitor again, and the shooting break out. Boom, you know what I'm saying? Innocent man get killed, like 4 or 5 people get shot and shit like that.
The fallout didn't end there. SIBO faced legal trouble for firing the gun, and the incident stuck to his name for years. 50 Cent. On May 24th, 2000, he was in South Jamaica, Queens, outside his grandma's house. 50 was walking to his car to grab something. Out of nowhere, a car pulled up. A guy jumped out of the passenger side and opened fire. 50 was hit multiple times, about 9 shots in total. He got hit in the hand, arm, hips, legs, chest, and even his face. He collapsed, fighting for his life.
When the cameras began to roll in Philly, Hollywood, the world believed it was witnessing the birth of a dream factory, a place where beauty conquered struggle and fame erased all fear. But beneath the glimmering surface of Tinseltown's golden age, another empire was quietly expanding. One built not on art, but on fear, silence, and control. The 1930s to the 1960s marked a strange and dangerous marriage. The union between Hollywood stars and America's most ruthless crime syndicates. While audiences flocked to theaters for escapism, mobsters saw opportunity. They didn't crave applause. They wanted control over unions, casinos, nightclubs, and even the lives of those who entertained millions. Hollywood became their stage. The bright lights of premieres blinded the public from the shadows lurking just beyond them. Behind the smiles and champagne, there were whispered deals. Producers who paid protection money, studio heads who looked the other way, and actors who attended parties they couldn't refuse.
In the smoky lounges of Beverly Hills, the mob met the movies. Gangsters rubbed shoulders with directors and stars, sharing drinks, stories, and sometimes threats. The line between fiction and reality began to blur. When a crime boss dined at the same table as an A-lister, who really held the power? This was not the Hollywood of fairy tales. It was a place where careers were made with handshakes and ended with gunshots. Fame offered no immunity. In this world, the mob didn't need to write scripts. They were already producing tragedies far more shocking than anything that could be filmed. And as we step behind the velvet curtains into those decades when fear wore a tuxedo and charm hit a pistol, we uncover the stories of those who dared to dance too close to the mob's fire and paid for it in blood. Because in old Hollywood, some deals weren't signed in ink. They were signed in shadows. Bugsy Siegel, the blueprint of a bloody dream. He was charming, handsome, and utterly fearless. To Hollywood's elite, Bugsy Siegel wasn't a gangster. He was a celebrity. He dressed better than most leading men, spoke with a silver tongue, and moved through Beverly Hills parties as if he owned them. But Benjamin Bugsy Siegel was no actor. He was one of the most dangerous men ever to walk the streets of Los Angeles. A man who brought the mafia's invisible empire right into Hollywood's heart. Siegel began his rise in the rough streets of Brooklyn, a killer with ambition burning behind his blue eyes. He co-founded Murder Inc., the mob's enforcement arm, a network of assassins who carried out hits for the nation's most powerful crime families. But Bugsy wanted more than blood money. He wanted glamour, fame, legitimacy. When he came west in the 1930s, Los Angeles welcomed him with open arms. Stars adored him. Directors courted his friendship. At dinner parties, he was magnetic. A man who could tell stories of danger and death with a smile that made people forget who he truly was. He became a bridge between two worlds, the dreamers of Hollywood and the killers of the underworld. His most ambitious dream was the Flamingo Hotel in Las Vegas, a luxury oasis in the desert meant to attract the Hollywood elite. Siegel poured millions into it, promising a paradise of neon and fortune. The problem? The money wasn't all his. It belonged to the mob. And when the construction costs ballooned, rumors spread that Bugsy was skimming off the top. At first, his charm protected him. No one wanted to believe that their glittering friend could be in danger. But loyalty in the mafia isn't a shield. It's a test. On June 20th, 1947, Siegel sat in the Beverly Hills home of his mistress, Virginia Hill, reading the newspaper. The night was calm. Then came the shattering sound of gunfire. Bullets tore through the window, striking him in the head and chest. His body slumped across the sofa, eyes still open, wide, blue, and lifeless. Hollywood froze. The man they had toasted, the man who made danger look beautiful, was dead, executed with surgical precision. It was called the first drive-by shooting in Beverly Hills history. Newspapers splashed his bloody face across front pages. Behind closed doors, stars whispered, if Bugsy could be killed, who among them was truly safe? Bugsy Siegel's death wasn't just the end of one man. It was the end of an illusion. The moment Hollywood realized that its glamorous playground had been built atop a foundation of crime, greed, and fear. His legacy lived on, not in the movies he inspired, but in the lesson he left behind. The mob could touch anyone, even the people the world adored most. Johnny Stompanato, the lover who brought fear to Hollywood. He looked like he had stepped straight out of a movie poster. Tall, dark-haired, immaculately dressed. Women were drawn to him. Men wanted to be him. But Johnny Stompanato wasn't a movie star. He was a gangster who learned to play the part. A former boxer turned enforcer for Los Angeles mob boss Mickey Cohen, Johnny moved in circles most men never dared approach. He appeared at Hollywood parties, drove expensive cars, and spoke with the easy confidence of someone who feared nothing. To the public, he was mysterious. To those who truly knew him, he was terrifying. His charm found its way to one of Hollywood's brightest lights, Lana Turner, the silver screen goddess whose beauty had defined an era. To fans, their relationship looked like a fairy tale. They graced red carpets arm in arm, smiled for cameras, and filled gossip columns with tales of passion and romance. But behind the locked doors of Turner's Beverly Hills mansion, the story turned violent. Johnny's temper was legendary. He controlled Lana's every move, her clothes, her friends, her career. He would explode in jealous rages, hurling insults and threats that made even the fearless actress tremble. There were bruises she covered with makeup, tears hidden behind sunglasses, and phone calls she never dared to make. Those close to her said Johnny often reminded Lana who truly owned her, and that if she ever left him, no one in Hollywood would ever hire her again. By the spring of 1958, Lana was trapped in a nightmare she couldn't escape. Then came the night that would haunt her forever. It was April 4th. The argument began like countless others. Raised voices, slamming doors, a desperate plea for control. In the next room, Cheryl Crane, Lana's teenage daughter, listened in horror as her mother screamed. Something inside her broke. She ran to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and burst into the bedroom. In one terrified instant, she plunged the blade into Stampanato's stomach. He staggered back, eyes wide, gasping for air, and then collapsed. By the time police arrived, he was dead. The scandal exploded across every front page in America. Hollywood star's boyfriend stabbed. Gangster dead in Turner home. The tabloids feasted. The studios panicked. Lana Turner wept on the witness stand, trembling as the coroner ruled the death-justifiable homicide. An act of self-defense by a frightened child. But in the smoky corners of Los Angeles, whispers told a different story. Had the mob allowed Johnny's death, even ordered it? Had he crossed someone more powerful than himself, and the chaos at Lana's mansion merely provided a convenient ending? No one ever proved it, but for Hollywood, the message was unmistakable. Even love, that most human of emotions, could become a weapon in the mob's game of control. Lana Turner's career never fully recovered. She lived under the shadow of that night for the rest of her life, and Johnny Stompanato became a legend, not for the films he never made, but for the fear he brought into Hollywood's most beautiful home. Sal Mineo, the star who knew too much. He was one of those rare souls who didn't need the spotlight. It simply found him. Sal Mineo was Hollywood's golden boy, with a face that carried both innocence and danger. His eyes, dark, expressive, and full of longing, made audiences believe every emotion he projected. In the 1950s, Mineo became the symbol of a new generation. He wasn't just acting, he was feeling. When he played Plato alongside James Dean in Rebel Without Cause, the world saw a fragile youth reaching for acceptance, and they saw themselves in him. He was nominated for 2 Academy Awards before turning 30, celebrated as the future of American cinema. But Hollywood has never been kind to those who fit its mold. As his fame grew, rumors followed. Whispers about his private life, about the clubs he frequented, about the company he kept, about the men who envied and desired him. In an era when secrets could end careers, Mineo lived with courage that bordered on defiance. By the early 1970s, he had transitioned from teen idol to serious actor, performing in gritty theater productions and independent films. He was still magnetic, but something had changed. His world had grown darker. In West Hollywood, he crossed paths with people who lived on the edge. Hustlers, promoters, small-time criminals. He was outspoken, unafraid to challenge those who tried to intimidate him. Friends would later recall that he had received threats. One even warned him, "You're dealing with men you shouldn't." And then on February 12, 1976, the curtain fell. That night, Sal Mineo left a rehearsal for a play he was starring in. It was late, the air cooler. He parked his car outside his apartment building on Holloway Drive, a quiet street he thought was safe. As he stepped toward his door, a shadow moved. A man emerged from the darkness, a flash of silver, a single thrust. The knife pierced Sal's chest, puncturing his heart. He collapsed near his car, gasping for air that would not come. Within minutes, he was gone. The police called it a random robbery, a street crime in a city full of them. But something didn't add up. His wallet, his watch, even his car keys, untouched. Nothing was stolen. Hollywood whispered again. Was it really random? Or had Sal Mineo known something? Or someone he shouldn't have? Some said he had tangled with into organized crime through the club circuit. Others believed his mother was innocent, a quiet friend for someone else, but delivered to him. Whatever the truth, it died with him. The headlines faded, studios moved on, but among those who had known him, those who saw his brilliance up close, they figured if a man like Samuel, talented, outside of his own home, what safety did anyone truly have? His death was a turning point. The innocence of Hollywood's post-war era was gone. The dream had rotted from the inside, and behind every bright marquee lay shadows that no light could reach. Sal Mineo's final act wasn't performed on the stage. It was written in blood on a dark Los Angeles street. A warning from the city itself that even stars can be swallowed by the dark. Virginia Hill, the queen of the mob, with her fiery red hair, sharp wit, and unshakable confidence, Virginia Hill was unlike anyone Hollywood had ever seen. She could glide into a room full of movie stars and make them look ordinary, because she wasn't just a socialite. She was the bridge between two empires, the golden world of Hollywood and the blood-soaked kingdom of organized crime. Virginia came from nothing. Born in Alabama, she clawed her way to power through charm, intelligence, and an uncanny ability to make dangerous men trust her. By the 1940s, she had become one of the most important couriers for the Chicago outfit, moving cash, secrets, and influence between mob families, casinos, and studios. She knew everyone who mattered, and everyone who mattered wanted to be near her. To actors, she was fascinating, mysterious, worldly, glamorous. To mobsters, she was essential, the woman who kept their money clean and their mouths shut. But there was one man who saw her as more than a tool, Bugsy Siegel. Their affair was electric and volatile. Together, they embodied the strange marriage between crime and celebrity, attending premieres one night, discussing mob finances the next. Siegel trusted her completely. She was the last person to see him alive. When Siegel was gunned down in her Beverly Hills home in 1947, the shock rippled across America. Police arrived to find her missing. She had vanished, leaving behind blood, broken glass, and questions that no one dared to answer. Had she known the hit was coming? Had she been part of it? Or had she been marked for death the moment Bugsy's body hit the floor? For a while, Virginia played the survivor. She drifted through Europe, Switzerland, Austria, Germany, living lavishly, always looking over her shoulder. The newspapers wrote about her designer gowns and luxury hotels, but behind the perfume and pearls, there was fear. Friends said she became paranoid. She refused to sit with her back to a door. She kept her luggage packed, ready to leave at a moment's notice. By the mid-1960s, the glamour had faded. Her money was gone, her connections severed. She was living alone in Salzburg, Austria, under a sky that seemed to close in on her. On March 24, 1966, Virginia Hill's story ended in silence. Her body was found in the snow behind her small home. The official cause, suicide by overdose. But those who had known her didn't believe it. Too many enemies, too many secrets, too many men who wanted her gone. Some said the mob had finally come to collect. Others whispered that she had been silenced for what she knew. Names, deals, and the hidden connections between Hollywood's brightest faces and the underworld that financed them. Whatever the truth, Virginia Hill's death felt less like a mystery and more like a message. For decades, Hollywood women had been controlled by contracts, by studios, by men in power. But Virginia Hill had danced in all those worlds and refused to bow to any of them. In the end, that defiance may have cost her everything. When her story faded from headlines, Hollywood moved on, pretending she never existed. But her shadow lingered, a ghost in mink and diamonds, reminding everyone that sometimes the most dangerous person in the room wasn't the gangster with the gun, but the woman who knew every secret. Virginia Hill's life was a movie that could never be made, because the ending was too real and the truth was too dangerous. Sam Giancana, the man who bridged the White House and the underworld. By the 1950s, the mafia was no longer hiding in alleyways or smoky back rooms. It was wearing tailored suits, dining with senators, and whispering into the ears of movie stars. And at the center of this powerful web stood one man, Sam Mooney Gymkhana, the gangster who connected the mob to both Hollywood and Washington, D.C. To the press, he was charming, a man who smiled easily and tipped extravagantly. To the underworld, he was pure fear. Gymkhana ran the Chicago outfit, one of the most powerful criminal empires in America. He controlled casinos, unions, and politicians. But what made him truly dangerous wasn't his money. It was his connections. In Las Vegas, he financed casinos that became playgrounds for the stars. Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, and the legendary Rat Pack performed in mob-owned rooms where the drinks were free, the laughter. It looked like showbiz magic. To those inside, it was a house built on blood money. Gymkhana's reach extended far beyond entertainment. Rumors swirled that he had helped fund political campaigns, that he had influence over the Kennedy family, and that his connections stretched all the way to the White House. His rumored relationship with Marilyn Monroe, the most famous woman in America, only deepened the mystique. Was it love or leverage? Those who got too close to Gymkhana often ended up paying the price. He was known to be mercurial, one day a generous host, the next a man who could order a death with a single phone call. But in the 1970s, even Gymkhana began to feel the walls closing in. Federal investigators were circling, building cases that could finally expose the mob's ties to Hollywood, Las Vegas, and government power. Gymkhana was called to testify before grand juries. Behind the scenes, whispers spread. He was ready to talk. And for a man like him, that was a death sentence. On the night of June 19th, 1975, in his home in Oak Park, Illinois, Sam Gymkhana prepared a simple dinner, a plate of sausage and peppers. He was alone, comfortable, unguarded. Sometime between the meal and the midnight hour, someone slipped inside. There was no sign of struggle, no forced entry, just 7 gunshots, each one precise. When police arrived, they found Gymkhana's body slumped near the stove, the food still warm, the silence absolute. Hollywood reacted with shock, and then silence. He was the man who had partied with Sinatra, whispered with Monroe, and, some said, shaped the outcome of an American election. If someone like him could be executed in his own kitchen, what did that mean for everyone else who had touched his world? The message was clear. There was no such thing as too powerful, too famous, or too connected. When the mob decided your time was up, even your walls couldn't protect you. Gymkhana's murder remains unsolved. The official files are still filled with blanks, redacted pages, and missing evidence. But in the corridors of Hollywood and the smoky casinos of Las Vegas, the whispers never stopped. Some said he was silenced by the mob. Others insisted it was a government cleanup, a warning to anyone who thought of talking. Whatever the truth, Sam Gymkhana's death ended an era, the brief, glittering illusion that Hollywood and the mob could coexist without consequence. Because when glamour shares a table with power, one of them always gets eaten. Dino Bravo, fame meets firepower. He wasn't a Hollywood actor. He wasn't a singer or a film producer. But Dino Bravo, the Canadian wrestling superstar, embodied everything that made the mob's reach so terrifying. The way it could pull anyone, even heroes of the crowd, into its world of blood and silence. For millions of fans in the 1980s, Dino Bravo was a national icon, the strong man of Quebec, the muscle-bound showman who could lift opponents above his head as arenas thundered with applause. He was charisma and power rolled into one, a man who seemed invincible beneath the bright lights. But fame fades quickly in the world of entertainment. And when the cheers died down, Dino discovered what so many before him had learned. Stardom pays in applause, not security. By the early 1990s, wrestling had changed. New stars had replaced him, and the lavish lifestyle he built, the mansions, the cars, the image, came with debts that no fan adoration could pay. Desperate to maintain it all, Dino looked for opportunity outside the ring, and in Montreal, that path often led to the mob. At first, it was just business. The black market cigarette trade was booming. a lucrative racket controlled by organized crime families who operated between Canada and the United States. Dino's fame opened doors, earned trust, and helped move merchandise quietly. He wasn't the first celebrity to drift into that world, and he wouldn't be the last. But greed and loyalty don't coexist for long in the underworld. Rumors began to spread, whispers that Dino had skimmed money, or that he'd seen too much, learned too many names. The mob doesn't forgive curiosity. On March 11th, 1993, Dino Bravo's wife and daughter returned home to find a nightmare. He was slumped in his armchair, television still on, surrounded by the smell of gunpowder. He had been shot 17 times, Mwashi 8 in the head and chest, a signature execution that left no doubt who was responsible. There was no robbery, no struggle, nothing taken, except a man's life. The police called it a professional hit. The mob called it closure. To the public, the news was incomprehensible. How could a beloved athlete, a man who once embodied pride and strength, end up a casualty in the war of organized crime? For the entertainment world, Dino's murder was something even more chilling. Proof that the mafia's shadows stretched far beyond Hollywood's sound stages. No spotlight could outshine it. No fame could outlive it. In the end, Dino Bravo's greatest performance wasn't in an arena. It was the illusion he lived, that fame could protect him from the darkness that financed it. The crowd's cheers had faded long before the gunfire began, and as investigators packed up the scene, one truth became clear. In the mob's world, no one retires alive. Anthony Spilotro, the desert executioner. If Bugsy Siegel had been the mob's architect in the West, Anthony Tony the Ant Spilotro was its executioner. He didn't build empires. He buried them. By the 1970s, Las Vegas had evolved into the mob's greatest masterpiece, a city where glamour and greed coexisted under the same neon sky. The casinos sparkled, the money flowed, and Hollywood stars arrived nightly to perform, gamble, or simply be seen. But beneath the champagne and sequins, the Chicago outfit ruled everything, and Spilotro was their iron hand. He was short, stocky, with cold, unreadable eyes. A man whose smile meant nothing and whose loyalty meant death. As the mob's enforcer in Las Vegas, Spilotro's job was simple. Protect the boss's money and eliminate anyone who threatened it. He ran the hole-in-the-wall gang, a crew that specialized in robberies, extortion, and retribution. When someone owed the mob, Spilotro collected in blood. Hollywood strangely admired him. His reputation fascinated screenwriters and directors. His name circulated in back rooms, inspiring characters who would later appear in films like Casino. Some even sought his advice, asking him to verify the realism of gangster scenes. He'd laugh, correct their dialogue, and pour another drink, knowing that none of them truly understood what the real thing looked like. But the higher Spilotro climbed, the more dangerous he became. He started drawing attention. Headlines, investigations, enemies. His violent temper and taste for fame made him unpredictable, a liability in an organization built on silence. The Chicago bosses began to whisper that Tony was no longer working for them. He was working against them. By 1986, the decision had been made. In the mob, there are no warnings, only endings. On June 14, 1986, Spilotro and his brother Michael were called to a meeting in Bensenville, Illinois. It was supposed to be a reconciliation with the higher-ups, a chance to smooth things over. The brothers arrived, dressed neatly, expecting conversation. They never walked out again. Days later, 2 bodies were discovered buried in an Indiana cornfield. They had been beaten savagely, their faces unrecognizable, their ribs shattered, their bodies dumped like trash. Autopsy reports revealed the final horror. They had been buried alive. The news sent shockwaves through the underworld and through Hollywood. Because by then, Spilotro had become more than a gangster. He was a myth, the real-life embodiment of the characters that crime films worship. His death proved that even legends of violence were still mortal in the mob's eyes. When Martin Scorsese later made Casino, he immortalized Spilotro through the character of Nicky Santoro, played by Joe Pesci. The movie captured his rise, his rage, and his gruesome fall. But even that depiction couldn't match the brutality of the truth. Tony the Ant died as he lived, violently, without mercy, and without glory. The desert that had once glittered with money and fame became his graveyard. For Hollywood, his end blurred the final line between cinema and reality. Because when a man like Spilotro dies in a way so cinematic that it inspires a film decades later, you start to wonder, did Hollywood imitate the mob, or did the mob imitate Hollywood? The man who vanished into nothing, Jimmy Hoffa. By the time the 1970s rolled around, the mob's shadow no longer stopped at the doors of Hollywood. It stretched across America's boardrooms, casinos, and unions, pulling the strings of everything from film financing to presidential campaigns. And at the center of that tangled web stood one man, a legend of labor, power, and mystery, Jimmy Hoffa. Hoffa wasn't an actor, but he played a role better than any star. He was a working-class hero, the man who fought for truck drivers, built the Teamsters Union into a financial powerhouse, and wielded more influence than some senators. But his power came with a price. The union's pension funds became the mob's private bank, financing construction projects, casinos, and even films. In return, the mafia protected Hoffa until they didn't. He was loud, ambitious, and stubborn, a man who didn't know how to back down. When he was imprisoned in 1967 for jury tampering and fraud, the world assumed it was the end of his story. But in 1971, after serving 4 years, he walked free, determined to reclaim control of the Teamsters. The problem? The mob had moved on. They had new deals, new allies, and no room for a man who knew too much. FBI wiretaps later suggested Hoffa was threatening to expose their secrets, their laundering networks, their political deals, even their connections to Hollywood studios that had quietly taken mob-backed loans. To some, Hoffa had become a liability. To others, he was a man with a death wish. On July 30th, 1975, Hoffa drove to a restaurant in suburban Detroit, the Matches Red Fox, for a meeting with 2 trusted associates. He told his wife he'd be home for dinner. He never came back. His car was found in the parking lot, keys still in the ignition. There were no witnesses, no body, no blood. Jimmy Hoffa had simply vanished, as if the earth had swallowed him whole. The search that followed became one of the most exhaustive in FBI history. They dug up empty fields, demolished garages, drained lakes, and even tore apart stadium foundations, all chasing rumors that never led anywhere. The case became a legend, a black hole of conspiracy theories. Some said he was cremated in a mob-owned furnace, and a few swore he was still alive, hidden away under a false identity. But those who truly knew the mob's code didn't need a body to understand the execution. For Hollywood, Hoffa's vanishing act wasn't just a news story, it was a mirror, because the same silence that swallowed him had once kept so many other crimes buried beneath red carpets and bright lights. Bugsy Siegel, Johnny Stompanato, Virginia Hill, Sal Mineo, Dino Bravo, Anthony Spilotro. Their stories all led here to this moment. A moment when even the most powerful man in America could be erased without a trace. And as the world searched for answers, a question lingered like cigarette smoke in a darkened room. If Jimmy Hoffa could disappear, who else had vanished? And what other secrets had Hollywood buried with them? Carmine Galante, the cigar king who choked on power. He was small in stature, but Carmine Galante carried himself like a king. The kind of king who didn't need a crown, just fear. To those who worked for him, he was the cigar. Always smoking, always scheming, always reminding everyone that he was the man in control. By the late 1970s, Galante was the undisputed head of the Bonanno crime family, one of the 5 families that ruled New York's underworld. He had climbed his way to the top through sheer brutality. A man who believed violence wasn't a tool, but a language. He spoke it fluently. Unlike other bosses who preferred the shadows, Galante craved the spotlight. He dined in public, posed for photos, and mocked his rivals openly. His trademark cigar never left his lips. Not in meetings, not in restaurants, not even during hits. To the world, it became his symbol. To his enemies, it became his target. While others feared attention, Galante courted it. He believed he could outlive anyone, outsmart everyone. He took control of the heroin trade that flooded America's streets and kept the profits for himself. The other families wanted their share. Galante's response was simple: no. He ruled like a dictator, vicious, paranoid, untouchable. But arrogance is the one crime the mob never forgives. In the summer of 1979, Galante sat in the sun-drenched garden of Joe and Mary's Italian-American restaurant in Brooklyn. It was supposed to be a quiet lunch with two loyal bodyguards, both Sicilians. He was relaxed, laughing, his cigar glowing between his teeth. Then came the sound of footsteps. 3 masked men entered through the back. No warning, no words, just gunfire. In seconds, the air filled with bullets and smoke. Galante was hit again and again, thrown back against his chair. When the police arrived, they found him sprawled across the patio, his cigar still clamped between his teeth, unlit, frozen in death. The photograph of his corpse became one of the most iconic images in mob history. A symbol of pride turned to tragedy, of a man so certain of his power that he died clutching the very thing that defined him. For Hollywood, it was the stuff of legend, the kind of ending that writers dream of and real men fear. The scene would later inspire countless gangster films: The Outdoor Cafe, The Sudden Betrayal, the slow tilt of the camera as the hero's empire collapses in a heartbeat. But the truth behind that image was more than cinematic. It was prophetic. Carmine Galante believed he was invincible. But in the mob, the moment you start believing your own myth, you've already signed your death warrant. The Cigar King had choked, not on smoke, but on his own greed. Jack, Legs Diamond, the man who couldn't die. In the roaring 1920s, when jazz filled the speakeasies and bullets ruled the streets, one name echoed louder than any gangster's: Jack Legs Diamond. He was handsome, daring, and utterly addicted to danger. To the tabloids, he was the clay pigeon of the underworld, a man who could never be killed, no matter how many tried. Diamond's story began in the shadows of New York, running errands for bootleggers and racketeers. But unlike most, he loved the attention. He didn't just break laws, he performed them. He wore silk suits, dined with actors, and dated chorus girls who called him Babyface Jack. He craved the spotlight the way other men crave power. And that, in the world of organized crime, was suicide waiting to happen. When prohibition turned alcohol into gold, Diamond became a millionaire overnight. He built an empire of bootlegging and extortion that reached from Manhattan to Philadelphia. But the money wasn't enough. He wanted to be a celebrity, a gangster movie star before the genre even existed. He attended Broadway shows, rubbed elbows with movie producers, and boasted to reporters about his escapes from death. And there were many. He was shot multiple times, ambushed in hotels, and once riddled with bullets in the chest, only to walk out of the hospital weeks later, smiling for cameras. To the press, he was untouchable. To the mob, he was an embarrassment, a loudmouth who drew too much heat. As his fame grew, so did his enemies. Rival gangs wanted him gone. So did the cops. So did his own associates. Still, Jack walked through it all with that same crooked grin, believing that luck and the myth of Legs Diamond would always protect him. On December 18, 1931, that myth ended. Just hours after being acquitted in yet another criminal trial, Diamond returned to his apartment in Albany. He poured himself a drink, kicked off his shoes, and finally allowed himself to relax. It was the last moment of peace he'd ever known. A car pulled up outside. 3 men slipped into the building. They climbed the stairs quietly, opened his door, and fired. Diamond never saw them coming. He was shot 3 times in the head while lying in bed. The killers vanished into the night, leaving his body sprawled across the sheets, a cigarette still burning on the nightstand. The newspapers the next morning screamed, "The man who couldn't be killed." Killed. To Hollywood, it was irresistible. The perfect gangster arc. The charm, the danger, the inevitable fall. He became the prototype for decades of cinematic antiheroes. Men like Tony Montana and Henry Hill, who believed charisma could rewrite destiny. But Jack Legs Diamond's story wasn't just about bullets or bootlegging. It was about ego. The illusion that fame could protect you from the laws of gravity, of crime, of fate. In the end, the man who lived for headlines got one final one, written in blood. And for Hollywood, it was another reminder. In the world of the mob, even legends are temporary. Sammy Davis Jr., the mob's favorite performer. Before he was a legend, he was a miracle. Sammy Davis Jr. could sing, dance, and act with a brilliance that seemed almost superhuman. Born into a family of vaudeville performers, he stepped onto a stage before most children could even write their names. By the 1950s, he had become one of America's most electrifying entertainers. A man whose smile could light up the darkest room. But the rooms he performed in were not always safe, because the same spotlights that celebrated him also cast the shadow of the mob. Las Vegas was the jewel of post-war America. Neon, champagne, and endless applause. But every stage, every casino, every paycheck was owned or protected by the mafia. And for a black entertainer in that era, success came with an unspoken rule. The mob decides how far you go. Sammy rose alongside the Rat Pack. Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Peter Lawford, men who defined cool. Together they filled mob-run casinos with laughter and song. On stage they were gods. Off stage they were puppets. The mob controlled everything. The ticket sales, the contracts, the bookings, the hotel suites. Sammy knew it. Everyone did. But he had learned early in life that survival meant playing the game. Then came the affair that changed everything. In 1957, Sammy Davis Jr. fell in love with Kim Novak, a white actress under contract with Columbia Pictures, one of the most beloved women in Hollywood. Their relationship was secret, fragile, and doomed. Because when word reached Sam Giancana, the Chicago mob boss who had business ties to the studio, his fury was instant. An interracial relationship in that era wasn't just scandalous, it was dangerous. According to friends and insiders, Giancana ordered a warning: marry a black woman within days or die. Terrified, Sammy complied. He hastily wed Lorraine White, a black dancer, in a staged ceremony arranged to appease the mob. The marriage lasted only a few months, but the damage lingered for the rest of his life. Sammy had seen what happened to people who disobeyed the mob. He kept smiling for the cameras, joking on stage about having friends in low places. But behind the charm there was fear, the kind that never left. As the years passed, he amassed fortune and fame, performing for presidents and kings. But he was never truly free. The mob owned his bookings, his casinos, even some of his debts. He once confided to a friend, "I can make $1 million on stage and still owe somebody after the show." By the time he died in 1990, Sammy Davis Jr. was celebrated as an American icon. But those close to him knew he had lived most of his life under invisible chains. The mob didn't kill him with bullets or bombs. They didn't have to. They controlled him through fear, a quieter, crueler weapon that never missed. For Hollywood, Sammy's story revealed a darker truth. Sometimes the mob didn't need to take your life. They just needed to own it. And even in death, when fans remembered his smile and his rhythm, there was something tragic in the silence between the beats. A rhythm the mob had forced him to dance to all along. Frank Rosenthal, the man who made Vegas a movie. Before Martin Scorsese's Casino ever rolled a camera, Frank Lefty Rosenthal had already lived the movie. He was the original blueprint, the man who turned Las Vegas into a goldmine for the mob, and in the process became one of the most dangerously intelligent figures in American crime. Rosenthal wasn't a thug. He was a thinker, a numbers man who understood that greed could be organized. He started as a bookmaker in Chicago, running illegal gambling operations so smoothly that he caught the eye of the Chicago outfit, the same syndicate that had built empires from blood and whiskey. To them, Rosenthal wasn't just useful, he was revolutionary. In the 1960s and 70s, they sent him to Las Vegas, a city already glowing with neon sin, to manage their biggest investment, the Stardust, Fremont, and Hacienda casinos. His job was simple: keep the profits high, keep the law low, and keep the bosses rich. And Lefty did it better than anyone. He understood risk, timing, and showmanship. He ran his casinos like clockwork, elegant, disciplined, and profitable. To the public, he was a visionary. To the mob, he was a miracle worker. To the government, he was a problem they couldn't quite touch. But Frank Rosenthal had one fatal flaw. He liked being noticed. He began hosting his own TV talk show, The Frank Rosenthal Show, inviting celebrities, showgirls, and local big shots to chat under studio lights, all while secretly laundering mob money through the casinos he controlled. He became a star in his own right, a mob associate who looked more like a Hollywood producer than a criminal. And just like in Hollywood, fame brought enemies. By the early 1980s, federal investigators were closing in. Wiretaps buzzed with his name. Rival gangsters whispered that Lefty had grown too powerful, too visible. The Chicago bosses didn't like attention, and Frank was getting plenty. Then came the night that turned his story into legend, October 4th, 1982. Rosenthal left Tony Roma's restaurant in Las Vegas and slid into his Cadillac. As he turned the key, the world erupted. A car bomb detonated beneath him, a roaring explosion that tore through metal and glass. By sheer improbable luck, a steel plate under his driver's seat absorbed the blast, saving his life. The explosion that should have killed him became the miracle that made him immortal. He stumbled from the wreckage, dazed but alive, his suit singed, his face bloodied, his legend reborn. The message was clear. Someone wanted him erased. But even then, Rosenthal didn't talk. He packed his bags, left Las Vegas, and never returned. Hollywood couldn't resist his story. When Casino was released in 1995, Robert De Niro's Ace Rothstein was Frank Rosenthal. Meticulous, ambitious, betrayed by the system he helped build. But what the film only hinted at was the reality. Rosenthal's life wasn't just about money or power. It was about survival in a world where one wrong bet meant a closed casket. For decades after, he lived quietly in Florida, still watching, still calculating, still careful. He outlived nearly everyone who had wanted him dead. But the ghosts of Las Vegas, the money, the murders, the betrayals, never left him. When he died in 2008 of a heart attack, friends said he went peacefully, but others couldn't help noticing the irony. After surviving car bombs and mob vendettas, it was his own heart that finally stopped beating, perhaps from carrying too many secrets for too long. Frank Rosenthal turned Las Vegas into a movie, and the movie never stopped playing. Mickey Cohen, the gangster who became a celebrity. No one loved the spotlight quite like Mickey Cohen. He was the gangster who treated Los Angeles like his own personal film set. Part movie star, part menace, and all ambition. While others ruled from the shadows, Cohen stepped right into the light, grinning for cameras, giving interviews, and posing in custom suits as if violence were just another form of show business. Born in Brooklyn, raised on the streets, Mickey learned early that fists could earn fame faster than talent. He started as a boxer, a scrappy fighter with a taste for risk. But when the ring couldn't contain his hunger, he followed the money, straight into the mob's open arms. By the 1940s, Los Angeles was a city of dreams, and Cohen was its nightmare dressed in silk. When Bugsy Siegel was sent to the West Coast to oversee mob operations, Mickey became his right-hand man. The enforcer, the face, the man who made sure debts were paid and silence was kept. But when Siegel was murdered in 1947, Cohen didn't hide. He took over. He opened nightclubs that attracted movie stars and moguls alike. Frank Sinatra, Judy Garland, Humphrey Bogart, they all passed through his doors. Reporters adored him. He'd pose beside expensive cars and laugh about the corruption everyone knew existed, but no one dared to print outright. He'd brag, "I own more cops than I can count." Hollywood couldn't look away. He was both terrifying and magnetic, a gangster who seemed to enjoy being famous for it. But underneath the bravado, Cohen was ruthless. He ran illegal gambling operations, extorted businesses, and moved drugs through Hollywood's most glamorous neighborhoods. Every dollar of his empire dripped with intimidation. Those who defied him didn't get second chances. Still, he played the part of the misunderstood businessman perfectly. He gave to charity, smiled for photographs, and lectured about the good old days. It was theater, and Los Angeles, the city built on illusion, rewarded him for it. Then came the fall. By the early 1960s, the FBI was done watching. The Internal Revenue Service came knocking, and the facade began to crack. Cohen faced multiple indictments, tax evasion, racketeering, and more. He served years in Alcatraz and other federal prisons. But even behind bars, his myth only grew. He claimed that other inmates treated him like a celebrity. He'd sign autographs, tell stories about Sinatra and Siegel, and boast that no one ever touched Mickey Cohen. When he was finally released in the 1970s, he was older, sicker, but still chasing fame. He appeared on talk shows, published a memoir, and tried to rewrite his own legend, insisting he was never really a gangster, just a businessman misunderstood by the law. Then in 1976, the final curtain fell. Cohen was diagnosed with stomach cancer. Some say it was natural. Others whispered that it wasn't, that old enemies had slipped by slowly, painfully, and forgotten. He spent his last days in obscurity, far from the flashing bulbs and crowded nightclubs he once ruled. When he died, the city barely noticed. But those who remembered knew the truth. Mickey Cohen wasn't just a gangster. He was the man who taught Hollywood how to glamorize one. He turned crime into performance, blood into headlines, and fear into entertainment. And when he finally disappeared, Los Angeles didn't lose a criminal. It lost one of its greatest actors, Benjamin "Dopey" Benny Fine, the first mobster of show business. Long before Bugsy Siegel built his casino empire, long before Mickey Cohen became a tabloid sensation, there was Benjamin "Dopey" Benny Fine, the man who proved that Hollywood didn't invent corruption, it merely perfected it. At the dawn of the 20th century, New York City was a world of smoke and steel, of rising theaters and desperate workers. Broadway was booming, vaudeville was everywhere, and behind the laughter and applause, money moved quietly through darkened corridors. It was here, among the flashing marquees and chorus lines, that Dopey Benny made his fortune. Not from applause, but from fear. Fine wasn't a Hollywood mobster. He was its prototype. He understood something that would shape the next 100 years of entertainment. Whoever controls the workers controls the show. By the 1910s, he had taken over the labor unions that powered New York's theaters. Stagehands, set builders, ticket takers. If producers didn't pay his protection fees, shows would mysteriously shut down, costumes would vanish, or lighting rigs would accidentally collapse before opening night. Directors paid. Theater owners begged. Dopey Benny's word became law. He expanded his grip into film distribution. The silent era studios depended on his approval to move reels, rent theaters, or avoid union trouble. And just like that, the mob found its first foothold in American entertainment. Fine's power grew so immense that even Hollywood executives, 3,000 miles away, knew his name. The early film studios learned quickly, to do business in New York, you had to play by Benny's rules. He controlled strikes, riots, and negotiations like a puppet master, and every handshake came with an invisible threat. But power, as always, breeds arrogance. By the 1930s, the new generation of mobsters, Luciano, Lansky, Siegel, saw Fine as an antique. He had paved the road they now ruled, and they no longer needed him. His empire began to crumble as rival factions turned on him. Then one night, as he walked home through the dim-lit streets of Manhattan, gunfire shattered the calm. Fine was ambushed, bullets tearing through his coat, leaving him bleeding in the gutter. He survived for a while, but the mob doesn't miss twice. Within months, he vanished completely from the public eye. Some said he was executed. Others claimed he had fled the country. The truth, like so many mob stories, was buried under decades of silence. Yet his legacy endured, not in headlines, but in the system he built. Every time a studio executive made a deal under pressure, every time a performer signed a contract with invisible conditions, Dopey Benny's ghost hovered nearby. He had taught organized crime how to exploit entertainment, how to hide extortion behind elegance, and how to make money off other people's dreams. Before there was Hollywood glamour, there was Broadway fear. And standing at that crossroad, cigar in hand, ledger in pocket, was Dopey Benny Fine, the first man to prove that in show business, the real drama doesn't happen on stage. Dutch Schultz, the bootlegger who tried to rewrite the law. In the Roaring '20s, while America danced and drank through Prohibition, Few names struck fear and fascination quite like Dutch Schultz. He wasn't polished like Lucky Luciano or charming like Bugsy Siegel. He was raw power, wrapped in ambition and paranoia. With sharp eyes, a quick temper, and a reputation for violence, Schultz built one of the most profitable empires in the bootlegging world. But Schultz didn't just want money. He wanted control. He was the rare gangster who dreamed not of survival, but of rewriting the rules that kept him in danger. Operating out of New York, Dutch ran his liquor empire with military precision. His trucks moved faster than the cops could chase them, and his men delivered booze to speakeasies that lined the city like veins of liquid gold. Soon he expanded, taking over Harlem's numbers racket and squeezing protection money from nightclubs and theaters, many of which featured Hollywood's brightest touring stars. His influence crept into the entertainment world almost by accident. Jazz musicians, actors, and producers who worked the East Coast nightlife knew the same truth. If Dutch Schultz didn't approve, your show didn't open. But while the mob flourished in shadows, Schultz wanted legitimacy. He longed for recognition, for his name to be respected, not whispered. That craving for validation would destroy him. The government had been watching. U.S. Attorney Thomas Dewey, a young, relentless prosecutor, built his career on taking down mobsters. And Dutch Schultz was his prize target. Raids, arrests, investigations. The pressure never stopped. And as the heat intensified, Schultz's paranoia grew. He became erratic, violent, unpredictable. His own men began to fear him. Then in a moment that sealed his fate, Schultz did the unthinkable. He announced that he would kill Dewey. To the other mob bosses, it was madness. Killing a federal prosecutor would bring the full weight of the U.S. government down on all of them. Luciano, Lansky, Costello, they all agreed. Dutch had become a liability. The commission, the mafia's secret council, made its decision. On October 23, 1935, Dutch Schultz sat in the Palace Chop House in Newark, New Jersey, having dinner with 3 of his men. He was loud, drunk, defiant, boasting about his next move. The door opened. 2 hitmen from Murder, Inc. entered. No one had time to scream. The air filled with gunfire. 40 bullets in under 10 seconds. Schultz was hit in the stomach and fell to the floor. His blood pooled around broken dishes and spilled wine. But somehow, impossibly, he didn't die right away. He lingered for 24 hours, raving incoherently in his hospital bed, muttering strange phrases, names, and half-formed sentences that detectives scrambled to record. His deathbed ramblings became legend, studied for decades, but they revealed nothing, only the haunted mind of a man trying to outtalk death itself. When he finally died, the underworld exhaled in relief. The danger had passed, but his story left a scar. For Hollywood, Schultz's fall showed just how fragile power really was. You could dine with stars, control nightclubs, and walk with kings. But the moment you defied the code, the mob would erase you like a scene cut from a script. Dutch Schultz wanted to change the rules. Instead, he proved the oldest one of all. Nobody rewrites the mafia. Albert Anastasia, the barber chair execution. The morning was quiet. The hum of Manhattan traffic mixed with the scent of shaving cream and cigarette smoke. Inside the Park Sheraton Hotel, a man sat in a barber chair, eyes half closed, a towel draped across his shoulders. To the other customers, he looked calm, another businessman enjoying his morning trim. But this wasn't an ordinary man. It was Albert Anastasia, the Lord High Executioner, the most feared killer in America. For more than 2 decades, Anastasia had been death's middleman, the founder of Murder, Inc., the mob's enforcement arm that carried out hundreds of assassinations. If someone crossed the mafia, Albert's men made sure they disappeared, quickly, quietly, and permanently. He was the embodiment of cold efficiency. He didn't just order killings. He often joined in himself. He once told a lieutenant, "If I don't see the eyes, I don't believe he's dead." Hollywood loved him. From a distance, writers and directors whispered his name, inspired by his legend. The image of the emotionless assassin, loyal only to death, became a cinematic archetype. But what Hollywood didn't see was how that legend would end, and how it would haunt every gangster movie ever made. By the mid-1950s, Anastasia ruled the Gambino crime family with iron precision. But power breeds paranoia. He made enemies, too many of them. His unpredictable temper and disregard for the commission's authority turned allies into conspirators. And when he started claiming profits that weren't his, the bosses decided it was time for the executioner to be executed. On October 25th, 1957, Anastasia entered the Park Sheraton for his usual shave. He trusted routine. Routine felt safe. It wasn't. As the barber leaned over to lather his face, two masked men stormed in. They said nothing. They simply opened fire. Bullets shattered mirrors and glass. Anastasia, confused, tried to rise, perhaps thinking the reflections were his attackers. He lunged toward the mirror, striking at his own image before collapsing in a pool of blood. The entire assault lasted less than 10 seconds. When police arrived, the scene looked like something out of a crime film. Blood splattered across the walls, a razor still buzzing on the counter, and Anastasia's body draped awkwardly over the chair. The photo made the front page of every newspaper in America. Hollywood couldn't resist. Within a decade, the image of a man killed mid-shave became one of the most repeated scenes in mob cinema, from The Godfather to Goodfellas to Casino. But the truth was far less glamorous. Anastasia's death wasn't about betrayal or tragedy. It was about balance. The mob doesn't allow legends to outshine its order. And so, the man who had perfected the art of killing died performing the simplest act of trust, letting someone touch his throat with a blade. In a way, it was poetic. The executioner undone by routine. The killer struck down while unarmed. The man who lived by death finally caught by it. For Hollywood, it was another reminder that reality doesn't need a screenwriter. It writes its own endings, often in the same red ink. Charles Lucky Luciano, the architect of organized crime. If organized crime had a founding father, it was Charles Lucky Luciano. Before him, the mafia was chaos, street wars, personal vendettas, disorganized greed. After him, it was an empire, structured, disciplined, and terrifyingly efficient. Luciano didn't just survive the mob, he invented it. Born in Sicily in 1897, he grew up poor, ambitious, and unafraid. He understood people better than anyone, their desires, their weaknesses, their price. By his 20s, he was already running New York streets alongside names that would become legend. Meyer Lansky, Bugsy Siegel, Frank Costello. But what set Lucky apart was vision. While others fought over neighborhoods, Luciano dreamed of a corporation of crime, a national syndicate that operated like a business. He reorganized the old Sicilian families into what he called the Commission, a boardroom of bosses designed to prevent unnecessary bloodshed and maximize profit. It worked. The mafia thrived under his structure. He became the CEO of the underworld, managing illegal gambling, narcotics, prostitution, and eventually Hollywood itself. Luciano understood the power of image. He mingled with movie stars, dated showgirls, and held meetings in hotels where directors and actors dined just tables away. He saw how films glorified gangsters, and he smiled because those films made him mythic. When the United States entered World War II, Luciano did something few could believe. He helped the government. Through a secret arrangement, he used his connections to secure New York's docks from Nazi saboteurs. In exchange, his prison sentence for racketeering was commuted. But the deal came with exile. In 1946, Luciano was deported to Italy. Yet even in exile, he ruled. From his suite in Naples, he entertained mobsters, businessmen, and, yes, Hollywood figures visiting Europe. He walked the streets freely, still impeccably dressed, still feared, still respected. To the outside world, he was retired. To those who knew, he was still pulling strings across oceans. But time catches everyone, even the men who write history. On January 26, 1962, Luciano arrived at the Naples airport for a meeting with a film producer. The project? A movie based on his life. As he approached his guest with a smile, Luciano suddenly clutched his chest. He collapsed to the floor, dead from a heart attack. He was 64. Some said it was natural. Others whispered that he had been poisoned. Silence before he could reveal secrets that connected crime families to politicians, celebrities and power brokers on both continents. No one ever proved it. But when word reached America, the reactions were mixed. To law enforcement, it was the end of an era. To Hollywood, it was the closing chapter of the greatest real-life gangster story ever told. Because everything that came after, The Godfather, Goodfellas, Scarface, Casino, all of it was built on Luciano's design. He didn't just influence the mob, he influenced the way we imagine the mob. Charles Lucky Luciano never held a camera, never wrote a script, never stood beneath the studio lights. But his legacy became cinema's favorite illusion. Power without conscience, control without mercy, glamour without morality. He was the architect, and Hollywood built its myths from his blueprints. Joe Colombo and the shot heard across New York. By the early 1970s, the Mafia's golden age was beginning to crack. Old bosses were dead, imprisoned, or in hiding. The FBI was finally catching up. And the movies, The Godfather, Mean Streets, The French Connection, were no longer afraid to show what America had been too polite to see. It was the perfect storm. And at its center stood one man who refused to fade quietly. Joe Colombo. Unlike the cautious bosses before him, Colombo wanted to be seen. He wasn't content to pull strings from behind the curtain. He wanted the spotlight, the crowds, the cameras. As the head of the Colombo crime family, he ruled with charisma and calculation. But what made him different was how he disguised power as virtue. In 1970, he founded the Italian-American Civil Rights League, claiming it was to combat negative stereotypes of Italians in the media. It was on the surface a noble cause. Speeches about equality, rallies against discrimination, calls for dignity. But beneath the slogans, Colombo was playing a dangerous game. The league became his stage. He spoke before thousands in New York, shaking hands with politicians, celebrities, and reporters who didn't dare question his motives. And when The Godfather went into production, Colombo publicly protested the film, claiming it would portray Italians unfairly. He demanded script changes. He threatened to shut down filming, and to everyone's surprise, he succeeded. Paramount's producers, desperate to avoid real-world conflict, met with Colombo's representatives. Soon after, nearly every mention of the word mafia was quietly removed from the script. For a brief moment, Joe Colombo had done the impossible. He had censored Hollywood itself. But power is a fragile illusion, and the mob never forgives those who bring too much attention. By turning himself into a celebrity, Colombo had broken the first rule of the mafia: stay invisible. On June 28, 1971, at a massive league rally in Columbus Circle, New York, Colombo stood before a cheering crowd of thousands. Cameras flashed. Flags waved. He had just begun his speech when a man pushed through the barrier. A black man carrying a camera and press credentials. He raised it, aimed, and pulled the trigger. The gunfire echoed across the square. Colombo collapsed instantly, blood pooling beneath his podium. The shooter was gunned down moments later by Colombo's bodyguards, dead before he could speak. Joe Colombo survived the initial attack, but he was gone in every other sense. He slipped into a coma, lingering for 7 years before dying in 1978. The assassination stunned America. For the first time, the mob's violence had played out in broad daylight, in front of cameras, in front of the people. It was a brutal reminder that the mafia, no matter how polished its image, was still ruled by the gun. For Hollywood, it was a moment of eerie reflection. While they filmed fictional stories about gangsters, the real ones were still spilling blood, even as their movies glorified them. After Colombo's shooting, The Godfather premiered to record-breaking acclaim. Audiences were mesmerized. Critics hailed it as art. And quietly, in back rooms across America, real mobsters smiled because the world was finally celebrating the myth they'd been living all along. Joe Colombo's death marked the end of an era and the beginning of something new. The mafia would fade from the streets, but not from the screen. Its power was no longer in fear, but in fascination. And as the cameras rolled and the lights dimmed, one question lingered in the air. If the mob could silence truth in public, how many lies still hid behind Hollywood's brightest lights? The next chapter would reveal the answer. Vito Genovese, the boss who tried to rule from a prison cell, If Lucky Luciano was the architect of organized crime, Vito Genovese was the man who tried to build an empire on his blueprints and nearly destroyed it in the process. He wasn't flashy. He didn't seek fame or headlines, but everyone in the underworld knew his name, whispered it, even feared it. Because Genovese didn't simply want power, he wanted absolute control over every dollar, every deal, every man who dared to breathe within his territory. Born in Naples, raised in the streets of New York, Vito rose quickly through the ranks of Luciano's organization. He was cold, intelligent, and patient, a strategist in a world ruled by violence. While others craved attention, Genovese craved domination. He built alliances not through trust, but through terror. When he spoke, men listened. When he smiled, they wondered if it was their last day alive. To those beneath him, he was a king. To those beside him, he was a snake. When Luciano was deported, Genovese saw his chance. He moved in on the empire his old mentor left behind, tightening his grip on the Genovese crime family, which still bears his name today. He expanded operations into narcotics, extortion, labor unions, and even film distribution networks, a lucrative business that offered the mob both money and influence over what America watched. Hollywood by then had already felt the mob's quiet presence for decades, but under Genovese, that influence became colder, more transactional. Actors and producers who refused protection deals found their sets vandalized, their theaters sabotaged, their careers suddenly stalling. He understood something fundamental. Controlling the unions meant controlling the dream. By the late 1950s, the U.S. government finally came for him. After years of investigations, Genovese was convicted on federal narcotics charges, a crime he claimed he didn't commit. But even prison, he continued to run his empire through coded letters, visiting lawyers and loyal soldiers. Inmates whispered that guards treated him like royalty. His meals delivered privately, his orders carried out far beyond those walls. He believed he could outlast the system, that death would come for others before it came for him. He was wrong. On February 14th, 1969, Vito Genovese died in prison, officially of a heart attack. But even that ending carried its own mystery. Rumors persisted that he had been quietly poisoned, not by rivals outside, but by those closest to him. The same men who had once sworn loyalty, now hungry for the empire he left behind. The announcement of his death was brief. No grand funeral, no lavish memorial, just another old man gone. Yet his shadow remained enormous. The family he built still operates under his name, its power stretching quietly into industries he once sought to control. To this day, his name is spoken in reverence and fear. The ghost of a man who tried to rule from the inside and learned that no cage can hold ambition, but ambition can become its own cage. Hollywood would later echo his story in The Godfather Part 2, in Michael Corleone's Cold Detachment, in the lonely power of men who rule from glass towers and prison cells. Because what Genovese taught them, and the world, was that control without conscience always ends the same way, in silence. Frank Nitti, the enforcer who pulled the trigger on himself. Long before Hollywood's mobsters became pop culture icons, Frank Nitti was the real thing. The man who taught fear how to walk. They called him the enforcer. He was Al Capone's right hand, the shadow who turned orders into corpses, the quiet ghost who made sure Chicago stayed obedient to its king. When Capone smiled for photographs, it was Nitti who made sure the camera stayed friendly. He preferred silence over spectacle. A man of small words and large consequences. To the public, he was invisible. To those who lived under his rule, he was a rumor made flesh. After Capone was sent to prison for tax evasion, Nitti didn't just inherit the throne, he rebuilt it. He turned the Chicago outfit from a gang of brawlers into a corporate syndicate, investing in construction, labor unions, and film distribution. His control of the movie industry's labor unions became one of his most powerful weapons. Hollywood, still glittering in its golden age, had no idea how deep the roots went. Studio executives were desperate to avoid production strikes, and Nitti's men offered them the insurance they couldn't refuse. The mob collected millions through extortion and labor peace fees. money that came straight from the pockets of actors, producers, and crew who never even knew they'd pay tribute. For a while, Nitti lived like a king. He kept his suits pressed, his whiskey expensive, and his empire efficient. But in 1943, the walls began to close. A grand federal indictment threatened to expose the entire web, implicating Nitti, Capone's successors, and a number of Hollywood insiders who had quietly done business with the outfit. For the first time, Frank Nitti wasn't feared. He was cornered. And there's one thing men like him can't stand: humiliation. On the cold morning of March 19, 1943, Nitti left his Chicago home alone. He told his wife he was going for a walk. The sky was gray, the air still. He walked toward the railroad yards, his hat pulled low. Witnesses said he looked calm, almost peaceful. As he stepped off the tracks, pulled a .32 caliber revolver from his coat and pressed it beneath his chin. The first shot misfired. The second went through his jaw. The third ended it. When police found his body, they discovered a note written in shaky handwriting, unreadable through the bloodstains. He had been called to testify that week. Now he would never speak. The newspapers screamed the story, and Hollywood shuddered. For years, studio heads had signed deals with men they never dared name. Now one of those men had silenced himself rather than confess. It was an ending straight out of a movie. The hitman turning his weapon on himself. But the meaning was far darker. Frank Nitti's suicide didn't just end a life. It exposed an era. It revealed how deeply the mob's fingerprints had smudged the dreams of the silver screen. After that day, studios tightened their walls, erased the connections, and rewrote their own history. But in truth, no one ever really cleaned it away. Every union negotiation, every mysterious contract clause, every quiet favor owed, it all bore the faint echo of the enforcer's hand. Frank Nitti's death was supposed to bring closure. Instead, it left behind a question that still lingers in Hollywood's corridors. If the mob once ran the Dream Factory, who says they ever stopped? Tony Accardo, the quiet king who outlived them all. In the long, bloody chronicle of organized crime, no figure stands more mysteriously than Tony Big Tuna Accardo. He didn't seek fame. He didn't need headlines. He ruled the Chicago outfit for nearly half a century. And he did it by mastering one thing no gangster before him ever understood: silence. Accardo began humbly, a small-time enforcer during Al Capone's reign. He wasn't the loudest or the most feared, but he was the most observant. Where others chased glory, Accardo studied weakness. He watched Capone fall to the law, watched Nitti die by his own hand, watched empires collapse because men couldn't control their egos. And from those lessons, he crafted a single rule: talk less, kill once. When the old guard fell, Accardo quietly stepped in. By the 1940s, he was running Chicago's criminal machine. Its casinos, its unions, its Hollywood rackets, with the precision of a businessman and the caution of a ghost. He preferred negotiation to murder, but when violence was necessary, it was absolute. He avoided the spotlight, rarely photographed, never arrested for violent crimes. He lived in a modest brick house in the suburbs, attended church, and sent his children to private schools. Neighbors called him polite. The FBI called him untouchable. Under his rule, the mob evolved into a financial empire. He diversified into legitimate businesses, expanded the mob's control over Las Vegas casinos, and restructured the outfit like a corporate entity. And, while Hollywood continued to romanticize the mafia, filling screens with gangsters modeled after his peers, Accardo simply smiled, knowing he was the only one still breathing. The legend of his vengeance became the stuff of whispered horror. When burglars once broke into his Chicago home, stealing jewelry and cash, their bodies were found days later, beaten, tortured, and mutilated beyond recognition. The message was unmistakable. The king might be quiet, but he was never weak. Unlike Capone, Nitti, or Giancana, Accardo died the way mobsters aren't supposed to, peacefully. No bullets, no betrayal, no spectacle. Just a heart that stopped beating one ordinary day in 1992, as he sat in his favorite chair, watching television. He was 86 years old, the last surviving link to the original dynasty, that had tied the mafia to Hollywood. To those who came after, he was a myth. To those who knew, he was proof that the real bosses were never in front of the cameras. They were the ones who let others play the roles, write the stories, and take the fall. Tony Accardo's greatest trick wasn't avoiding death. It was outliving history. When filmmakers later created their versions of The Last Dawn, when actors spoke of code and loyalty and quiet power, they were channeling him. The man who never had to shout to be obeyed. He understood something that Hollywood, for all its brilliance, rarely does. The dead make headlines. The survivors make history. Bugs Moran, the last rival of Capone. By the time George Bugs Moran entered the scene, Chicago had already become a battlefield. The streets reeked of gunpowder. The alleys whispered with bribes. And every warehouse was a front for someone else's empire. And standing across from Al Capone, the most feared man in America, was Moran, a stubborn Irishman who refused to kneel. If Capone was charm and calculation, Moran was fury and greed. He didn't see crime as business. He saw it as war. To him, the mob wasn't an organization. It was a fight for survival. Soap opera played out across the streets of Chicago during the height of Prohibition. Moran controlled the north side, Capone ruled the south, and between them stood an invisible wall of bullets. In those years, America was still learning how to love its criminals. Newspapers printed their photographs like movie stars. Hollywood began crafting characters inspired by them. Anti-heroes with style, violence, and twisted charisma. They became the first gangster celebrities of the modern age, long before Hollywood would fully adopt the genre. But in real life, there was nothing glamorous about what came next. On the morning of February 14th, 1929, 7 of Moran's men gathered in a garage at 2122 North Clark Street. They were unarmed, waiting for what they thought was a routine delivery of liquor. Moments later, 4 men entered, 2 in plain clothes, 2 in Chicago police uniforms. The officers lined Moran's men against the wall. Then, without a word, the machine guns opened fire. The massacre lasted less than a minute. When the smoke cleared, the walls dripped red, and 7 bodies lay twisted in the dust. It was the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, one of the most infamous killings in American history. Moran survived by chance. He had been late to the meeting. When he saw the police cars outside, he turned back, unaware he was walking away from his own death. The massacre ended his empire. Public outrage forced police and the press to finally turn on Capone's organization. But it didn't matter. Moran's men were gone. His control shattered. He had lost the war, and with it, his purpose. In the years that followed, Moran drifted from one small scheme to another. He robbed banks, ran petty scams, and lived in cheap motels. The newspapers stopped printing his name. The cameras stopped flashing. The last of the old gangsters had become irrelevant in a new world ruled by corporate mobsters and cinematic myths. In 1957, he was arrested for armed robbery and sent to prison. There, forgotten by history, Bugs Moran died of lung cancer, his name a footnote in the story he once dominated. But his legend endured, not because of who he was, but because of what his war inspired. The Valentine's Day Massacre became a symbol of organized crime's cruelty, a template for every gangster film that followed. It was reenacted on sound stages, replayed in slow motion, romanticized for decades. Hollywood turned Moran's defeat into art, and in doing so, transformed real blood into box office gold. He may have lost everything in life, but in death, Bugs Moran became eternal. The face of the fallen, the rival who never surrendered, the ghost behind every bullet-riddled scene we still watch today. Because in the end, it wasn't Al Capone's empire that lived forever. It was the story, and every story needs its tragic rival. Loretta Young, the actress who lived under a silent threat. Under the floodlights of Hollywood's golden age, Loretta Young seemed untouchable. She was the picture of grace. Porcelain skin, luminous eyes, a voice that could melt even the coldest heart. She won an Academy Award, starred alongside Clark Gable in Tyrone Power, and embodied the purity that the studio system so carefully manufactured. To audiences, she was the dream. But in truth, she was living inside a nightmare, one she could never speak of. Behind the elegance of that era, the studios were ruled not just by producers and directors, but by men whose power came from elsewhere, men whose money smelled of smoke and blood. The mafia didn't need to appear in Hollywood credits. They appeared in the contracts. They funded movies, controlled distribution, managed unions, and decided which stars would rise and which would quietly disappear. Loretta Young learned early that fame came with conditions. The studio owned her name, her image, her reputation, and somewhere in that web of contracts, the mob owned the studio. She was careful, disciplined, deeply religious. She avoided scandals, refused to drink, and lived with a near-obsessive dedication to propriety. But even that could not protect her from the whispers. Hollywood in the 1940s and 50s was not a place of freedom for women. It was a chessboard. And the players who controlled it, executives, fixers, gangsters, expected loyalty and silence. Loretta's beauty and fame made her valuable, but it also made her vulnerable. She once confided to a close friend that she was terrified of powerful men, though she never named them. In those circles, names could be fatal. She witnessed careers destroyed overnight, contracts canceled for women who resisted advances or defied the wrong people. Rumors spread about actresses who'd vanished after angering mob-connected producers, sent to rehab or Europe, or simply erased from the industry's memory. And Loretta, ever the professional, stayed quiet. She built a reputation for perfection. Never late, never difficult, never political. Her silence became her shield, but that silence came at a price. After her retirement, she lived a quiet life, far from the chaos of Los Angeles, surrounded by family and faith. Yet even then, she refused to discuss the darker side of the system that had made her a star. When asked in interviews about the rumors of mob influence in Hollywood, she would smile gently and change the subject. To the end, she carried herself with dignity, but also with distance, as if still protecting secrets too dangerous to name. Loretta Young's story was not about crime, but about survival. She didn't die in a hail of bullets or a burst of scandal. She endured, and in that endurance was something quietly heroic. A woman navigating a world designed to break her. Her final years were spent in peace, yet her legacy remains haunted by the question she could never answer. How much of her life had been hers, and how much had been scripted by others? Because even for the most radiant stars of Hollywood's golden age, the light didn't always belong to them. Sometimes it belonged to the shadows, and the shadows never let go. The hand that still directs the spotlight. The credits of the golden age have long since rolled. The studios that once shaped dreams are now corporations. The stars who once ruled the screen have become legends, frozen in black and white. And yet, the story hasn't truly ended. For decades, Hollywood has sold the illusion of control, that success comes from talent, hard work, or luck. But behind the glitter, behind every casting call and contract dispute, there remains something older and colder, the hidden hand. It no longer wears a fedora or carries a gun. It signs checks, manipulates markets, and buys silence. The methods have evolved, but the principle remains the same. Influence traded in shadows, favors paid in whispers. From the 1930s to the present, the mob's fingerprints have been wiped away, but never erased. Their power reshaped industries, rewrote careers, and defined the boundaries of ambition. Bugsy Siegel turned the desert into a city of sin. Virginia Hill paid the price for knowing too much. Sam Giancana died with secrets that could have rewritten history. Frank Nitti took his own life rather than confess. Tony Accardo learned how to rule forever by saying nothing at all. And Loretta Young survived by perfecting the art of silence long after the bullets stopped flying. They were all bound by the same unspoken truth. In Hollywood, fame was a spotlight, and whoever controlled the light controlled the story. Even today, when films romanticize their world, when audiences cheer for fictional mobsters and anti-heroes, they are applauding ghosts. The men and women who once turned real lives into tragedies so compelling that art could never look away. Every time the opening credits roll, every time the camera pans across a glittering skyline, The echo remains. The deals made in hotel rooms. The envelopes passed under tables. The promises sealed not with ink, but with fear. And as long as Hollywood exists, as long as dreams can be bought and stories can be owned, the hand that shaped it will never truly disappear. Because power doesn't die. It adapts. It evolves. It hides behind new faces, new corporations, new kinds of control. The mob is no longer here in name, but its design, its structure, its code, still beats beneath the city's heart. You can hear it in the negotiations that happen off record, in the quiet blacklists that ruin careers, in the fear that keeps people from speaking even now. A century later, the question remains unchanged. Who really controls the story? The answer has always been the same. Those who stand in the dark, adjusting the spotlight.
This shopping season, save over $390. Book a last-minute weekly stay. Book now on Vrbo.
Sustain Pro, a triple action formula that hydrates, restores, and protects dry eyes for up to 12 hours. Sustain Pro, saving the world from dry eyes.
He should have said heel. Slag it.
He's really got a delicate touch, DD. Delicate like a moose, DD.
I hate ripping this heavy junk. Give me cash cards any day. Sip it, punk. Plan is get in and get out fast. It's school night, boys and girls. I'm gonna have to call your folks. Yeah, well, don't. Let's go! Dee Dee, open the door!
On the double.
You got a death wish, Bats. And here I thought I was just being a good citizen.
Walker, known as Stretch, was a member of the group Live Squad. Police say Walker was driving in Hollis, Queens overnight on his way home from his brother's house when someone in a passing car shot at him at least 3 times, causing him to crash his van.
And did Tupac go to Stretch's funeral?
No, once I lost my brother, man, it was like, I'm just like with him, everybody.
Yeah, and you're like Stretch and Pac was like this. Where did it go left? How did that relationship break down?
After the quad shoot. The reason I knew my homeboy set me up is because my homeboy.
Truth, do you stealing reels back when Suge went down?
Most definitely. I pulled the U-Haul truck up. Reggie right the rag, you know what I'm saying? Trying to tell me I couldn't get my reels. So, we overpowered it, put the reels in the bag, and I gave them all blank reels. Yeah, national alert. All the crips up there, y'all. Yeah. You see them? It's up on GP.
Tookie Williams. His story inspired the character Bobby Johnson in the 1992 film South Central, played by Glenn Plummer, a loyal Hoover Street Deuce gangster whose life spirals into prison before taking an unexpected turn toward redemption.
But if you kill, dreams, no later on.
But as real as South Central felt, the truth behind Tookie Williams' life was far darker than what Hollywood showed. The movie softened the edges, painting Bobby Johnson as a man who made bad choices but still had pieces of his soul left intact. In reality,
there should be a huge question mark over the Sphinx, that the erosion patterns on the Sphinx suggest it was much older than Egyptologists said. Yes, 2500 BC, the ancient Egyptians were there, but I believe they've Sphinx already created and already heavily eroded, and that they then recarved its head into the head of a pharaoh. That head is way too small in relation to the body. That makes sense if it was a heavily eroded lion head, which was then later cut down into the head of a pharaoh. The geology speaks to the original Sphinx being more than 12,000 years old. The response of Egyptology was, Rubbish. The Sphinx can't possibly be 12,000 years old because there's no other megalithic monument anywhere in the world that's anywhere like 12,000 years old. Well, that got blown out of the water completely by the discovery of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which isn't even that far from Egypt. Göbekli Tepe, a giant megalithic site. My goodness, if you can make Göbekli Tepe, you can make the Sphinx. That should be a huge question mark. That should be a huge question mark over the Sphinx.
In 1992, in Malagana, Colombia, a sugarcane farm worker was driving a tractor across the fields when suddenly the ground gave way. The man in the tractor had been swallowed up by a huge sinkhole in the ground. The farm worker was shaken, but eventually came to his senses, realizing he was in an ancient underground chamber. In the eerie silence, the worker's eyes began to adjust to the incredible sight that surrounded him. Scattered around the chamber were golden artifacts, pottery, and remnants of a long-forgotten ancient civilization. The news of the discovery spread quickly, and hundreds of illegal looters descended upon the site. Taking what they could, they began selling off the artifacts to collectors and melting down the gold in what's now known as the Malagana treasure. It's estimated that 180 kilograms of pre-Columbian gold artifacts were taken, some estimated to be over 3,000 years old. In 1992, in Malagana, Colombia, a sugarcane farm worker was
Jump Around is based on 3 different samples. At the very beginning of Jump Around, we hear this distinctive horns intro. House of Pain sampled this from the 1963 track Harlem Shuffle by Bob and Earl. After the iconic horn intro, the main groove of Jump Around begins, and this main groove is sampled from a different song, Popeye the Hitchhiker by Chubby Checker. House of Pain have slowed down the Chubby Checker track and used a short loop of it as the foundation of their song. And the third and final sample in Jump Around is that distinctive screech sound effect that happens throughout the track. This screech is sampled from a 1960s Motown track, Shoot Your Shot. On Jump Around, it's actually quite hard to clock what that screech sound is, but listening to the original sample, we can hear that it's actually a saxophone. In fact, House of Pain didn't sample the saxophone direct from the original source, but instead sampled it via the 1989 track Ain't Saying Nothing by Divine Styler, which had already sampled the saxophone from Shoot Your Shot. Jump Around is based on 3 different samples. At the very beginning of Jump Around, we hear
Solomon's temple. There's a story within the Talmud, and it talks about Solomon uses ancient technology to build a temple. It's called the Shamir. This is weird. Preface, the Talmud is not recognized within Christianity. Historians do. But this Shamir, some speculate it's a worm. It is this green ray, a living creature whose gaze carves rock. Whoa! The Talmud talks about the story that God basically told Solomon, you're not allowed to use iron tools on the temple because these iron tools are also used in warfare. So this is the Talmud, not the scripture. And then he was told that Shamir was given to Ashmadiah, the king of demons. Or Ashmadiah, I think. Solomon's best warriors forced him to say where the Shamir is. And that's when they used the
Shamir to build the temple. Seems worth an iron. And this is where it gets crazy. They believe that the Shamir was created before Adam and Eve. So it was a tool being used by these demonic creatures. Yeah, and we talked about before, all these ancient ruins, like in Peru and stuff, these rocks fit perfectly. Nothing could contain this Shamir except a lead box because it's the only thing that can contain radioactive material. And then after the temple was built, somehow the Shamir just disappeared. Oh, it's still out there. Solomon's temple. There's a story within the Talmud, and Solomon's temple. There's a story within the Talmud, and it talks about Solomon uses ancient technology to build a temple. It's called the Shamir. This is weird. Preface: the Talmud is not recognized within Christianity. Historians do, but this Shamir, some speculate it's a worm. It is this green ray, a living creature whose gaze carves rock. Whoa! The Talmud talks about the story that God basically told Solomon, you're not allowed to use iron tools on the temple because these iron tools are also used in warfare. Yeah. This is the Talmud, not the scripture. And then he was told the Shamir was given to Ashmadiah, the king of demons.
Medea?
Perry? Or Ashmadiah, I think. Solomon's best warriors forced him to say where the Shamir is.
Wow.
And that's when they used the Shamir to build the temple. Seems worth an iron. And this is where it gets crazy. They believe that the Shamir was created before Adam and Eve. So it was a tool being used by these demonic creatures. Yeah, and we've talked about before, all these ancient ruins, like in Peru and stuff, these rocks fit perfectly. Nothing could contain this Shamir except a lead box because it's the only thing that can contain radioactive material. Weird. And then after the temple was built, somehow the Shamir just disappeared. Oh, it's still out there. Solomon's temple. There's a story. Solomon's temple. There's a story within the Talmud.
I paid $10 for GT Online Hacks. This account came with $7.5 billion, a bunch of modded outfits, and maxed out stats. I could finally buy whatever I wanted. So I bought a supercar, and another one, and another one, and another one. I also bought a super yacht with a private helicopter, but I wasn't done yet. I bought the Oppressor Mark II, a jetpack, and I even bought a tank. But after hours of spending millions of dollars, owning every apartment, business, vehicle, I got kind of bored. The thing I enjoy most about GT Online is grinding missions with the boys, slowly working my way through the ranks. So I won't be using this account anymore. If you want this account, subscribe and leave a comment. Paid $10 for GT Online Hacks. This account.
Medjed, the Unseen. His name means the Smiter. In the ancient Egyptian religion, he is an extremely obscure minor deity. There are only 9 mentions of Medjed on a few versions of the Book of the Dead from around the time of the 21st dynasty. He appears to have the form of a white dome or a sheet, with legs and eyes, and sometimes with a belt above or below his eyes. A spell from the Book of the Dead mentions Medjed thusly. I know the name of this smiter among them in the house of Osiris, who shoots with his eye, and he is unseen. The sky is encircled with a fire from his mouth, and happy reports, yet he is unseen. In modern times, Medjed has gained immense popularity in Japan, where he can be found in pretty much any product imaginable, and he has become an internet meme. But along with his quirky depiction, that is really all we know about Medjed, the Unseen.
get me started on Ben Affleck's Batman suits. He had one of the best first appearance suits in all of Batman history, to giving him a classic gray look that looks like it's ripped straight from the comics, and also to giving us this super cool looking Batman with armor. Like, he just looks amazing in his first appearance. Like, even though we can all agree that Batman vs. Superman does suck pretty bad, we can also agree that Batman suits in Batman vs. Superman were pretty heat. But after Batman vs. Superman, Ben Affleck's suits gets bad pretty fast, since once we get to the Flash movie, only 2 movies later, we see the worst bat suit to ever be put on screen. And that's saying something, since bat nipples does exist, but for some reason, the Batman suit in the Flash looks like it was made by an intern who lied on his resume, because this is probably the worst thing I've ever seen on screen. And I know most of you guys have never probably seen this suit, since apparently it's the biggest bomb in movie history, but this suit definitely does go in the Hall of Fame when it comes to one of the worst superhero suits in history, even if no one knows about this suit. Don't think to get me started on Ben Affleck's Batman suits. Don't think to get me started on Ben Affleck's Batman suits.
What if Hollywood's golden age wasn't all glitter and grace, but glamour glued together with lies? Imagine Marilyn Monroe.
Tommy gets killed in Goodfellas. Why was he killed? And why weren't Jimmy and Henry killed along with him?
Before we begin, I'd like to thank Skillshare for sponsoring this video. Lately, I've been going through several Skillshare courses. Honestly, I love them, and I've been learning a lot. I went through this course, YouTube Success, Script, Shoot, and Edit with MKBHD, taught by tech YouTuber Marcus Brownlee. Last month, he put out a video, and within a week, got over 7 million views. Where are you going to find a teacher like that? Of course, it's not just all about views.
Break loop.
Greatness is a virtue that
For educational critical review and reaction is the late great Jordan Maxwell.
What I'd like to get into is, let's talk about the Prince of Darkness, Lucifer. What is he all about? What is this? Who is he?
Well, look at Malachi Martin on Art Bell. Did a whole couple of hours with Art Bell.
no little cinnamon gum.
Masters of the Universe wasn't made like a fantasy movie. It was built like a toy aisle trying to become a myth. A muscle-bound god.
Frankly, no. Even on the bus.
Today, we're looking.
Frankly, no. Even on the bus.
Welcome to Miss Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 20 biopic actors who look exactly like the real people.
So I have to stand here today as what I was when I was. What?
I hardly slept in a week. Yeah, I sure look awful when I get up. How can such a handsome guy look so ugly in the morning? Must be the diet. I look good.
Yabba, dabba.
Ooh.
Look. Oh. Echo. Fan on.
I trust you slept well, sir. afternoon, sir. May I help you, sir? Naturally, sir. Good evening, sir. Do you have a request, sir? Very good, sir. The city awaits you, sir. How can I assist you, sir? Of course, sir.
These are moments when comedians have the guts to warn us about what was really going on behind the scenes.
Sir, I calculated that you enjoyed 70% deep sleep.
Guilty on serious charges involving 2 women and received a sentence of 30 years to life in prison.
Next gets finished pepper season playing Pride on Fox sitcom That 70s Show. Please welcome Danny Masterson.
Once the news broke, a 2004 clip from the Conan O'Brien Show began circulating again, with Conan making comments that now feel surprisingly telling in hindsight.
Like my friend Bodie Hoffman always teases me and says, "Hi, my name's Danny Masterson. Would you like to touch my balls?" You know,
Get an invitation from me. You can certainly
Why are you asking people to do that? That's the more important job. I've heard about you. And you'll be caught soon. I know you will. I will.
While no official charges have been filed, Drake has faced repeated public allegations over the years regarding inappropriate interactions with younger individuals. Kendrick Lamar referenced this in one of his songs, but Shane Gillis had mentioned it long before it became widely discussed.
That reminds me, I do want to say this. I want to be on the record. Drake's going to be, he's on that R. Kelly tip.
Do you think so?
Drizzy Drake likes him young. He does. It's somewhat known already, but this is one of those things where I want to, you got to say something. Like, remember Louis, that whole thing?
Yeah.
And, we knew about that.
Yeah.
And we were just like, I don't know. Drizzy Drake's into the young ones. He's going to get got in the next 5 years.
Oh.
Unfortunately. Love me some Drizzy Drake, dude.
The Oscars moment involving Chris Rock quickly became global news, but surprisingly, a comedian seemed to foreshadow it decades ago. Back in the 2000s, Shawn Wayans impersonated Chris Rock at the MTV Awards. Here's what happened during the routine.
Jay-Z, Jigga, the Jigga Man, Jigga what? Jigga who? Jigga Next Level, that's who.
Now, does that scene ring a bell to you?
I'm out here. Oh, Richard.
It might be a stretch to call it a prediction, but it's interesting how certain coincidences line up. It definitely makes you stop and think.
What do you think that these executives are afraid you're going to do to white America?
Richard Pryor was one of the most influential comedians of his era. In an interview, he spoke openly about racial division and how it may be instigated to distract people from more important issues.
What do you think that these executives are afraid you're going to do to white America?
Probably stop some racism.
Stop racism?
Yeah. Probably afraid of it because people don't hate each other. When people start talking to each other, they find out who's the problem.
Which is?
Greedy people.
Greedy? I fucking think I want to ask you this. Do you really think that some of the guys you've dealt with at NBC, there's no names, right? Because there's lawsuits for that too, that some of these guys really want to promote racism actively, or is it a subconscious?
I just think it's part of capitalism, is to promote racism. Right?
Cat Williams is widely known for remaining true to his voice and character over the years.
And this is why when I walk in a room, heads go down. Behind my back, I'm nothing. I'm just a regular old comedian that's bitter and jealous. But in my face, no. The king has walked in and they have to respect it only because I've not taken the shortcuts. I've not been funded. They pay you to not talk about things they don't want you to talk about. They tell you that themselves.
He even spoke openly about Harvey Weinstein and the darker sides of Hollywood.
They canceled me for talking about Harvey Weinstein before the thing came out, but he offered to something in front of all my people at my agency. What am I supposed to do? She did all of that. I'm thinking I'm the only black person on the script. I get there, it's 3 other black guys on there. Ooh. Huh.
So you wonder what they did.
I told him no. What y'all do?
Long before the headlines involving Diddy, he was already making comments. But before that, let's rewind to a 2006 stand-up where he discussed Hollywood's rampant substance habits.
At least if you're in the ATL and doing drugs in the ATL, at least excuse yourself, go to the bathroom or something. Then Hollywood just do the drugs right in front of you and act like ain't happened. You're in the middle of a goddamn meeting. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to do the movie with you, and then we're going to go back.
And you know that I didn't see you. You like that? It's on your nose.
Just like Cat, Ricky Gervais also publicly brought light to this topic.
You disgusting, pill-popping, sexual deviant scum. I want to do this monologue and then go into hiding. Okay?
All of these big deviants is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is.
Hey, how's your price explain to
Man, the kicker's hot. Someone looking pretty smart right now.
I'm wearing the floaty in the hot tub.
They told me the tub was going to be a little deeper than this.
Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize picks. With Ring Rattle 4K, the holiday cheer is coming in clearer than ever before.
I want a king of combo with extra cane sauce, no salon, 2 extra toast snacks, and tea half left.
Now that's an order.
Everyone's gearing up for the holidays.
PDJ, all lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way.
Before we dive into Hollywood's hedonistic rituals, we need to talk about Diddy first. In light of recent events surrounding him, many people weren't exactly surprised, as the signs had been there long before the news broke. So why were they overlooked?
Now, I've had to turn down $50 million 4 times. 4 times. Just to protect my integrity and that virgin hole I was going to get. Right. Because P. Diddy be wanting to party. And you got to tell him no. You got to tell him no. I did. I did. See, I got the receipt for everything I'm telling you. That's why I get paid. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
There's a growing perception that breaking into Hollywood often involves major compromises behind the scenes.
These people are not powerful. Satan can't create anything. That includes blessings for his people. That's why. You know what the number one job of somebody that sold their soul in Hollywood is? Is to act like it didn't happen. They all do the same job.
Online discussions often point to the idea that some performers are encouraged to take on deliberately uncomfortable roles as a rite of passage in Hollywood, such as wearing a dress.
Dave Chappelle, another great comedian, said that, in the industry, they tried to make him wear a dress. Have you ever ran into that with scripts? And if that's something that, you wouldn't do, for
Definitely have ran into some people on trust. I mean, you have to have boundaries. You have to have limits that you refuse to cross.
Let's take a look at Kat's comments on Kevin Hart's inexistent boundaries.
Kevin told you he wasn't going to wear no dress until they offered him a dress, and then he put it on. And what did he say after he wore it? I made my own decision. Duh. But you didn't make it before they brought it up, did you? It's okay. All right.
The new pope is 9-year-old Oscar nominee, Prevention Day.
As far back as 2006, Dave Chappelle spoke openly about this idea that people often point to today. For many, it no longer feels like a fringe discussion.
I mean, I'm a conspiracy theorist to a degree. Like, when I connect dots that maybe shouldn't be connected, I don't know. There's certain dots, like when I see that they put every black man in the movies in a dress at some point in their career, I'll be connecting them. They're like, wow, these brothers have a red dress. It's happening to me. I'm doing a movie with Martin. The movie's going good. So I walk in the trailer. I'm like, man, this must be the wrong trailer because there's a dress in me. They come in. The writer comes in. I think he's the writer. He's like, Dave, listen, she got this hilarious scene where Martin's sneaking out of jail. So he disguises you as a prostitute. And he put this dress on, and I'm the prostitute. No, I'm not doing that. I don't feel comfortable with it. That should have been in the discussion.
After saying all of that, a few years later, Dave Chappelle folded and joined the rest.
Hey, Ron, what's the matter with you? You have a cold? I'm black guy, too. Really? That's what he's just called. Hey, Ron, you take a temperature? Yeah, we just take a thermometer. Oh, very good, Ron. And maybe Steve would just watch it. Hey, let me tell you something, Ron. I would buy a ticket to my thermometer down there. Mine only works regularly.
So you think politicians should let their human side come out? Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely do. I mean, I don't think it matters who's president. I'm not those people. No, it does. I don't think it matters. It doesn't. It doesn't. Doesn't matter about Dude, Hillary Clinton goes to those Bilderberg meetings. That's like the Illuminati stuff, right? She probably hooked up with some guy wearing like a goat's head, and then she goes out on TV, and she's talking to people who drive snowplows, like she can relate to them.
What began as a conversation about politicians slowly shifted toward corporations. Reactions were mixed, but in December 2024, headlines reported that an Ivy League computer engineer had shot United Healthcare's CEO as an act of rebellion against the health insurance industry. Remarkably, Bill Burr had predicted a scenario like this 8 years earlier.
There's a guy from Nestle that doesn't think water is a human right. I mean, that guy should be hunted down and shot. Yeah. Right? And they're gonna sit and just talk about it. I'm talking about all, I don't know what they're talking about. We gotta get America back to work. And all. It's like, dude, this guy wants to own the rain. Do something about this guy. He was at Nestle. He's supposed to be happy. He's making cocoa for people. This guy's like, oh, well, people are running out of water. What if we owned all the water and we kept it under our place? And in the future, when everybody, that's why I picture the guy talking. I want to own the water. I want to live in my house. Under the door in a robe, slightly ajar.
Hope you learned something today, and see you in the next video.
Guys, I'm actually shaking right now. Look at this. I just got a notice of a
You're 22 now. What do you imagine? How would you like life to be when you're 32? Where do you see yourself?
Why did Blade need CGI just to open his eyes? There's a simple scene in Blade Trinity. Blade is unconscious, about to be dissected, and suddenly wakes up by opening his eyes. Easy, right? But this shot nearly broke the director. Why? Because Wesley Snipes was completely out of control at the time. After the first two films exploded, Snipes refused to film anything that wasn't a close-up. He stayed in his trailer, smoking weed, relied on stand-ins and VFX, and insisted everyone call him Blade, or he wouldn't respond. The director had to communicate with handwritten notes signed Blade. He also interfered with the script and even threatened to choke the director. So when they shot the wake-up scene, Snipes simply would not open his eyes. With no other choice, the director used CGI to force his eyelids open, creating one of Hollywood's most infamous "why does this even need VFX" moments. Why did Blade need CGI just to open his eyes? There's a simple scene.
we would struggle to make the pyramids today. I think it's 2,300,000 stones in the Great Pyramid of Egypt, and some of them are cut from a quarry that's hundreds of miles away. And these are massive, massive stones that were cut with such precision that in many cases, when you're inside the pyramids, before, like on the outside, everything, because it used to be covered in limestone, but people looted it and they broke off the limestone. They built cities with it. Horrible. They built a lot of Cairo, apparently, the early days. People stole limestone from the Great Pyramids. It used to be flat and smooth to the point where it was probably polished and reflective. Like, they don't know exactly what it looked like, but they know that the precision inside, in some of the areas where you look at the stones, you can't even get a razor blade in between those rocks. These are massive stones, and the amount of calculations that are involved, and the amount of precision that has to be involved. And to take this design, where you're stacking stones on, you can't have any errors. Get to the top, you have so many stones, a millimeter here, a millimeter there. You get to the top, you're off he would struggle to make the pyramids today. And I think it's 2,300,000.
Hey, let's begin by talking about one of the most famous creatures in the Bible, Satan. A lot of people picture him as a red monster with horns and a pitchfork, but the Bible never describes him that way. The Bible shows Satan as a fallen angel, someone who used to be
Answer from Hindu mythology. When a great flood threatened to wipe out all life, Nature, the first avatar of Vishnu, appeared as a giant, divine fish. He warned King Manu, guided him to build a boat, and carried his family, seeds of life, and the sacred Vedas safely across the waters. Matsu's courage preserved humanity and knowledge, proving that even in chaos, a savior can appear in the most unexpected form. Zeus from Greek mythology. Long ago, before the gods ruled Mount Olympus, the world was in chaos. Cronus, the Titan, devoured his children.
Tide's boosted for makeup stains. It's cleaner, whiter, brighter, and fresher.
The Kia Carnival.
To prevent them from overthrowing him. But Rhea, his wife, hid their youngest, Zeus, in a distant cave on the island of Crete. Years later, Zeus returned, freed his swallow siblings, and led a fierce war against the Titans. With his mighty thunderbolts, he defeated Cronus and imprisoning them deep in Tartarus. From that day, Zeus became king of the gods, protector of heaven and earth, and the eternal symbol of power and justice. Thor from Norse mythology. Long ago, in the realm of Asgard, thunder roared whenever Thor, the god of storms, wielded his mighty hammer Mjolnir. Beyond the shimmering Bifrost bridge lay Jotunheim, home of the giants who sought to destroy the gods and mankind alike. When the frost giants tried to engulf Midgard in eternal winter, Thor descended from the heavens, lightning blazing around him. Crumbled and storms scattered the invaders. After a fierce battle, Thor banished the giants back to their frozen realm, restoring balance to the world. From that day, the sound of thunder reminded all that as long as Thor stood guard, Midgard would never fall. Ra from Egyptian mythology. When the world was young and shadows ruled, Ra, the sun god, rose from the waters of chaos, his light giving life to all creation. But deep below, the serpent Apep, also called Apophis, awakened, sworn to swallow the sun and end the world. As night fell, Apep struck. The sky went dark, until Ra's fire blazed brighter than ever. With a sphere of pure sunlight, he struck the serpent down, restoring a dawn to the earth. And from that day, every sunrise became a reminder that Ra still guards the world from eternal night. Noah from Abrahamic, biblical mythology. Long ago, when the world was filled with violence and sin, God chose Noah, a righteous man, to save life from a coming flood. God told him to build an ark and bring his family and two of every animal inside, one male and one female, so that life would not vanish forever. It rained for 40 days and nights until the earth was covered with water, but the ark floated safely. At last a dove returned with an olive branch, and a rainbow spread across the sky, a promise that life would begin again. Noah didn't just survive the flood, he carried the world through it. Quetzalcoatl from Aztec mythology. When darkness fell and life began to fade, the gods feared the world would end. Then from the heavens descended Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, half bird, half snake, shining in colors of emerald and gold. He was the god of wind and wisdom. To restore life, he traveled to the underworld, Mictlan, where only the dead dwell, gathered the bones of the dead, and with his own divine blood, breathed humanity back into existence. But the earth was barren and cold. So, Quetzalcoatl brought down the sacred corn, the gift of life itself. The land bloomed again, rivers awakened, and the world was saved. He saved humanity not with war, but with knowledge, wind, and mercy. Nuwa from Chinese mythology. Long ago, two mighty gods, Gong Gong and Zhuan Shu, battled for power. Their clash shattered the sky, tilting the heavens and flooding the earth. Humanity faced extinction. From the chaos rose Nuwa, the mother goddess of creation, with a heart full of compassion. She saw her children, humans, crying and struggling to survive under the broken sky. Determined to save them, she gathered stones of 5 sacred colors: red, yellow, blue, white, and black. With divine strength, she melted them together to forge a glowing mixture of light and power. She placed the legs of a giant turtle beneath the heavens to hold them steady. The storm ceased, the fires faded, and life returned. Nuwa saved humanity not with war, but with love, courage, and creation itself. Susanoo from Japanese mythology. Long ago, the land of Japan was terrorized by the eight-headed serpent Yamata no Orochi, which devoured villagers year after year. When the storm god Susanoo saw an old couple mourning their last daughter, Kushinada, he promised to save her. He transformed the princess into a comb, and placed her safely in his hair, and set 8 barrels of sake to trick the beast. As Orochi drank and fell asleep, Susanoo struck. Lightning flashed as he cut off all 8 heads. From the serpent's tail, he found the sacred Kusanagi no Tsurugi, symbol of divine power. Peace returned, and the wild storm god became a savior of humankind. Maui from Polynesia. Long ago, the world was cold and dark. Only the fire goddess Mahuika kept the flames hidden in her underworld. The clever demigod Maui wanted to help humankind. He journeyed down to her fiery realm and begged for a spark. When she refused, Maui tricked her, stealing a tiny flame and hiding it inside a wooden stick. Enraged, the goddess threw fire across the land, burning trees. But from that fire, humans learned to make flames from wood. Thanks to Maui's courage and wit, light and warmth returned to the world. And that was how every savior saved humanity from extinction or apocalypse. If you enjoyed this story, let me know in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel. Enki from Sumerian. In ancient Sumer, before kings and empires, lived Enki, the god of water, wisdom, and creation, the protector of humankind. But one day, the great god Enlil grew angry at humans. They had become too noisy, disturbing the peace of heaven. Enlil decided to erase them all with a great flood. The god swore to keep the plan secret, but Enki, kind and clever, could not let his creation die. He whispered through the walls of a reed hut to a man named Ziusudra, a.k.a. Atrahasis. Build a great boat, gather your family and the seed of every creature. A flood is coming. When the skies broke open and the world drowned, it was Enki's wisdom that kept life afloat. After 7 days, the storm ended. Humanity survived. Blood from Kelton. Long ago, Ireland was ruled by giant beings called the Fomorians, led by their king, Balor of the Evil Eye. Balor had one terrible eye that could kill anyone it looked upon. Under his rule, nothing grew, the seas turned cold, and the people lost all hope. But destiny had a plan. A child was born, Lu, son of a god and grandson of Balor himself. When the gods of light, the Tuatha De Danann, were losing their war against Balor's army, Luke stepped forward and said, "Let me fight. I will end this darkness." In the great battle of Magtwyred, Alor opened his deadly eye to destroy Luke. But before the curse could strike, Luke raised his sling, launched a shining stone, and hit Balor's eye. The giant fell and the shadow over the world was broken. From that day on, Lu was known as the God of Light, the one who saved Ireland and the world from endless night. Perrin from Slavic. Long ago the heavens shook under the rule of Perun, god of thunder and justice. From his chariot of storms he guarded the world with his blazing axe, the weapon of lightning. But deep beneath the earth lived Veles, the serpent god of chaos and the underworld. Jealous of Perun's power, Veles rose from the roots of the world tree, stealing Perun's cattle and treasures, even his wife, bringing disorder to the world above. Furious, Perun roared across the skies, chasing Veles through forests, rivers, and mountains. The storm itself was their war. Light against darkness, order against chaos. At last, Perun's strike hit true. The serpent fell back into the shadows and rain poured from the heavens, washing away evil and restoring life to the land. In doing so, Perun saved humanity. He rebalanced nature. Obatala from African. In the beginning, there was only sky and endless water. The supreme creator, Olodumare, chose Obatala, the god of wisdom and purity, to bring life to the world. Obatala gathered the holy items needed for his divine mission: a golden chain to descend from the heavens, a snail shell filled with sacred sand, a white hen to spread the soil, a palm nut to plant the first life, and a small bag of power blessed by Olodumare. He poured the sand upon the sea, the hen spread it wide, and the first from the fresh clay of the earth, Obatala shaped the first humans. At last, Olodumare breathed life into the clay figures. Humanity stood upon the earth, walking, speaking, dreaming. And thus, Obatala saved humanity. Marduk from Mesopotamia. In the beginning, the universe was pure chaos. From the dark waters rose Tiamat, the ancient dragon goddess whose storms threatened to erase all creation. The younger gods were helpless until Marduk, the god of storms, stepped forward. He agreed to fight Tiamat on one condition. If he won, he would become king of all gods. Marduk rode the winds with his bow and lightning. Tiamat rose like a colossal storm, but he trapped her with his winds, caught her in his net, and struck her heart with a divine arrow. Chaos fell. Marduk then split Tiamat's body in two. From one half he made the sky, and from the other, the earth. Rivers, mountains, and the world took shape. Finally, he created humans to help maintain the order he built. And thus, Marduk saved humanity. Ahura Mazda from Persian. In the beginning there was only light and darkness. Ahura Mazda, the god of wisdom and truth, shone with eternal light. Opposing him was Angra Mainyu, spirit of chaos and lies. Ahura Mazda created the world, the sky, the earth, the waters, all that was good. But Angra Mainyu attacked, bringing darkness and destruction to every corner of creation. The two forces clashed. Ahura Mazda did not fight with weapons. He fought with light, order, and truth itself. And to protect the world, he gave humans a sacred gift: free will, the power to choose good over evil. With this, humanity could stand against the darkness, even if evil rises and Ahura Mazda's light endures. It sounded from Mayan. In the ancient beginning, when the world was still silent and unshaped, it sounded the great sky lord of the Maya descended from the heavens. He was the old god of wisdom, the one who knew the secrets of earth, the sky, and time. The world existed, but people lived in confusion and darkness. They did not understand the seasons, did not know how to heal, and could not record the stories of their ancestors. Seeing this, Itzamna chose to save humanity not with weapons, but with knowledge. Itzamna taught humans writing, so they could remember their history. He gave them the calendar, so they could follow the sun and plant their crops in harmony with time. With his gifts, the people learned to survive droughts, heal the sick, and build the great cities of the Maya. Thus, Itzamna saved humanity. Viracocha from Incan. In the beginning there was only boundless darkness and water, the void of nothingness. From the depths of the sacred waters of Lake Titicaca rose Viracocha, ancient, mysterious, the first being. With his divine will, he shaped the world. He separated sky from earth, sculpted mountains, carved rivers, and called forth the sun, moon, and stars. Light returned to darkness, and the sky and land came into being. Then Viracocha molded the first beings from stone. In an age of giants, but when those giants proved corrupt and destructive, he changed his mind. He caused a great deluge to sweep them away, and their stone bodies returned to rock as a lesson of his power. After the deluge, Viracocha molded a new race of humans, finer, humble, and mortal, breathing life into clay-like forms across the lands. With great compassion, he taught these first humans the ways of civilization, how to tend the land, grow crops, raise animals, build shelter, and live in community. He guided them to worship the sun, respect the earth, and bring order to the world. When his work was done, Viracocha walked away, across the waters into the western horizon, promising that though unseen, he would always watch over his creation and return when needed. And that wraps up part 2 of our mythological saviors. If you haven't watched part 1 yet, make sure you check it out. It's
Hawaii 5-0. By 2011, Sean Combs, better known as Diddy, was determined to rewrite his own narrative. No longer content with being just a rap mogul or party king, he wanted something different now: respect as a serious actor. But there was a problem. Hollywood wasn't exactly rolling out the red carpet. According to reports, Diddy started personally calling producers, pushing for a role big enough to change how people saw him. Eventually, he got one, a guest appearance on Hawaii 5-0. One of the most watched shows on network TV at the time.
Got some.
What if I told you that Darth Vader, who was one of the most iconic villains ever, might actually be a ripoff of a 1930s movie character?
Now, long before Star Wars, there was a villain named the Lightning, and he looked almost exactly like Vader. The Lightning was from a 1938 movie called The Fighting Devil Dogs. He wore all black, a mask, a cape, and even had henchmen dressed in all white armor. Sounds familiar, right? Not only that, but he also shot lightning from his hands, flew from a flying fortress shaped like a triangle, and here's the crazy part: he was secretly related to the main hero. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds like Vader, Palpatine, and The Empire Strikes Back all rolled together in one. Now, George Lucas grew up obsessed with these old movies. He actually said, "I just wanted wanted to make the kinds of stories I loved as a kid. So while he never confirmed the lightning was a direct inspiration, fans noticed the overlap right down to the black helmet and dramatic reveals.
If I told you that Darth Vader what?
In earliest Christianity, they did not observe birthdays. In fact, they would make fun of the Romans. In fact, I found some letter. Some Christian leaders making fun of the Romans. Why do you celebrate birthdays? They would only celebrate the days of martyrdom. People who died for their faith. They'd remember and celebrate those days, but not birthdays. So nobody knows when Jesus was born. The Bible doesn't say. And nobody cared back then. Well, over 150 years later, people began to wonder, hey, when was he? Now, there was a very strong belief back then among Christians of a connection between creation and redemption. They believed the connection between creation and redemption was so strong that the Messiah would have been conceived on the same day of the calendar that he died. So in the year 200, Tertullian, who was a Christian leader, said, well, I can figure out when Jesus died. So based on the Roman calendar of the day, he determined that Jesus died on March the 25th. Therefore, they concluded, he must have been conceived by the Holy Spirit on March the 25th. Fast forward 9 months, December the 25th. He would have been born then, on December the 25th. And many scholars believe that is where they came up with December the 25th as a date to celebrate for the birth of Jesus. Earliest Christianity, they did not observe birthdays. In fact, they would make fun of the Romans. In fact,
There's different bullets for Mark II weapons in GTA. They're useless. So here's the best to buy. First are the armor-piercing rounds. These are going to be best on ARs just with their quick fire rate and range. Next are the tracer rounds. Just kidding, these are pointless and suck on every weapon. But the FMJ rounds are best on machine guns since these already do a ton of damage, making it easier to blow up vehicles and shoot through bulletproof glass. I said the Mark II pump with explosive slug was one of the best in my recent video, but I was wrong, and it's actually the Dragon Breath shell because one shot to the head can kill someone with full armor. But the best in my opinion are the explosive rounds on the heavy sniper. Just subscribe. There's different bullets for Mark II weapons.
This is the one thing everyone got wrong about Ego. In Guardians of the Galaxy Vol 2, Ego confidently that he is a Celestial, and for years everyone took that as fact. But once the MCU expanded its lore, that claim quietly stopped adding up. Look at the Celestials we see in Eternals. They are massive armored beings with a clear role as creators of life itself. Ego shares none of those traits. His true form is a giant brain. He lives inside a planet, and he uses a humanoid avatar to interact with others. That already makes him an outlier. But the bigger issue comes from his plan. Ego planted seeds on thousands of worlds, including Earth, which we later learn already contained a dormant Celestial. That means Ego was actively targeting planets that housed other Celestials, rather than avoiding them entirely. Then there is Peter. Ego admits he cannot activate the seeds alone, and needs his son as a second power source. Real Celestials do not need partners to function or expand their power. Put this together and a pattern forms. Ego does not create life, he overwrites it instead every time. So here's the crazy part. Ego was not a god creator, he was a cosmic parasite using the Celestial title to legitimize himself completely alone. And that's why. This is the one thing everyone got wrong. This is the
Just thank you. Okay. Thank you. Why are people on that side of the river so afraid of the glory? I see. Why do
feel like this may have been a mistake. It's just like somebody describes me, and I just think, now and then, now and then.
In 1970, a fisherman in Papua New Guinea, remote bay, caught a strange shark. Several years later, it was identified as an all-new species.
Oh, wow.
A very cool species by Western science called a sailback pound shark. Since 1970, nobody's seen one.
Oh, wow.
That's 50
Have
years.
they declared it extinct again?
They should have. They didn't. All of a sudden, last week, I believe it was, they verified that local fishermen didn't just catch one more of these things. They caught 5 more of them, 5 females, and later a male.
Oh, wow.
Of this incredible shark. So, Kyle, pull up a
near-
picture.
Near the mouth of a river.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So you see where that sail fin name comes from.
Yeah.
It doesn't really look like a typical shark.
It's a very unique looking
Yeah.
shark.
So really,
Is that
really
a male
cool.
and a female showing us there, the coloration, or are they just...
That would be dead or alive. I don't know. 1970, a fisherman in Papua.
I'm straight out of the Bronx. One of the best rappers in the Bronx.
In the mid-90s, the Bronx was alive with the sound of pure.
These are 10 times comedians warned us about what was going on behind the curtains, from exposing Hollywood's
Report live from the Bushwick neighborhood in Brooklyn, New York.
He was only 14, but already playing like a rock star. Crowds couldn't believe their eyes or ears. And the reason you've never heard of him? You won't believe why. He was only 14, but I lost Terminator 3. That was the contract. They were like, we want you to not do anything. So whatever, we just signed a clause in the contract. I remember it was the best deal that I'd ever gotten. So I called my friends and I'm like, guys, I just signed this contract. We're going to go to the club. We're going to get a bunch of... And I just did it. And then all of a sudden I wake up and the lights, it's so embarrassing, the lights in the club are on. People are like standing around me. My buddy's like crying. He's like, holding me, and I'm like, what happened? He's like, dude, no, D. And I'm like, I don't know, D. What are you talking about? I had a seizure, so time disappears. And the news caught wind, and of course, you lost the movie. We're not going to have to deal with you. Lost Terminator 3. That was the contract. They were like, we want you to.
Alright guys, so about a week ago I posted a video on the car duplication glitch that you can do inside the mansion. Yes guys, that glitch is still around, okay? So I'm about to show you guys the fast one.
I've heard the saying,
If you were to say to me, look, I'd wave a wand and you can see right now, and it's got to be a forever thing. I might have turned it down. If you would say to me what I'd wave it, you can see for maybe a day.
Growing my father was a minister. I started singing in the church initially because I was exposed to gospel singing in his life.
they say R&B was born in the church, raised on hallelujahs, Sunday choirs, and voices meant to worship God. But the truth hiding behind the music is far darker than any hymn could ever warn you about. Because some of the greatest black R&B legends didn't just turn their backs on the church, they walked straight into something the pastors never prepared them for. Strange rituals behind studio doors, whispered confessions about demons in hotel rooms, sudden deaths that looked more like punishments than accidents, and 7 artists, 7 icons, left behind clues so disturbing that even their families refused to talk about them again. These weren't just scandals. They were spiritual collapses, captured in real dates, real diaries, real breakdowns, and real bodies on the floor. So before we start, ask yourself one thing. What does it truly cost when a chosen voice walks away from God? Chapter 1. Ray Charles. The day he turned his back on God. Ray Charles Robinson came out of the red dirt and broken wood of Albany, Georgia, a blind boy raised in the strict rhythms of the Baptist Church, where every shout, every hallelujah, every trembling organ chord was supposed to point him toward God. In 1948, when Ray was just 18, he was known as the child who could hear heaven. Church elders swore that the boy's voice could make a whole congregation rise to his feet. One pastor claimed, "This boy has been touched by the Lord." No one knew how tragically ironic that sentence would become. When Ray left Georgia for Seattle in 1949, he stepped into a world where the church bells didn't ring and the nights were longer than faith itself. Smoke-filled bars replaced pews. Whiskey replaced communion wine. And the piano that once carried gospel hymns now carried the blues and the early pulse of rhythm and blues. By 1951, when Ray released "Baby, Let Me Hold Your Hand," church folks back home shook their heads. To them, Ray wasn't just switching genres, he was switching gods. The whispers began. Ray Charles abandoned the Lord. He traded God for rhythm and lust. He sold the sacred for the sinful. But the turning point, the real break, came in 1954, the night Ray first used heroin in a Chicago dressing room. A young backup singer later said Ray looked up at the ceiling with half-glazed eyes and whispered, "God doesn't hear me anymore." Was he high? Probably. Was he confessing something? Maybe. Either way, those 6 words followed him for the next 10 years. The deeper he sank into addiction, the further he drifted from the God he grew up singing to. Old friends said Ray never wanted to set foot inside a church during tours. When buses passed by chapels, he turned his face away. One musician recalled a night in 1957 when Ray, shivering through withdrawal, muttered, "If I walk back in, he'll judge me." People thought Ray meant the congregation. They didn't realize Ray meant God himself. Then came 1961, the year everything snapped. Ray returned to New Jersey for a show near a church he'd once performed at as a child. He tried to visit, maybe out of nostalgia, maybe out of guilt. Instead, he was stopped at the door by an elderly pastor who had known him since he was 12. That pastor, according to a leaked church tape, told Ray, "Son, you sold your soul to rhythm and blues." Outside, several church members chanted, "You betrayed the Lord?" Ray didn't argue. He simply walked away, slowly, quietly, like a man who had just had something sacred ripped out of him. After that day, he never stepped inside a church again. Later that same year, Ray was arrested in Indiana for heroin possession. What happened during his detox became the stuff of legend. Nurses claimed Ray often woke up screaming that shadows were standing over his bed. One night, he slammed his head against the wall, shouting, "Get away from me!" Rumors spread that Ray underwent a bizarre spiritual detox ritual led by a doctor who believed heroin carried demons of the spirit. Ray never spoke of it publicly, but staff say he cried out more than once, "God, don't leave me again." By 1965, Ray Charles was sober, successful, and globally celebrated, but spiritually hollowed out. In one rare interview, when asked about his church roots, he sighed and said, "The church made me, but life unmade me." To many black churchgoers, Ray Charles became the symbol of the gospel angel who flew too close to the world and burned his wings. Not a man who left God, but a man who spent his life trying to outrun him. Chapter 2, Sam Cooke, the motel where he lost God. If Ray Charles drifted away from God slowly, then Sam Cooke walked away overnight. And the church never forgave him. Born in 1931 to a strict minister in Clarksdale, Mississippi, Sam grew up surrounded by Sunday revivals, church fans waving in the heat, and mothers shouting praise while Sam's angelic tenor soared above the crowd. From 1950 to 1956, as the shining voice of the soul stirrers, Sam was considered the greatest gospel singer in America. Pastors called him God's chosen voice. But behind the hymns, Sam felt something tightening around him, a sense of duty that he didn't ask for. He confided to friends that gospel was too holy, too heavy, like walking with a Bible chained around his foot. In 1960, he made the most shocking move the black church had ever seen. He left gospel for R&B. The backlash was instant. Sam Cooke betrayed God. He left the altar for the devil's stage. He chose the world over the word. Several churches banned his music entirely. In some congregations, his name was spoken like a curse, a warning to young singers not to follow temptation. But things grew darker in 1963 when Sam began exploring spiritual practices outside Christianity. Hollywood seduced him. Mystics calmed. Readers, zodiac readers, and strange energy advisors. Barbara Campbell, his girlfriend at the time, recorded in her diary, "Sam says he is running from God, says if he goes back, he will be punished." She also wrote that Sam felt haunted, as if something was coming for him. Then came December 11, 1964, the night that still chills historians. Sam Cooke was found dead at the Hacienda Motel in Los Angeles. No clothes, a torn jacket, no wallet, no ID. 3 different witness statements, all contradicting each other. The motel manager said Sam attacked her. The receptionist said Sam looked terrified, like he was fleeing something. Police said he was violent and drunk, though toxicology results never supported that. The black church called it divine punishment. destruction. Newspapers wrote, God reclaimed the voice he loaned to earth. But conspiracy theorists saw more. The timeline didn't match. The evidence didn't align. Photos vanished from the case file. Witnesses changed their stories. Some claimed Sam's death resembled an old-style atonement ritual, a cleansing sacrifice for someone who had stepped too far away from the path he was raised to walk. A page from Barbara's diary, recovered after her death, contained one final line about Sam's last days. He said God couldn't find him anymore. To this day, people still debate whether Sam Cooke died in an act of violence or in an act of spiritual reckoning. Chapter 3, James Brown, the Godfather who stopped praying. James Brown was born in 1933 in the dirt roads outside Barnwell, South Carolina, where poverty hit harder than any drum he would ever play. His earliest memories were of church pews made from cracked wood and barefoot children clapping on beat as the pastor shouted sermons about heaven, hell, and the trembling line between the two. As a teenager, James was the boy who swept the church floors after service, humming hymns that echoed through the empty sanctuary long after everyone left. But when he joined the famous Flames in the mid-1950s, something shifted. The James who once prayed before every performance now scoffed at the idea of divine protection. The church is for folks who ain't lived yet, he told a friend in 1956. When his first hit, Please, 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 topped the R&B charts, James didn't thank God. He threw a party that lasted 2 days, drank himself numb, and told bandmates that God didn't get me here, I got me here. That was the moment church folks whispered that James Brown had stepped off the Lord's path. By the early 1960s, James Brown had become obsessed with control, power, and rituals of luck that bordered on superstition. Crew members say he carried a pouch of roots and charms, a mojo bag, which he pressed to his forehead before shows. He would not allow anyone to enter his dressing room unless he performed a private ritual. 3 deep breaths, a spin, and a whispered chant no one could understand. Some said it was harmless psychology. Others said James believed something spiritual followed him from gig to gig, and the ritual kept it from taking him. In 1971, during a backstage argument, James shouted at his manager, God left me when I left the church. He was drunk, angry, but for a man raised in the gospel tradition, that sentence carried a weight he couldn't escape. Over the years, he surrounded himself with fortune tellers, spiritual advisors, and people who claimed they could clean his aura. The deeper he dove into the occult, the more chaotic his life became. Arrests, domestic violence, fistfights, paranoia, the infamous 1988 police chase where James claimed he was running from demons, not cops. People laughed, but his bandmates later admitted he meant it literally. James's death in 2006 added a final twist of darkness. Officially, he died of congestive heart failure in an Atlanta hospital. But nurses reported strange behavior in his final hours, mumbling about shadows in the corner and begging someone to tell God I'm not ready. One nurse claimed James, minutes before slipping into unconsciousness, clutched her arm and said, I stopped praying years ago, and now you won't hear me. The week of his funeral felt like a ritual, not a mourning. His body was displayed in a golden casket, paraded through Harlem like an offering. Fans celebrated, pastors preached, and the music blasted so loud that several attendees said it felt wrong, as if death should have brought silence, not spectacle. Some conspiracy theorists argue James's life represents the archetype of the gospel fallen warrior, a man gifted by God, but claimed by something else. Whether James believed that or not, his final words suggest he feared it deeply. And to this day, the question lingers like a bass line that refuses to end. Did James Brown abandon God, or did God abandon him first? Chapter 4, Marvin Gaye, the man who fought God. Marvin Gaye's story doesn't begin with fame or Motown or the seductive glow of R&B. It begins in the cramped Washington, D.C. living room where a young boy
Yeah, man.
Marvin will be dead, shot by his father.
April 1st.
The first Shire scene, Fellowship of the Ring, goes hard. That's because this is the first time we're seeing hobbits interacting with Bigfoot, so they front-load the scene with all their best scale effects. That's not Elijah Wood, that's Kieran Shaw, that's Paul Paul, that's a forced perspective shot, and that's a blue screen. Gandalf has come to the big bag end, then they cut, and now we're in a small bag end. Every time you think you've got the scale effects figured out, they switch to a new technique, and you save the best one for last. The idea for the effect was simple. As the camera moves one way, the actors move the other way, but Gandalf moves faster, thanks to parallax. The solution? Cancel out the parallax by physically sliding Gandalf. Simple in theory, outrageously complex in practice.
Beautiful.
Oh my god.
Beautiful.
Oh my god, that's so well done.
But the camera's moving. Everything we've looked at up until this point requires a static camera that breaks the illusion fundamentally. So how do they do that?
To understand exactly how they did it, all you have to do is spot the scene. The table is split. Gandalf's half, along with Gandalf himself and the bench he's sitting on, are all moving. Meanwhile, Bilbo's walking around in the rear of the set, and their eye lines are here. This is big bag end budget, so all the furniture and props are full scale, except, of course, for the items on Gandalf's table. Everything on this little island is miniature. Miniature pie, miniature candle, miniature wheel of cheese. My favorite piece of sorcery is the teapot. The lid that Gandalf grabs isn't on the teapot at all. It's in front of the teapot. Like everything on Gandalf's table, this is a miniature lid, and it's suspended in midair on a rod.
Oh, I didn't know it was on a rod. I thought it was on a miniature teapot.
That's even more clever than I thought.
Very careful putting it back on that.
Moving camera force perspective might just be the closest thing I've ever seen to true movie magic. So now you know why I have to recreate it.
What's up, Jan?
First Shire scene, Fellowship of the Ring.
Luxor, Egypt. Here, along the east bank of the Nile River, lie the archaeological remains of the vast Karnak temple complex, dating to the 32nd century BC. With its numerous structures, including great halls, obelisks,
GTA Online has a lot of side activities that can make you money, but how much can you actually make from them? Well, start with the time trials. A regular one gives you $100,000 for just 2 minutes of driving. And if you have an HSW vehicle, you're going to make another $250,000 just for beating a simple route with an upgraded car. Once you're done, go hit a stash house. It'll either resupply one of your businesses completely or give you $30,000 cash if you don't own any. But let's be real, you probably do own at least one. Right after that, you might as well grab Gerald's cash. It may take you some time to find and gives you up to $20,000 plus some extra ammo and snacks. Then there's the Junk Energy Time Trial, easy 50K. And if you've got the RC Bandito, that's another easy 50K waiting for you. Then there is the Madrazo Hit. That makes you another $30,000 if you use the weapon of choice, but you do need to own a bail office to complete them. And if you put this all together, you are going to make this much money. GTA Online has a lot of side activities that
You're gonna hear something really.
The greatest pharaoh of all time, right? He was quarrying granite from the Middle Pyramid for his own projects. He was taking the granite casing blocks, and the way they did it is they would hammer out with a flint chisel or even with steel. You hammer away, you make a little groove in the granite, you wet the wood, and you split the stone, right? And then at the quarry, you have these scoop marks. Like you have this whole other technology that exists where it's like they've scooped away at the granite with an ice cream scoop. They'll tell you that it's a pounding stone of dolerite about that big, and they reckon they were doing this with it. Which it doesn't make sense at about 15 different levels. These scoop marks extend to like the underside of rocks where you're pounding up, and it's just, it doesn't make sense.
Here's something really fascinating.
Sure. In the new King.
I'm going to be attempting to solo sell my Max nightclub in this full public lobby. This is valued at 3.863 million GTA dollars. Let's do this. We got a bonus for not doing damage and then 3 deliveries. I'm going to go into Ghost Organization. We're at the first drop off and we still got a minute 50 of Ghosts. Oh, and we got someone trying to destroy us. This thing just loves toppling over. Finally able to do some damage, and someone else killed him. Made it to the second drop, and we got a Mark II oppressor. Oh, but we were able to hit him. And here we are at the last drop. Good sold. We got 5.64 million. GG. I'm going to be attempting to solo sell my Max nightclub in this full public.
All right, 7 on 7, right area.
I remember one particular time, we're out there doing a walkthrough with Tom. Aaron's out there in flip-flops, going through the girls laughing, flipping the ball around, calling Bill Belichick daddy. And oftentimes, that didn't elicit any response out of Bill.
I had a walker right next to him, tried to help him, tried talking to him. At the same time, I don't know. I think it was pretty glaring that there were issues. Remember one time in practice, we were doing a punt return, we're catching balls, and Aaron was sitting there, I'm the best returner on this team. Why am I not back here? Like, literally a rookie sitting there talking like this. And, like, Bill's, like, laughing. And, like, I'm like, I really love this guy. I'm kidding.
In the locker room, we get away with him.
All right, 7 on 7, right area.
Okay, so all the Marvel fans out there, we have never been more cooked than we have ever been in my entire life. For context, 2 days ago, Marvel shared a Christmas ad on Twitter, and if you look at this ad, it looks fairly good until you actually zoom in on literally everything. I want you and I to play a game. We're going to find the most eldritch horrors that we can find inside of this photo. First, we have Captain America and Iron Man literally not even holding their mugs correctly. Like Captain America is literally floating. The steam from the hot cocoa goes nowhere. Look at Deadpool's jacket. It literally makes no fucking sense. If you look at Iron Man's legs, the designs are completely different. Black Widow's gun is like a part of her leg. Reed Richards' leg is also a part of Black Widow's leg. You can see that it kind of morphs into her leg. What the fuck is going on with Spider-Man's hands? What is that? What is happening? The steam from the copy is literally going inside of Captain America's star. Oh God. This would have taken like a day for a regular artist to do, and it would have looked 10 times better. But instead of getting actual good art, we get Captain America after he looked at an Elder Scroll for too long and he went blind.
found out that lava lamps and other random objects are protecting tons of websites on the internet. There's a company called Cloudflare that set up 100 lava lamps sitting in their San Francisco lobby with a camera pointed at them 24/7. So every time you log into anything online, your password gets scrambled using random numbers. But since computers generally suck at being random, they follow patterns that hackers can figure out, so Cloudflare had to come up with something that was super unpredictable. The wax inside these lava lamps moves in a completely unpredictable way. The camera captures an image of the display, and since the display is truly random, the produced image contains true randomness. The image then gets converted into a large string of numbers and letters that is completely unique. They actually have offices all over the world that have different ways of collecting randomness. Their office in London has double pendulums swinging around, casting random shadow. In Austin, Texas, they have an installation of translucent rainbow discs hanging from the ceiling that twirl with air currents. The office in Lisbon has 50 wave machines that flip 20,000 times a day, designed to look like ocean waves. And Singapore measures actual radioactive decay with a Geiger counter. All of these things are feeding randomness into their security system and making it extremely secure.
Artists who people hated on for all the wrong reasons. Back in 2005, a Florida artist named T-Pain dropped a song called I'm Sprung, and it completely changed how music sounded. He used something called autotune, but not like anyone else ever had before. Instead of hiding it, he turned it all the way up, creating a robotic voice that became his signature sound. So his songs were suddenly everywhere, from Buy You a Drink to Bartender. But soon, the same thing that made him famous started to destroy his reputation. You see, after T-Pain blew up, everyone started copying his autotune style. A lot of artists used it badly. So when Jay-Z released Death of Autotune in 2009, people blamed T-Pain for ruining real singing. Critics mocked him and other artists who turned on him, saying he couldn't actually sing. But the moment that truly broke him came from someone he looked up to. The thing is, in 2013, Usher told T-Pain to his face, "You kind of messed up music for real singers." And those words crushed him so badly that he fell into a 4-year depression while disappearing from the spotlight, wondering if his career was finished. But then, out of nowhere, T-Pain did something that no one saw coming. As it turns out, in 2014, he went on NPR's Tiny Desk concert with no autotune at all, and it was just his real voice. The internet went crazy, so millions of people were shocked when they realized he could actually sing better than most R&B stars. So that one performance completely flipped everything. Artists who people hated on for all the wrong reasons. Back in 2000.
Enoch, a biblical figure known to escape death, was taken by God and shown deeper heavenly secrets. But, unlike other prophets, Enoch was revealed much because disobedient angels had already exposed many heavenly secrets to humans. According to Enoch, the first heaven contains clouds and winds. The second is a place of darkness for fallen angels awaiting judgment. The third is paradise, also referenced by Apostle Paul, who said he was told things not to tell humanity. The fourth contains celestial bodies. The fifth is a silent realm with imprisoned fallen angels. The sixth has innumerable angels overseeing human affairs, and the seventh house is God's throne. But the Bible only mentions heavens of heavens without specifying a number. So, how many heavens are there? The Book of Enoch claims there are 10. The Book of Enoch claims there are 10 heavens, but
This is an Aztec warrior.
Before humanity ever drew an image of an angel, before the word even existed in human language, there were the seraphim, the highest order of angels, the burning ones, the 6 winged beings that surround the throne of God with a presence so overwhelming that even the holiest prophets collapsed the moment they appeared. If you have ever seen art,
Sumerians were one of the earliest known civilizations, emerging in southern Mesopotamia, which is now modern-day Iraq, around 3100 BC. They established a network of city-states, including Ur, Uruk, Lagash, and Eridu, and are credited with numerous innovations such as writing, the wheel, advanced irrigation, and the first known legal codes. At their peak, the Sumerians dominated Mesopotamia, influencing later civilizations like the Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians. Their political structure consisted of independent city-states, each ruled by a king who claimed divine authority. Trade flourished, connecting Sumer to regions as distant as the Indus Valley and Anatolia. Despite their achievements, the Sumerians faced a gradual decline. Their downfall began around 2300 BC when Sargon of Akkad conquered Sumer, creating the first known empire. Though Sumerian culture continued on, Akkadian rule weakened the independence of their city-states. Sumer would eventually regain prominence under the third dynasty of Ur, but this revival was short-lived. By 2000 BC, repeated invasions by the Elamites and the Amorites destabilized the region. The city of Ur, one of the last strongholds of Sumerian power, fell around 2004 BC, marking the end of Sumer as a political entity. After the fall, the Sumerians were gradually absorbed into the cultures that succeeded them, specifically the Babylonians, who inherited much of their knowledge, language, and administrative systems. The land of Sumer remained a center of civilization, but it was no longer under Sumerian rule. Over time, their language faded, replaced by Akkadian and later Aramaic. Though their civilization fell, their contributions laid the foundation for future empires, making their influence one of the most important in human history. The Akkadian Empire, founded by Sargon of Akkad around 2334 BC, was the first known empire in history, uniting the various city-states of Sumer and extending its influence across Mesopotamia. At its height, the empire stretched from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean, encompassing much of modern-day Iraq, Syria, and parts of Iran and Turkey. The Akkadians centralized power, standardized administration, and spread their Semitic language, which would later influence Babylonian and Assyrian dialects. They also facilitated trade, connecting Mesopotamia to distant regions, and contributed to advancements in art, literature, and warfare. Despite its power, the Akkadian Empire fell into decline due to a combination of internal strife, external invasions, and environmental factors. By the late 22nd century BC, successive rulers struggled to maintain control over the vast territory. During the reign of Shar Kali Sheri between 2217 to 2193 BC, the empire faced rebellions from subject states and attacks from the Gutians, a mountain people from the Zagros region. Climate change, including severe droughts and desertification, further weakened agriculture and disrupted the economy. As centralized power crumbled, Mesopotamia fragmented into smaller, warring states. The final blow came around 2154 BC, when the Gutians overran the Akkadian capital and effectively ended the empire. After the fall, the people of Akkad were absorbed into successor states, specifically the third dynasty of Ur, which briefly restored Sumerian rule. The Akkadian language and culture persisted for centuries, influencing later civilizations, including the Babylonians and Assyrians. The land that once formed the empire remained a contested and culturally rich region, but Akkad itself faded from political prominence. The Minoan civilization flourished on the island of Crete from approximately 3000 BC to 1100 BC, reaching its peak between 2000 and 1450 BC. As one of the earliest advanced civilizations in Europe, the Minoans developed impressive luxurious centers such as Knossos, Phaistos, and Malea. They were known for their sophisticated art, advanced architecture, and complex trade networks that connected them with Egypt, the Near East, and mainland Greece. The Minoans also developed an early form of writing, known as Linear A, which remains undeciphered. Their society was heavily influenced by maritime trade, and they were a dominant naval power in the Aegean. The decline of the Minoan civilization was a gradual process influenced by both natural disasters and external threats. Around 1600 BC, the massive volcanic eruption on the island of Thera triggered a series of devastating tsunamis and earthquakes that severely damaged Minoan cities. Although the civilization managed to recover, it was significantly weakened. By 1450 BC, the Mycenaeans, a Greek-speaking people from the mainland, began to assert control over Crete. They took over many Minoan palaces and integrated aspects of Minoan culture into their own. The final collapse of the Minoan civilization occurred around 1100 BC, likely due to continued Mycenaean dominance, internal decline, and possible additional invasions. After the fall, the Minoan people were absorbed into Mycenaean and later Greek cultures. The once thriving luxurious centers fell into ruin, and Linear A writing was replaced by the Mycenaean Linear B script. Crete remained an important cultural and trade hub, but the distinct Minoan identity faded over time. Despite their fall, the Minoans left a major impact on Greek mythology, art, and architecture, influencing the development of later European civilizations. The Hittite Empire emerged in Anatolia, which is now modern-day Turkey, around 1600 BC, and became one of the most powerful civilizations of the ancient Near East. At its height, between the 14th and 13th centuries BC, the Hittite Empire controlled vast territories, including parts of modern Turkey, Syria, and Iraq. The Hittites were skilled warriors and diplomats, known for their use of chariots and early ironworking. Their capital, Hattusa, was a major political and cultural center. The Hittites rivaled Egypt, Babylonia, and Assyria, famously clashing with Pharaoh Ramses II at the Battle of Kadesh around 1274 BC, which led to one of the earliest known peace treaties. The empire began to decline in the early 12th century BC due to internal struggles, economic instability, and external threats. A series of poor harvests and climate change weakened their economy, while conflicts with the Assyrians and invasions by the mysterious Sea Peoples further destabilized the region. The final blow came around 1180 BC, when Hattusa was destroyed, likely due to internal rebellion or enemy invasion. The last known Hittite rulers struggled to maintain control, but by this time, the empire had fragmented into smaller city-states. After the fall, the remnants of the Hittite population continued to live in the region, forming smaller Neo-Hittite states in Syria and southern Anatolia. These city-states persisted for several centuries, but eventually fell to the expanding Assyrian Empire. The once great land of the Hittites was absorbed into new emerging powers, and Hittite culture gradually faded. Despite their fall, the Hittites left a major impact on law, administration, and military strategy, influencing later civilizations of the Near East. The Assyrian Empire was one of the most powerful civilizations of the ancient Near East, with its dominance stretching from around 1365 BC to 609 BC. At its height, during the Neo-Assyrian period, between 911 and 609 BC, the empire controlled vast territories, including Mesopotamia, the Levant, Anatolia, and parts of Egypt. The Assyrians were known for their military skills, advanced siege warfare, and brutal tactics against enemies. Their capital cities, such as Nineveh and Ashur, were centers of administration, culture, and learning. Assyrian rulers like Tiglath-Pileser III, Sargon II, Sennacherib, and Ashurbanipal expanded the empire through relentless conquest and created one of the earliest organized bureaucracies. Despite its strengths, the Assyrian Empire fell due to internal instability, overextension, and external invasions. By the late 7th century BC, the empire faced widespread revolts from its subject peoples. The Babylonians, under King Nabal-Polasser, and the Medes, led by Cyaxares, formed an alliance against Assyria. In 612 BC, Nineveh, the heart of the empire, was sacked and destroyed. The final remnants of Assyrian resistance fell at Haran in 609 BC, marking the end of Assyrian dominance. Ashur-uballit II, the last recorded Assyrian king, made a failed attempt to reclaim power before disappearing from history. After the fall, the Assyrian people were largely absorbed into the Babylonian and Median cultures, and many Assyrians continued to live in the region, but their political influence was erased. The former Assyrian heartland became a battleground between the Babylonians, Medes, and later Persians. Despite their downfall, Assyrian innovations in governance, military tactics, and infrastructure influenced future empires, including the Babylonians and Persians. The Neo-Babylonian Empire rose to prominence in 626 BC after the fall of the Assyrian Empire, reaching its peak under King Nebuchadnezzar II between 605 to 562 BC. Centered in Mesopotamia, the empire became the dominant power of the ancient Near East, controlling vast territories, including parts of modern-day Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Israel, and Jordan. Babylon, the capital, was a magnificent city, renowned for its towering walls, the Ishtar Gate, and the legendary Hanging Gardens. The empire played a key role in Mesopotamian culture, reviving Sumerian and Akkadian traditions while advancing astronomy, mathematics, and literature. Nebuchadnezzar II is also known for the conquest of Jerusalem in 586 BC, leading to the Babylonian captivity of the Jewish people. The empire's decline began after Nebuchadnezzar's death, as weak rulers and internal conflicts destabilized Babylon. The last king, Nabonidus, was unpopular due to his religious reforms and prolonged absence from Babylon. In 539 BC, the Persian king Cyrus the Great invaded, taking advantage of Babylon's weakened state. The city fell without significant resistance, as the Persian army entered through the Euphrates River. Nabonidus was captured, and Cyrus declared himself ruler, integrating Babylon into the growing Achaemenid Persian Empire. Following the fall, Babylon remained an important cultural and administrative center under Persian rule, but it lost its independence. The people of the Neo-Babylonian Empire were absorbed into Persian society, though their traditions and scholarship continued to influence later civilizations. The land remained prosperous, but was now part of a much larger empire. The Western Roman Empire was the western half of the Roman Empire, formally established after the division of the empire in 285 by Emperor Diocletian. At its height, Rome controlled vast territories across Europe, North Africa, and the Mediterranean. It was a center of military power, engineering, governance, and culture, laying the foundation for Western civilization. The empire's road networks, legal systems, and administrative structures shaped future European societies. However, by the late 4th and early 5th centuries, internal decay and external pressures weakened its authority. The fall of the Western Roman Empire was a gradual process influenced by political instability, economic troubles, military decline, and barbarian invasions. Corruption, civil wars, and reliance on mercenary forces eroded Roman power. The empire suffered repeated invasions from Germanic tribes, including the Visigoths, who sacked Rome in 410 under Alaric. The Vandals further devastated Rome in 455, and the final collapse occurred in 476 when the Germanic chieftain Odoacer overthrew the last Roman emperor, Romulus Augustulus. Unlike previous emperors, Romulus was now replaced, marking the symbolic end of Roman rule in the West. After the fall, the Western Roman Empire fractured into various barbarian kingdoms. The people of the empire adapted to new rulers, blending Roman traditions with Germanic customs. Latin remained a dominant language, and Roman law influenced emerging medieval legal systems. The former imperial territories evolved into early medieval states, including the Frankish, Visigothic, and Ostrogothic kingdoms. The Eastern Roman Empire, or Byzantine Empire, continued for nearly 1,000 years, preserving much of Rome's legacy. Despite its fall, the Western Roman Empire's influence endured through its language, legal traditions, and cultural foundations, shaping the course of European history for centuries to come. The Byzantine Empire, also known as the Eastern Roman Empire, emerged after the division of the Roman Empire in 285 and continued for over 1,000 years until its fall in 1453. Centered in Constantinople, the empire was a dominant force in the Mediterranean and Near East, preserving Roman law, Greek culture, and Christian traditions. Under emperors like Justinian I, the Byzantines expanded their territories, developed the Justinian Code, and conducted architectural marvels such as the Hagia Sophia. The empire played a crucial role in trade, diplomacy, and military conflicts, acting as a bridge between the ancient and medieval worlds. The decline of the Byzantium was gradual, marked by internal strife, economic struggles, and external threats. The empire faced repeated invasions from Persians, Arabs, Bulgars, and later the Seljuk Turks. The Fourth Crusade in 1204 was a devastating blow, as Western European crusaders sacked Constantinople and weakened Byzantine control. Though the empire was restored in 1261, under the PlayaHaitian dynasty, it never regained its former strength. By the 5th century, the Ottoman Turks, led by Sultan Mehmed II, besieged Constantinople. On May 29, 1453, the city fell, and Emperor Constantine XI died in battle, marking the end of the Byzantine Empire. After the fall, many Byzantine scholars and artists fled to Western Europe, contributing to the Renaissance. The people who remained became subjects of the Ottoman Empire, and Constantinople was renamed Istanbul, becoming the Ottoman capital. Byzantine culture, Orthodox Christianity, and legal traditions persisted, influencing Russia, Eastern Europe, and the Islamic world. Though its empire fell, Byzantium's legacy endured in law, art, and religion, shaping the development of modern Europe and the Mediterranean for centuries. The Inca Empire, the largest civilization in pre-Columbian America, thrived in the Andes region of South America from the early 15th century until its fall in the 16th century. At its height, the empire stretched across modern-day Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, Chile, Argentina, and Colombia, with Cusco at its capital. The Incas developed an advanced society with extensive road networks, agriculture, and sophisticated architecture, including Machu Picchu. Their government was highly organized, using a system of knotted cords for record-keeping and a labor tax system called Mida. The empire was unified under the worship of Inti, the sun god, and ruled by the Sapa Inca, who was considered divine. The fall of the Inca Empire began with internal conflict, and after the death of Emperor Huayna Capac around 1527, his sons, Atahualpa and Huáscar, fought a brutal civil war for the throne. Atahualpa emerged victorious, but his rule was short-lived. In 1532, Spanish conquistador Francisco Pizarro arrived with a small force and captured Atahualpa in Cajamarca. Despite paying a massive ransom in gold and silver, Atahualpa was exiled in 1533. The Spanish then marched on Cusco, seizing the capital and dismantling the empire. After the fall, the Incas resisted under leaders like Manco Inca, who established a rebel stronghold in Vilcabamba until the Spanish crushed it in 1572. The Inca population suffered from forced labor, enslavement, and European diseases. The land was divided into Spanish colonies, and native traditions were suppressed. However, aspects of Inca culture, language, and agricultural practices persisted among indigenous communities. The Inca legacy remains influential in Andean society, with Quechua still spoken and Inca engineering marvels standing as reminders of their once great empire. The Aztec Empire was a powerful Mesoamerican civilization that thrived from the 14th to the early 16th century in what is now central Mexico. Emerging as a dominant force in the Valley of Mexico, the Aztecs, also known as the Mexica, established their capital, Tenochtitlan, in 1325 on an island in Lake Texcoco. Through military conquest and strategic alliances, they built a vast empire that controlled numerous city-states and extracted tribute from conquered peoples. The Aztecs developed a sophisticated society with impressive architectural feats, an extensive trade network, and a complex religious system that revolved around deities such as Huitzilopochtli and Quetzalcoatl. Their influence extended across much of Mesoamerica, making them one of the most powerful civilizations of their time. The fall of the Aztec Empire began with the arrival of Spanish conquistador Hernan Cortés in 1519. Initially welcomed by Emperor Montezuma II, the Spaniards took advantage of internal divisions among the Aztecs and their subject peoples. In 1520, tensions escalated when the Spanish massacred Aztec nobles, leading to a violent rebellion that forced the conquistadors to flee in an event known as La Noche Triste. However, with the help of indigenous allies, such as the Tlaxcalans, Cortés regrouped and launched a final siege on Tenochtitlan in 1521. The city fell on August 13th after months of starvation, disease, and relentless warfare. Montezuma II had died earlier under mysterious circumstances, and his successor, Cuauhtémoc, was captured and later executed by the Spanish. Following the fall of the Aztec Empire, the Spanish established Mexico City atop the ruins of Tenochtitlan, marking the beginning of Spanish colonial rule in Mexico. The indigenous population suffered greatly from European diseases, forced labor, and cultural suppression. Many Aztecs were either enslaved or taken in by the new colonial society, while their temples and monuments were destroyed or repurposed. The conquest of the Aztecs paved the way for Spanish dominance in the Americas, leading to the spread of European culture, language, and religion. The Ottoman Empire was one of the most powerful empires in history, lasting from 1299 to 1922. Founded by Osman I in Anatolia, it expanded rapidly, conquering vast territories across Southeast Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. At its height in the 16th and 17th centuries, under rulers like Suleiman the Magnificent, the empire was a dominant global power, controlling major trade routes and influencing politics, culture, and military affairs. The Ottomans developed a sophisticated administration, blending Islamic governance with a diverse, multi-ethnic society. Their capital, Constantinople, which is now modern-day Istanbul, became a thriving center of commerce, learning, and architecture. The empire's decline was gradual, beginning in the late 17th century due to military defeats, economic struggles, internal corruption, and growing nationalist movements. By the 19th century, the Ottoman Empire was referred to as the sick man of Europe, as European powers took advantage of its weakening grip on territories, and World War I ended up being the final blow. Siding with Germany and the Central Powers, the Ottomans suffered a crushing defeat. In 1920, the Treaty of Sevres dismantled much of the empire, leading to the Turkish War of Independence. In 1922, the Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed VI, was overthrown, and in 1923, Mustafa Kemal Ataturk officially abolished the Ottoman state, establishing the Republic of Turkey. After the empire's fall, former Ottoman territories were divided among European powers, leading to the creation of modern nations such as Turkey, Iraq, Syria, and others. The Ottoman ruling elite lost power, while many people adapted to new national identities. The fall of the Ottoman Empire reshaped the Middle East and Balkans, creating long-lasting political and ethnic tensions. Despite its collapse, Ottoman cultural and architectural influences remained deeply embedded in the regions it once controlled. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was a major European power that existed from 1867 to 1918. Formed through the Austro-Hungarian Compromise of 1867, it was a dual monarchy that united Austria and Hungary under Emperor Franz Joseph I. The empire controlled vast and diverse territories, including modern-day Austria, Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia, and parts of Poland, Ukraine, Romania, and Italy. It was an influential political, economic, and military force in Europe, playing a key role in diplomacy and industrial development. Despite its strength, the empire struggled with nationalist ties among its various ethnic groups, including Slavs, Germans, Magyars, and Italians. Eventually, the empire's downfall was directly linked to World War I. As an ally of Germany, Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia in 1914, after the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the throne. This event triggered a global conflict that severely weakened the empire. Military defeats, economic hardship, and growing nationalist movements led to internal collapse. In 1916, Emperor Franz Joseph I died, and his successor, Charles I, was unable to prevent the empire's disintegration. By the late 1918, as World War I neared its end, various ethnic groups declared independence, and Austria-Hungary effectively ceased to exist. After the empire's dissolution, its former territories were divided into multiple independent nations, including Austria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia, while others were annexed by neighboring countries. The people of the empire had to adapt to new national identities and borders, often leading to political instability and ethnic conflicts in the years that followed. The fall of Austria-Hungary marked the end of centuries of Habsburg rule in Central Europe and reshaped the region's political landscape, contributing to tensions that would later lead to World War II. Thank you very much for watching this video, and if you learned something, make sure to leave a like, comment down below your thoughts on any of the fallen societies I discussed in this video, and subscribe if you would like to see a part 2 or more videos like this one. Thank you again, and goodbye.
Chevy Colorado at 430 pound-feet of standard torque. And nowhere to be but out there. Chevy trucks. Dependability comes standard. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This program explores the mysteries of the Bible from a variety of historical and theological perspectives, which have been debated for centuries. For billions of people around the world, he is known as the Son of God, the Messiah, the Prince of Peace. But who was the man simply known in his lifetime as Jesus? The carpenter's son from Nazareth, who was executed by the Romans, and whose teachings have inspired one of the most powerful and influential religions in the world. Just how accurate are the accounts as written in the Bible's New Testament?
Jesus is a Messiah today.
His friends were prostitutes and sinners. Jesus' ministry was actually funded by a lot of women.
You might be surprised to learn that Jesus had siblings.
It is one of the most important books ever written. Its contents have been studied, debated, and fought over for thousands of years. But does the Bible also contain secrets? Secret prophecies? Secret characters? Secret texts? Now, for the first time, an extraordinary series will challenge everything we think, everything we know, and everything we believe about the Bible. The ancient kingdom of Judea, more than 2,000 years ago. It was here, according to the New Testament Gospels of Matthew and Luke, that the infant Jesus was born to a young woman named Mary and her husband Joseph. But, believe it or not, the actual year of Jesus' birth is uncertain. For centuries, the year 1 AD, or Anno Domini, the year of our Lord, was assumed to be correct. But recent historical research has proved otherwise.
Jesus is born somewhere between 4 and 7 BCE, because Herod the Great died in 4 BC, and Jesus was born during Herod the Great. So this is one of the secrets that scholars know, but most people don't think about it. Those who made the calendar, they dated the birth of Jesus incorrectly. And we still live on a calendar where Jesus was actually born 4 to 7 years BC.
But the exact year of Jesus' birth is not the only historic fact that seems to differ from tradition. The New Testament states that Jesus was born in the town of Bethlehem, but even that has been recently questioned by both historians and theologians.
Jesus is said to be born in Bethlehem from both Matthew and Luke. In fact, historians today widely think that Jesus was not born in Bethlehem, that Jesus was born in Nazareth, the hometown of his parents, Joseph and Mary.
According to the Gospel of Luke, prior to giving birth to Jesus, Mary and her husband Joseph would have been required to travel to Joseph's birthplace of Bethlehem in order to take part in the Roman census. But recent scholarship has indicated that the only likely census during that period was the census of Quirinius around the year 6 AD.
We know a lot about Roman censuses. After all, the purpose of a census was for taxation, and the Romans were quite adept at keeping documentations when it came to taxation. There is not a single scrap of evidence that these people were to be counted not in the place of residence, but in the place of their father's birth. So then, why do Matthew and Luke say that Jesus was born in Bethlehem and not in Nazareth? Because according to the prophecies about the Messiah in the Hebrew Bible, the Messiah is supposed to be born in the city of David, which is Bethlehem.
Why is there a disparity between the biblical account of Jesus' birth and the results of research by mainstream historians? The fact is, pretty much everything we know about the life of Jesus comes from the 4 Gospels of the New Testament. And even though the Gospels are credited to the evangelists Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the Gospels may actually have been written 40 to 100 years after the crucifixion. They also contain little or no accounts of Jesus' life before he became a prophet.
We would love to know answers to, like, what was Jesus like as a teenager? And did Jesus ever have any girlfriends? Did he ever have any relationships? Anything like that? The Gospels don't really want to tell us any of that stuff because they're really interested in just focusing on why Jesus is who he is and what he did.
What really happened during Jesus' so-called lost years?
Were the accounts omitted deliberately? If so, why? Perhaps closer examination of the Gospels will reveal some surprising facts.
It's one of the biggest kept secrets about Jesus that he's one of quite a large family. We know of at least 4 brothers: James, Joseph, Judas, and Simon. We know of at least a couple of sisters.
One is named Salome, we think, one Maria. So there you've got 7 kids right there. Maybe more.
And the curious thing about Jesus' family is that lots of them later on become key people in the church. Most importantly, Jesus' brother James. It's curious how they disappear though. And it may just be because as time goes on, the idea of the perpetual virginity of the Virgin Mary catches on.
Perhaps one of the most controversial and profound aspects of the story of Jesus is the belief that his mother Mary gave birth to him while a virgin. It is among the very foundations of the Christian faith. But curiously, the references to Jesus being born of a virgin can only be found in 2 of the Gospels, Matthew and Luke. Wouldn't such a miraculous event have been more widely reported? Or was it, as some scholars suggest, an attempt by Jesus' followers to justify their belief in him as the Hebrew Messiah, the fulfillment of the Old Testament prophecies?
The New Testament loves to rely on the prophecies of the prophet Isaiah for proof of Jesus' messiahship. One of the prophecies that became very popular was a prophecy during the time of Hezekiah. Jerusalem's under siege, they don't know if they're going to survive, and Isaiah comes up with a prophecy. It says, look, behold, there's a virgin, and she will bear a son, and his name will be Emmanuel, which is God with us.
Matthew uses a Greek word that in this context means virgin. But the Hebrew word that appears in Isaiah, it can mean virgin, but it usually just means a young girl with no comment at all on whether she had had sex yet. Matthew kind of wiggled into that interpretation in order to claim that Jesus was born of a virgin. So it's definitely the case that they went back to the Old Testament with eyes of faith.
The idea that Jesus has brothers becomes inconvenient, becomes a problem. People don't like to think that Mary might have given birth to anyone other than just Jesus. And so as time goes on, the church writes them out of the story, explains them away, that perhaps they were children of Joseph by another marriage or so on.
In addition to evidence that Jesus had brothers and sisters, there are, in fact, a wide range of other ancient texts about the life and teachings of Jesus that are referenced within the Christian tradition, but remain outside of the official New Testament. In 1945, Egyptian farmers digging in the small town of Nag Hammadi uncovered an earthen jar containing more than 50 ancient texts. Later referred to as the Gnostic Gospels, they are believed to be older than the oldest known copies of the New Testament. They also include several additional, and at times, conflicting versions of Jesus' life and teachings.
Probably 85% of what was available in the ancient world got destroyed. What we have in the New Testament, even though there are 4 Gospels, is a very small slice of the traditions that were available.
Another ancient gospel excluded from the New Testament is called the Infancy Gospel of Thomas. Believed to have been written around 125 AD, the manuscript is thought to be an early attempt to provide more details of Jesus' childhood than could be found in the standard Gospels.
Well, the Infancy Gospel of Thomas claims to be written by Thomas, who was Jesus' own brother.
Jesus is almost like the young Superman. He just goes around doing extraordinary things.
Jesus is walking through the street as a 5-year-old, and another kid is playing, runs up and bangs him on the arm. Jesus turns to him and he says, "You'll go no further on your way," and the child falls down dead.
People who were responsible for this text were very clearly interested in this idea of, if a child was God and had power over life and death, what would happen if that child lost his temper?
But why, if such a first-hand account of the boy Jesus' life existed, might it have been excluded from the New Testament?
The church fathers thought some of the stories in it were somewhat scandalous, and so they decided there's no way this one's getting into the New Testament.
Although all that is known about the man called Jesus is a composite written by several people over a period of hundreds of years, one fact is certain. He was a charismatic teacher and prophet. He was a rabbi who, although some scholars claim he could neither read nor write, espoused a profound religious philosophy, that of the divine nature of mankind and the integrity of all living things. But where did Jesus' ideas about God come from? Who were his mentors? There are those who believe he was strongly influenced by a man many thought to be wild and dangerous. The River Jordan, Palestine, approximately 26 AD. A half-starved, nearly naked man storms along the river's edge, predicting the end of days and practicing baptismal rituals.
John the Baptist, or literally John the Dipper, because to baptize means to immerse or dip in water. He's seen as the one who prepares the way for the Messiah.
According to the New Testament, people came from all over the Middle East to be immersed in the river by this charismatic preacher. He was also believed to be Jesus' first cousin, a prophet who sought to cleanse the sins of man before the coming of the Messiah.
Jesus' mother Mary is called a kinswoman of Elizabeth, the mother of John the Baptist. They probably knew each other all their lives growing up as kids, teenagers, into their 20s.
So for Mom, I was thinking...
I thought she didn't want anything.
Well, like when she says she doesn't want any fries?
She eats all her fries.
Exactly. What if we get her the new iPhone 17 Pro at AT&T? We can get their best deal without needing the most expensive plan.
Good call.
And she loves her selfies.
Who's that?
No, get the all-new iPhone 17 Pro on us when you trade in your old iPhone. Any condition. Most expensive plan not required.
One of the little-known secrets of the Bible is that John and Jesus were at one time rivals. John was actually the big prophet, and that Jesus was kind of the upstart.
Many Jews thought that John the Baptist was himself the Messiah. In fact, many of John's disciples thought of their master as superior to Jesus. After all, as they argued, who baptized whom?
As far as the occupying Romans and the Hebrew elite were concerned, John the Baptist was not only popular, he was dangerous. Judea, in the time of Jesus, was largely a nation of sheep herders and farmers. Life under Roman occupation was hard, and the conditions were often brutal.
The Jews didn't like being a conquered people. No one does.
The Roman occupation of Jerusalem created a profound sense of trauma among the Jews. This created a sense of apocalyptic yearning among the Jews. There was a feeling that God was going to free the Jews from the yoke of occupation.
Fearing riots from his growing crowds of followers, the Romans had John the Baptist arrested, sent to prison, and eventually beheaded.
With the death of John, his ministry, and in fact his disciples, were passed on to Jesus.
The beheading of John the Baptist had to have been a very important moment in Jesus' life. It provided the inauguration of Jesus' kind of solo ministry. Probably more importantly, it marked Jesus as something of a political dissident as well.
Following John's death, Jesus returned to Galilee and started building his ministry. Sometimes he attracted followers by performing miracles. In Capernaum, he made a lame man walk. In Bethsaida, he gave a blind man his sight. At a wedding in Cana, he turned water into wine.
At the wedding of Cana, Jesus turns the water into wine. And he doesn't just turn it into any wine, he turns it into the best wine. So this is Jesus' first public miracle. And once he comes forward with this first miracle, the floodgates really open. The ministry has begun.
But were the miracles of Jesus, as reported in all four of the Gospels, real? Or were they concocted by his followers to help prove what they believed to be his divine origins?
If we read the biblical text, Jesus created a great following the way that just about everyone else did. He performed miracles. He did magic deeds. He caused the blind to see. He was a healer.
Jesus also included among his followers many who were considered outcasts, the poor and the disenfranchised.
Jesus' message was aimed primarily at the relatively lower class, poorer population of this sort of rural agricultural Galilee, and not so much against the background of Jerusalem.
In Matthew chapter 20, verses 1 through 16, Jesus preaches that all are treated equally in the kingdom of heaven, similar to a job where all laborers receive the same daily wage, regardless of how many hours each worked that day.
I get the idea that he's maybe done that. He knows what it feels like to come too late and not get chosen, or to get cheated on your wages.
The concept of equal pay per day, regardless of hours worked, was a radical notion for its time, and one that made Jesus seem threatening to the status quo.
Jesus liked to push buttons. He liked to provoke controversy. He asked really hard questions, and he pressed his students. He pressed those who would listen, challenged them, right? Why do we think what we think? Why do we believe what we believe? So he was an incredible teacher.
But although Jesus eloquently preached about the value of a person's labor, he did not appear to have an occupation of his own.
If you really look at the New Testament, he doesn't hold down a job. He tells other people to leave their jobs. He tells people to leave their families.
So, without a job or any other apparent source of income, just how did Jesus support himself and his disciples?
One of the secrets of the Bible is that Jesus' ministry was actually funded by a lot of women. If you read Luke, it very clearly says that the women were the ones that were contributing funds to fund this ministry.
Some of the women are named Joanna, Susanna, and then Mary Magdalene. She's from up the road and from Mondon.
Could Mary Magdalene, the woman who many believe to have been a common prostitute, really have been a major benefactor of Jesus' ministry?
Others said perhaps she owns a fishing business. She's Mary of Magdala. And so it could be that Mary's taking funds from her own business and giving them to Jesus.
There are even those who are convinced that Mary was not only one of Jesus' most devoted followers, she was also perhaps his lover, or even his wife.
Certainly we discover in the Gnostic texts that there are many, many references to Jesus' relationship to Mary Magdalene. She is referred to as his beloved. She is referred to in a sexual manner in the Gospels. So not only was Jesus married, but Jesus was married to Mary Magdalene.
In the New Testament, Mary Magdalene shows up in Jesus' public ministry only one time in one verse. In the Gospel of Luke, chapter 8, we're told that Mary Magdalene and a large group of other women used to support Jesus and their disciples financially. That's all it says. And so it's very difficult to get from that to Mary Magdalene being Jesus' closest disciple with whom he had a relationship and ended up getting married to.
But whatever the nature of their relationship, many scholars now believe that the one thing Mary Magdalene was not was a prostitute. They also believe that she may have been the victim of a sexist agenda on the part of the church, one that has robbed her of a place of honor in the history of Christianity.
What happens is that Mary Magdalene gets conflated with the woman who anoints Jesus in the Gospel of Luke, who is said to be a woman of the city and a sinner. She's interpreted as a prostitute by Pope Gregory in the 5th century, and the rest is history in the Western Christian tradition.
Is Mary Magdalene's historic reputation as a prostitute the result of Pope Gregory's misinterpretation? Or was there another, more deliberate agenda at work? An agenda that not only altered the historical understanding of Mary Magdalene, but also that of Jesus himself.
Jesus is very much concerned with the poor, with the suffering. He likes to consort with sinners because he considers them the underdog. Today, people think of Jesus as the most righteous, upright person who ever lived and had no taint on his personality. But in fact, his reputation in the New Testament was that he was a drunkard and a glutton, and that his friends were prostitutes and sinners.
Was Jesus of Nazareth a social radical, a political revolutionary, a religious philosopher, or was he in fact the Messiah, the Son of God? Perhaps the answer can be found by an even more careful examination of the New Testament and secrets that have only recently been discovered. Galilee, northern Israel. It was here more than 2,000 years ago that Jesus of Nazareth began his ministry and built his following. One day, while traveling near the town of Caesarea Philippi, Jesus asked his disciples, "Who do people say the Son of Man is?" When they offered various answers, he then asked, "Who do you say I am?" Simon Peter then declared, "You are the Messiah, the Son of the living God."
I'm fairly sure that the historical Jesus never openly taught that he was the Messiah. I think if he did, we'd have more indications that he did in the first three Gospels. Whereas we don't. We have more of that in John.
In the Gospel of John, Jesus even uses a term to describe himself that's, I think, intentionally ambiguous. He refers to himself in the third person as the Son of Man. Well, the secret about the word Son of Man is that in Aramaic, Baranosh, it's just the way that you say a person. So when Jesus uses the phrase Son of Man as a self-description, you don't know whether he's just saying himself or whether he's actually making a messianic claim.
During Jesus' lifetime, dozens of other aspiring self-proclaimed messiahs were crisscrossing the Holy Land. Some were spiritual figures, claiming to cast out demons and heal the sick. Others were more political, vowing to drive the hated Roman Empire into the sea. But Jesus, a Jew who was well versed in the scriptures, believed that the Hebrew prophets foretold of a Messiah who would liberate the Jewish people. They also predicted that the Messiah would be a descendant of King David and would restore the kingdom of Judea to peace and prosperity.
Jesus' knowledge of Scripture was so tremendous that he was acknowledged by the people and also by the religious authorities as one who knew the Bible quite well.
In the Hebrew Bible, there are multiple prophecies about what the Messiah is and what he is supposed to do. But there was at least some consensus in the time of Jesus that his primary task would be to liberate the Jews from the Roman occupation. Redemption for the Jews, redemption for the house of Israel, to recreate the kingdom of David on earth.
Did Jesus really claim to be the Messiah, the Savior whose actions would liberate the Jews? Or was he preaching an even more radical notion, one that went far beyond the teachings in the Hebrew Testaments, that all men are equal in the eyes of God, regardless of wealth or even the origin of birth?
Jesus of Nazareth was an apocalyptic Jewish prophet, which is to say, he was going around preaching about the coming kingdom of God, and it would be a physical, on-earth kingdom.
On one occasion, he is approached by a very wealthy man who asks, "What must he do to be saved?" Jesus said, "Take all of your wealth, sell it, give it to the poor, and follow me." Wealth for Jesus was one of those things that stood in the way of people following him and following God.
There's also a great story about an adulteress and Jesus apparently letting this woman off scot-free.
They say she's been caught in the act of adultery according to the law of Moses. We're to stone her to death. What do you say we should do? Jesus got a dilemma here, because if he says, yes, go ahead and stone her, he's violating his teachings of love and forgiveness and mercy. But if he says, no, let her go, he's breaking the law of Moses. Well, he looks up and he says, let the one without sin among you be the first to cast a stone at her. One by one they leave until there's nobody left. And he says, is there no one left to condemn you? She says, no, Lord, no one. He says, neither do I condemn you. Go and sin no more.
It's a message all about renewal, revolution, change, fulfillment. So he does see himself as something important, powerful, different, that fulfills lots of what's gone before.
Jesus' message, one that promoted the idea that common people were in some ways equal to the wealthy and powerful, resonated with many of the occupied Jews. They began to follow him everywhere and formed large crowds wherever he spoke. But as his followers grew in number, Jesus' populist teachings were being increasingly seen by the Romans as a threat. Did Jesus have a political agenda? It is an issue many religious and Bible scholars have strongly debated for centuries.
Jesus makes it very plain himself that he's not after power and he's not involved in politics. You have to under Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God that is God. Jesus is not involved in politics. He's not involved in trying to overthrow any government. He's bringing a new spiritual reality.
He's a revolutionary. It has already set up a provisional government. He tells the 12 apostles, I've chosen you 12 because you will sit on 12 thrones ruling the 12 tribes of Israel.
Jesus is a little different because there's not an obviously military angle to Jesus' messianic identity. In other words, as far as we can tell, Jesus doesn't carry a sword around with him. He doesn't talk about building an army. He doesn't talk about taking over Jerusalem or anything like that. So Jesus does seem to have been a much more passive kind of figure, much more of a holy man kind of figure than a lot of the other Messiah figures that we can track from that time.
Anyone who tries to stand up against the status quo, like a Moses figure, or a Jesus figure, or Martin Luther King Jr. figure, They know that they are heading for trouble.
You cannot usher in the kingdom of God without ushering out the kingdom of Caesar. For a Jew living in first century Palestine to be called for
For whoever ends up watching this, my eyes and ears have been.
Everything the person you know believes on part of our faith.
It went dark.
There's no stopping. Here's to the go-getters, whether they're in the gym or anywhere else. With 30 grams of protein, tons of delicious flavors. Premier Protein helps you go get life. Premier Protein. Go get 'em.
Messiah is to declare war on the Roman Empire.
Did allowing his followers to refer to him as the Messiah help to seal Jesus' fate? And did he deliberately encourage this notion because he knew that his death was inevitable, perhaps even necessary? One thing is certain. Through his teachings, Jesus had made himself the target of both the Romans and the religious hierarchy of the Jews. It wasn't long before they would begin to plot his crucifixion. For 1,500 years, the Roman Empire dominated the world, a far longer period than any of the empires that followed it. But around 30 AD, Palestine and its capital Jerusalem was considered by the Romans to be particularly difficult to rule.
Jerusalem is the holiest city in Judaism. This is where the temple sits. This is where God resides.
Jerusalem would have been a place where Jesus would have encountered Roman rule and occupation of the country. The temple was always sort of a tinderbox where the Romans anticipated the possibility of Jewish uprising.
According to the Gospel of John, it was here, in Jerusalem, during the week before Passover, that Jesus of Nazareth entered the city on a donkey.
There's certain prophecies that are given in Zechariah or Isaiah, Jeremiah. For example, the Messiah will come humble, riding on a donkey. So here's Jesus, last week of his life, on a Sunday. He comes riding down the Mount of Olives on a donkey, almost pantomiming this prophecy.
There are very few Jews who knew the Old Testament scriptures that would have missed the analogy. If Jesus ever did ride into Jerusalem on a donkey, he would have been self-consciously encouraging them to think of him in terms of the promised Davidic king.
With shouts of Hosanna, teeming crowds gathered around the man who was now being openly called Messiah, the one who would liberate the Jewish people from Roman rule.
To the Romans, that's instantly a red flag. Because that's political language, that's military language. You're talking about a rebellion.
The Romans were probably a little alarmed that he was gathering a rather large following, which would make them suspicious of what's going on.
But if there is one event in the life of Jesus that is the most out of character, it is perhaps the so-called cleansing of the temple. It is one of the few incidents that is reported in all four of the Gospels, and the one that likely cost him his life.
When Jesus comes to Jerusalem, he immediately goes into the temple. He discovers the financial corruptions at work inside of the temple. He knocks over some furniture. He chases out animals. He makes quite a scene. And his critique is, this house of God, which is intended to be a house of prayer for all nations, not just Jews, all nations, it has become a house of commerce. He is bringing that voice of judgment into the temple. And after he does this, it sets the course that leads to his death.
In all of the accounts of his life and teachings, Jesus appears to be loving, docile, and deliberately nonviolent. Yet here, in the largest and most important of all Jewish temples, Jesus reportedly shouts at and even whips people whom he feels are committing acts of desecration. But why? Was Jesus trying to ignite a political revolt? Or did he stage the event in a way that was deliberately intended to trigger his arrest and eventual martyrdom?
Not so much staging it, but sincerely believing that he's supposed to do this. Did he also read about how the Messiah is going to suffer for the sins of the people, and he thought he had to go to the cross?
Did Jesus really think he was the Messiah, the actual Son of God? Or did he believe himself to be a spiritual leader and liberator?
The question of how Jesus perceived himself will likely remain a secret for all time.
He told his disciples, according to several verses in the New Testament, that they would be rulers in the future kingdom. Who would Jesus be in this kingdom? I believe that Jesus taught the disciples privately that he himself was going to be the king. One of the 12, Judas Iscariot, told the authorities what Jesus was saying in private.
On the evening of Passover, following what Christians refer to as the Last Supper, Jesus was arrested on a charge of sedition and brought before the Roman governor Pontius Pilate.
Pontius Pilate was a ruthless, bloodthirsty governor who routinely sent his troops out into the streets of Jerusalem to slaughter the Jews whenever they disagreed with even the slightest of his decisions.
Jesus' torture and trial before Pontius Pilate is possibly the most famous courtroom drama in the history of the world. But believe it or not, there are several Bible scholars who doubt the details as reported in the Gospels.
Was there a trial that condemned Jesus? The Romans would not have killed Jesus without some type of hearing. I'm not sure how formal of a trial that was. The Gospels give different details of how that actually played out. I think that what historically is very clear is that there was some type of gathering.
When it comes to the trial, there are some historical problems with the trial as it is recorded in the New Testament. The historical details of that trial, they seem a little shifty. It's held at night, on a holy day of Passover. This is all illegal.
But whether or not there was an official trial, there is no scholarly debate over Jesus' ultimate fate.
I think we can be certain that Jesus was crucified. People just don't make that up about their Lord and Savior.
The titulus, the plaque that they put above Jesus' head as he writhed in pain, Jesus, King of the Jews, was an actual proclamation of the crime for which Jesus was crucified. His crime was written above his head. He was executed by the state for the crime of sedition.
After the crucifixion, Joseph of Arimathea, a wealthy Jewish follower of Jesus, provided funeral linens and even offered his personal tomb so that Jesus could be buried before the Sabbath. But what reportedly happened just 40 hours later became the cornerstone of one of the world's great faiths, and an event still debated by scholars around the world. Jesus' resurrection from the dead. A garden near Golgotha, Jerusalem. 3 days after the crucifixion of Jesus, a small group of women enter the garden and approach the tomb where, according to the Gospel of Mark, Jesus was laid to rest.
Mary Magdalene saw Jesus get crucified and saw where he was buried. And on the third day, she goes to the tomb in the company of other women in order to prepare his body for burial. But they find that the tomb's empty.
The traditional explanation for Jesus' empty tomb is that he rose from the dead. But is it possible that hidden within the pages of the New Testament is another, even more controversial account of the story?
The Gospel of John says that they put the corpse in a tomb that happened to be nearby the place of crucifixion. Joseph of Arimathea put him there. And there's no indication that that's where he's going to stay. Because what's going to happen when the Passover and the Sabbath are over? You're going to have to go retrieve the body, carry out the proper final rites of burial, and then put the body in the final resting place. So my conclusion is we should expect the empty tomb. If you put it in its Jewish context, the body was taken for a final reburial.
Could it be that the reports of Jesus' resurrection are based on a simple misunderstanding? That the real reason that Jesus' body was missing from the tomb was that because he died hours before the Sabbath, his body was later moved so that it could be properly anointed prior to its final burial? Or might there be yet another reason?
The disciples' hopes were completely destroyed by the crucifixion of Jesus. But then, some of them claim they saw Jesus alive again. And stories started floating around that he, in fact, had been raised from the dead. This reconfirmed for the disciples what they previously had thought. Jesus must be the one favored by God. He's coming back from heaven, and he's going to set up the kingdom here on earth.
Was Jesus' crucified body deliberately removed from the tomb in an attempt to create speculation and controversy? And were the gospel accounts written in an effort to promote the notion of Jesus' divine origin?
I do think it's a historical fact that at least a few of Jesus' disciples believe that they saw Jesus alive after his death. Maybe they saw a shadow on the wall, and they decided this is Jesus in another form. Whatever they saw, that was such a shock to their system that they basically completely changed their view of Jesus. Now he was no longer just a crucified prophet. And that's the beginning of Christianity.
Jesus' followers finally made him everything. They made him the Messiah, of course. He's greater than any priest, any prophet, any king that's ever come.
It can be said that it was his followers who elevated him to divine status.
His followers said that, in fact, true religion is about Jesus, who has died and been raised from the dead. And so Christianity became a belief in the death and resurrection of Jesus, the Messiah.
Is the ultimate secret about Jesus the fact that he was a holy man, a prophet, but still a mortal? No more, no less.
Jesus is the success story. His movement is the one that prevailed.
Could Jesus' divine status as the Son of God really be based on a plan by his followers to legitimize his teachings? Or is the nature of many of the questions and controversies surrounding Jesus' life and death really intended by God to serve as a test of faith? It is a question that will undoubtedly be asked and debated for centuries. Because, like the Bible itself, the Word of God can be written in many languages, and it is up to us to interpret them.
Feeling healthy, dry leaks and downs. Making a dinner that makes their whole day and giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that.
This program explores the mysteries of the Bible from a variety of historical and theological perspectives, which have been debated for centuries. They are the recorded visions of men and women who have been chosen by God to witness the future.
This vision of God. He sees fire, he sees the storm, there's the chariot.
There are dragons. There are great whores. There are prostitutes.
The idea that the end of the world is coming, and you might be thrown into hell.
Biblical prophecies have been preserved in the pages of the Bible for thousands of years. But are they warning from God about things that will happen, or secret messages meant only for the faithful?
It's telling you a secret, but you have to be able to get the secret.
It is one of the most important books ever written. Its contents have been studied, debated, and fought over for thousands of years. But does the Bible also contain secrets? Secret prophecies? Secret characters? Secret texts? Now, for the first time, an extraordinary series will challenge everything we think, everything we know, and everything we believe about the Bible. To many who read both the Old and New Testaments of the Bible, it is a book of faith and a spiritual guide which defines their lives. There are books that purport to convey history, and others that provide moral guidelines and laws for society. But also in the Bible are stories of prophets and their prophecies. These include the books of Isaiah, Jeremiah, Daniel, Ezekiel, and the book of Revelation. But were these books really meant to foretell the future? Or are they something else?
When we think of a prophet, a biblical prophet today, we tend to think of somebody who's predicting what's going to happen in 2,000 years. These are people who were proclaiming what they understood to be God's word to their situation. These are probably our first writings of the Hebrew Bible.
The word in Hebrew for prophet is navi. And navi doesn't mean to predict or to foretell the future. Navi means to speak, to affirm, to declare.
If we go according to the Jewish tradition, the biblical Jewish tradition, then a prophet is somebody who is literally the mouthpiece of God. So when God wants to deliver messages to people, God does it through this person.
The purpose of prophecy was to find a way to communicate God's ideas to the people. They were a direct line from God to the people.
I think the prophets had different goals. Some of the prophets were primarily focused on social goals. Some of them were primarily focused on religious aims. Whether they had a religious epiphany or whether they spoke with God, I think the fact that we still quote their works more than 2,000 years later is a sign of how important it is.
But of all the biblical prophets and their prophecies, perhaps the most important are those in the Old Testament that predict the coming of a Messiah, a divine leader who will free the Jews from persecution.
Some people thought that the Messiah would be a kingly figure. Others thought of the Messiah as a priestly figure.
There was one common feature, which is, for Jews, the Messiah would be a great and powerful figure who would overthrow his enemies and be the ruler of the future kingdom.
For Jews living in the time of Jesus, life under Roman occupation was particularly hard.
When Jesus lived and preached, people were paying high taxes, there were famines, and the Jews didn't like being a conquered people. So there's a lot of discontent in the Jewish people, and as a result, a lot of Jews started to focus on this idea of the Messiah, this God-sent figure who would free them from the Romans.
To the followers of Jesus living during his lifetime, it was thought that perhaps he was the one, the deliverer predicted in their sacred scrolls. They scrutinized every move he made, looking for evidence that he was the Messiah. But was he?
In the Gospels of the New Testament, Jesus is called a prophet, and he certainly thought himself as a prophet. One of the questions is, did Jesus think of himself as more than a prophet?
It's very difficult to determine, given this whole range of possibilities, what Jesus himself thought. My own studies have led me to conclude that he saw himself as the King of Israel, as the Messiah, as the promised one. That he read these prophecies, and he basically said, that's me. I think that's the only version of the story that makes sense in terms of what he finally did. That he's sincerely convicted that he is the one that's been spoken of.
When we look at the other messiahs, the other people who claimed that they were the Messiah, that they were going to liberate the people from Roman rule, their movements died out pretty much as soon as they did. Once the Romans killed them, their followers ran away.
The history of Messianism in Judaism is the history of failure and disappointment. As far as Jews are concerned, the Messiah has never come, but will one day come, which means that everybody up to now who has claimed to be the Messiah has been either themselves under an illusion, or they're frauds, or they're just failures.
So there must have been something in the Jesus message. Jesus must have predicted that his crucifixion, his suffering, would be an important part of his movement. He must have said this is going to happen. Otherwise, after he died, his followers just would have gone home.
Perhaps the most dramatic and most controversial of the biblical prophecies concerns those describing Jesus' eventual demise. According to the Gospels of the New Testament, the Roman authorities arrested Jesus, charged him with sedition, and sentenced him to death by crucifixion.
His followers would have concluded from crucifixion that Jesus was not the Messiah, because there was no messianic figure in Judaism of Jesus' day who had a career trajectory that ended on a Roman cross.
Jesus ends up dying in this humiliating way. And we might wonder, what makes Jesus so special? Why would anyone want to follow Jesus? Especially after he's died.
In Jesus' time, many Jews believed the Messiah would come as a conqueror, one who would defeat the Romans militarily and reestablish a powerful Jewish kingdom on earth. To them, Jesus' crucifixion was not a fate befitting that of a Messiah. But according to some scholars, Jesus' followers scoured the pages of the Old Testament in an effort to prove that their Savior's death was, in fact, a fulfillment of the Bible prophecies.
This is actually very hard work to find stuff in the Old Testament that says that the Messiah will come and suffer and die. And the early Christians therefore had to work quite hard to interpret what they had seen as happening in their midst from the Old Testament scriptures that they loved.
They started trying to find Jesus everywhere they could in the Hebrew Scriptures. And so they went to a range of passages that seemed to be talking about someone like Jesus, and they said, these are messianic prophecies.
They could find a straight line and use that text as evidence that Jesus is the true Messiah, the promised Messiah. Then it was an especially credible argument to the first Christians who were in fact Jews.
In Isaiah 53, it describes the suffering of the servant of God who will be pierced through for the transgressions of the people, and that he will die. And Christians saw this prophecy as a clear indication of the death of Jesus Christ.
They started finding passages that describe a righteous person suffering but being vindicated by God. And the disciples said, that's referring to Jesus, who suffered and was vindicated by God. By his wounds, we are healed. That's referring to the Messiah, Isaiah 53.
By interpreting Jesus' suffering and death as an act of divine sacrifice and spiritual, if not political, liberation, early Christians were able to make the case that Jesus was, in every way, the fulfillment of the Old Testament depiction of a Messiah.
Jesus was a prophet like the prophets of the Old Testament, predicting a coming judgment, but he was a different kind of prophet because he was an apocalyptic prophet, one who believed that God had revealed to him the secrets that were going to make sense of what's going on here and now.
There's no question that the proof text for the early Christian writers was the Hebrew Bibles. The first Christians were trying to convince their fellow Jews that this new figure deserved their reverence, that they would cite chapter and verse from the text that the Jewish community did accept.
Christians today think that Jesus fulfilled all the messianic prophets of the Old Testament. The way they get there is by reading what the New Testament says about Jesus. Jesus suffered for sins, and the Old Testament says the Messiah will suffer for sin. And so it sounds like Jesus is fulfilling all of these prophecies.
But perhaps even more profound than the prophecy that foretold of a Messiah are those that suggested something much more radical: the existence of a life after death. According to the book of the Bible that bears his name, the prophet Daniel was a young Israelite living in exile in Babylon in approximately 600 BC. Well known for his ability to interpret dreams, Daniel was commanded by the king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar II, to join the royal court as a key advisor. But Daniel fell out of favor with Nebuchadnezzar and other Babylonian kings when he refused to worship their foreign gods. He later rejoined his fellow Israelites in exile and began to share with them a number of vivid dreams. Dreams that contain apocalyptic visions.
Daniel is a book about what happened at the end of time. Is the earth going to stay this way forever? Is it going to be destroyed? Are some of us going to go to heaven? Some of us going to go to hell? Is there going to be final reward and punishment? 1,000 years of Jewish tradition was coming to an end. There was political infighting. Rome was taking over. Herod was ruling Jerusalem. People were terrified of what was going to happen.
This is a kind of literature which assures its readers that the bad times are going to end and the good times are coming. So naturally, that kind of literature is going to appeal to people who have it hard, whose lives are not good. And it's going to be very popular in turbulent times.
When you look at yourself and you see that you are following all these rules and regulations, but you're miserable, you're poor. So you need to find a motivation for why you should continue to be miserable. And so the idea is to convince you that you can suffer, but you will get an eternal reward later.
Daniel predicted the destruction of Jerusalem and the temple, and foresaw a great deal of suffering for the Israelites in Babylon. He also offered a radical new view on the concept of death and the notion of an afterlife.
One of the greatest secrets of the Hebrew Bible is that an afterlife, in the sense that we consider today.
La Marca Prosecco is made for special occasions.
You mean, like this one?
Find a moment to celebrate with America's favorite Italian Prosecco. Celebrate la moment, La Marca.
We will go to heaven or to some better place does not exist in the Hebrew Bible. There is a dark, miserable underground dwelling that we're all going to go. Doesn't matter if you were good, if you were bad. Daniel is one of the first places in the Hebrew Bible where we see a resurrection of the dead mentioned.
What Daniel talks about is that one day the righteous will awaken. And that idea was later obviously taken over by Christianity, but you see it very clearly in the book of Daniel. When you move forward into the Christian Bible, this becomes much more formalized. It becomes part of the theology. The idea of being rewarded in the afterlife, in heaven, or punished in hell.
Until Daniel had this vision, as described in chapter 12 of his book, the Jewish people had no recorded notion of an afterlife. This controversial idea shook the basic beliefs of many ancient Jews and presented serious and profound questions for the faithful.
How could there be a God if this world is such an unfair and miserable place, unless everything is made right in the future?
The moment that you die, your soul is freed from your body. But the trick is, an immortal soul doesn't eat. It doesn't drink. It doesn't get to have sex. And so we see a tension as to whether we have a bodily resurrection or whether we have an immortal soul.
This is like letting the genie out of a bottle. Once you begin to stay, there's eternal life, there's resurrection of the dead, that the world to come is more important than this world. But this world is just the vestibule, really, of the real life. Then, how do you stop this?
The book of Daniel also mentions a character who will decide just who is worthy of eternal life in heaven. And he even gives this character a name, the Son of Man.
In the book of Daniel, chapter 7, verses 13 and 14. At the end of time, a person called one like a son of man comes and is given dominion over the earth. The Son of Man would come and bring in a perfect kingdom here on earth where there'd be no more pain, misery, or suffering. This kingdom of God will be a perfect utopian place.
And that notion ends up being formalized in the notion of a Messiah. So both Jews and Christians 2,000 years ago thought that there would be an actual person who would be a Messiah. And that person would come from God and make everything better.
Jesus' favorite expression for himself inside of the Gospels is Son of Man. It isn't Son of God. It is Son of Man. It's an enigmatic expression. So Jesus is doing something really very curious in his own self-descriptions. He uses commonplace language, but then provokes his audience to think more deeply about what that language might mean. And he suggests that he is actually the Son of Man described in Jewish literature. Those who followed him would think, oh, see, he is this apocalyptic figure. He is the Messiah.
And then when you factor in the idea that the end of the world is coming, suddenly You've got to be part of this movement, or the end of the world will come, and you might be thrown into hell.
But if Jesus of Nazareth really believed he was the fulfillment of the Old Testament prophecies, the Messiah who would liberate the Jews from their persecution by the Romans, did he also see himself as presiding over the so-called end of days, ruling heaven and earth, not only in this life, but in the next?
Jesus himself had this kind of apocalyptic vision when he talked about the Son of Man who's going to come from heaven in destruction to wipe out his enemies and set up the kingdom.
Did the book of Daniel actually predict that a man named Jesus of Nazareth would be born and later reveal himself to be the Messiah? And if so, is this prophecy completed in one of the New Testament's most bizarre and controversial texts, the book of Revelation? The New Testament of the Bible contains stories of Jesus' life and teachings, the acts of his apostles after his death, and letters that outline early Christian beliefs. But the New Testament also contains one book that stands apart. It describes a world where a satanic figure has arisen to rule. A terrible beast called the Whore of Babylon terrorizes all. And 4 horsemen leave mountains of corpses in their wake. It is the book of Revelation.
The book of Revelation is a very strange book. It's full of visions of beasts and monsters and horrible armies of insects and creatures with lion's faces. I mean, they seem like something out of science fiction.
The book of Revelation is notoriously difficult to interpret because of the symbolism and figures that you find in that book. There are dragons, there are great whores, there are prostitutes.
The book of Revelation is possibly one of the best known, yet least understood books of the Christian Bible. But is it a grim vision of mankind's future on the day of judgment? Or is it something very different?
One of the great misconceptions of prophecy is that they're fortune tellers. Prophets in antiquity were more like professors, and specifically what they professed was to speak on behalf of God.
For centuries, many Bible scholars and theologians believe the book of Revelation to have been authored by the same John, who was one of Jesus' best loved apostles. The same John who is credited with having written one of the 4 Gospels of the New Testament. But in recent years, there's been a growing belief that the author was a different John, an early Christian who cited the Mediterranean island of Patmos as one of the places where he lived. Some scholars suggest this John, also known as John of Patmos, had been banished to the remote island by a Roman emperor for his belief in Jesus as the Messiah, a claim that carried political implications. But he was lucky. Many early Christians faced a far worse punishment for their faith. Many were burned, tortured, or even crucified.
The Roman occupation of Jerusalem created a profound sense of trauma among the Jews who were living under the boot of an imperial pagan power. There was a feeling that God was about to involve himself.
For some, a sign that God might intervene and liberate the Christians from bloody persecution came in 79 AD, 4 decades after Jesus was crucified by the Romans. Suddenly and without warning, Mount Vesuvius erupted and rained down a deadly cloud of cinders and stone on the nearby Roman cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum. Thousands tried to flee, but in vain, as they were quickly choked to death by the thick black ash that darkened the sky across the Mediterranean. For early Christians, the message seemed clear. This was God's punishment, levied upon the Romans for their ruthless treatment of the Christians. The end wasn't near. It was now.
John writes in these sort of wild images of beasts and monsters and huge catastrophes, but we can identify very specific events that he had in mind. For example, the explosion of Mount Vesuvius, he describes how a great mountain just suddenly explodes and pollutes the sea and destroys the fish. It's the beginning of the end time.
But is it also possible, as many Bible scholars now believe, that this catastrophic event may have also served as the inspiration for the book of Revelation? Could John of Patmos have used it to assure early Christians that God was on their side?
The book of Revelation is typically read as a blueprint for what's going to happen in our future. John is writing to people who are persecuted in his own day by the Roman emperor, and he's telling them, you don't have to wait very long. God is soon going to intervene and destroy the Roman Empire, and you will be exalted. Just hold on for a while.
The purpose of the book of Revelation is to inspire hope among Christians who are watching their world crumble around them. It's trying to tell Christians, I know this looks really bad, but trust me, we're going to win. In fact, we've already won.
But if John of Patmos was sending a message to his fellow Christians that their faith would soon be rewarded, then why was the book of Revelation so densely written and hard to understand?
You can't talk about political activities openly. You can't talk about revolt against Rome because Rome won't have you executed like Jesus was executed. So you code it, you hide things. You don't say things directly. Use metaphorical language.
There's a whole tradition of apocalyptic writing in both Judaism and Christianity where truth appear to be encoded. Secret messages are buried in the text. It's not plain writing, it's secret writing. The oppressors, the empires, those who are the evil kings, those that are always described in indirect terms. The story is hidden, as it were, because this is a manuscript that, if it fell into the wrong hands, might lead to significant persecution.
A lot of what Revelation says can be decoded as references that every Jew and follower of Jesus worth his or her salt in the first century would have gotten. All of those symbols. It's telling you a secret, but you have to be able to get the secret. So the people who were reading Revelation could get it.
The whore of Babylon sits on a beast with 7 heads and drinks a cup filled with blood. This great whore seems to be a reference to the Roman Empire itself, because 7 heads was a very common way to refer to Rome itself, which sat in the midst of 7 heads. The blood that she's drinking, according to the author of Revelation, is the blood of the martyrs, the many Christians who had suffered persecution under the Roman Empire.
But if John of Patmos was really writing an elaborate allegory about the evils of the Roman Empire, then what was he referring to when he wrote about the end of days, when the world as we know it will be destroyed?
If you read it historically in its own time, it fails. I mean, Rome goes on for hundreds of years. Others said it's actually talking about a later time in which these same factors will be operating, and the people living in that later time will understand it.
Is the book of Revelation simply a parable that was meant to condemn the Roman Empire? Or is it a prediction of what many religious leaders and the faithful believe, that Jesus will return following an epic battle of good versus evil, one where millions of souls will perish and spend an eternity in the fires of hell. Perhaps the answer will be revealed by examining another book of prophecies, one considered so outrageous it was almost banned from the sacred text. Unlike the New Testament, stories of prophets and prophecies play a very large part in the Old Testament.
I think the ultimate model for the prophet is Moses. People don't normally think of Moses as the prophet, but very early on, he's the one who actually gets the revelation. And that's the key to the prophet. The prophet becomes a kind of spokesperson for God. To really be a prophet, you need to do more than just hear from God. You need to take a message and then deliver it. But
Movado is synonymous with modern design. Inspired by the sun at high noon, an iconic dial reimagined in a mini-size, fluid jewelry silhouettes, radiant and refined. The museum bangle by Movado.
I want to find my daughter.
People are good too.
I was looking down on it. It's a dynamite fire.
Of the Old Testament prophets, the one whose prophecies are thought by many to be the most controversial is the prophet Ezekiel.
In the opening chapter of Ezekiel, we have this amazing vision that Ezekiel has that modern interpreters have described like a UFO. Because it's described as spinning wheels with eyes all around. And that's a flying object that Ezekiel notices.
A young Judean priest and prophet, Ezekiel was exiled by the Babylonians, along with approximately 3,000 fellow Israelites in the 6th century BC. While in captivity in Babylon, within what is modern-day Iraq, he experienced dramatic visions that responded to the destruction of the Jewish temple in Jerusalem. Modern archaeological discoveries have confirmed that the temple was, in fact, destroyed by the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar II in 586 BC. But were Ezekiel's so-called prophecies really based on visions from God?
The first prophet of ancient Israel who indulged this idea of letting his imagination run wild is the prophet Ezekiel, who doesn't just issue parables and doesn't just issue moral sermons, but in fact conjures up fantastic otherworldly visions of creatures and phenomenon that are outside the world.
Ezekiel had wild visions of angels and chariots and what we would today consider psychedelic visions of what God's greatness and glory in this world are all about.
Ezekiel, it's an extraordinarily fascinating document. He sees fire, he sees storm, chariot, there's thrones. He describes in details many of these phenomena.
He said, the word of the Lord came to me. And you know what I saw? I saw the Lord on his throne. But his throne isn't the way you used to think of it in the temple in Jerusalem. His throne had wheels on it, and it could go anywhere. It could go like in the fence all over the world.
I often equate Ezekiel to one of the street preachers you find in the big city. They're flicking their arms, they're screaming, they're preaching. Right? He cut off part of his hair and burn it, throw it to the wind.
The meaning of Ezekiel's extraordinary visions has been widely debated by biblical scholars. Some believe them to be the ramblings of a religious fanatic, but others insist that Ezekiel's visions are not only inspired by God, but are truly prophetic and contain insights on everything from the meaning of life to the true nature of the relationship between mankind and God. And it is this belief that forms the basis for the mystical interpretation of Judaism known as Kabbalah.
There was a mystic tradition in Judaism. Its first text is the book of Ezekiel, which describes his own amazing, wondrous journeys into the heavens, his encounters with strange creatures and strange sights, all done without going into the synagogue or the temple, without making a sacrifice or saying a prayer. Now, somewhere along the history of these texts, these mystical ideas in Judaism began to coalesce into a movement that we call Kabbalah.
Derived from a Hebrew word meaning to receive or accept, Kabbalah is a set of esoteric teachings that attempt to understand the nature and purpose of God and the existence of mankind. Through fasting and prayer, some followers of Kabbalah believe they can have their own incredible visions of the divine.
Much of what we call Kabbalah comes from the prophet Ezekiel, and this text suggests that the image of God can be described as light, not ordinary light, but it's a kind of spiritual energy that you have within you. And that's how you can discover God, because there's a sort of link between what's deeply hidden within each one of us and the divine source from which we come.
It's really a collection of symbolic texts, which, if explored in their deepest meaning, will yield an understanding of the secrets of coming to a grasp of the infinite which lies at the root of the universe. So that's what the Kabbalah was all about. And there were many attractions to trying to understand this. Kabbalah is fairly well known today. 2,000 years ago, this mystical interpretation of Judaism was considered so radical and dangerous that it was forbidden for most Jews to practice or even learn about. The rabbis ordained that one should study the Kabbalah only if you're married and you've reached the age of 40. What does that say to us? That you can study Kabbalah and explore these important mysteries only if you're a mature individual, only if you're grounded, if you're stable. Then you're in a position to be able to explore some of these rules and regulations and not go astray as a result of cultivating.
Everything you read in the Old Testament is designed to promote law and order. You should be a good citizen, you should work, you should defer to authority. Ezekiel offered a completely different experience, the experience of oneness with God. That was a threat to this spiritual law and order that the Bible otherwise is trying to impose. The priests who were the custodians of the holy text tried to dampen down the idea that you and you and you could each have your own separate experience of God.
People read Ezekiel with the hope of getting a direct, powerful experience of God, as Ezekiel did. And so some early mystics used Ezekiel as a sort of foundation or a platform from which to have their own deep experience of the divine.
That's what's so dangerous about religious mysticism. People feel empowered. They feel like they're hearing the word of God in secret words, secret phrases, secret numbers, colors, images of beasts, images of God, images of the heavens. Much the same way you might enter a fantasy world in a video game or a science fiction.
Were the strange prophecies described by Ezekiel really communicated to him directly from God? If so, what do his incredible visions tell us about the nature of God and mankind's ultimate fate?
For many Bible scholars, the answer can be sought in another, equally shocking book found in the New Testament, one that describes an event simply known as the rapture. For many, the so-called end of days is graphically predicted in the book of Revelation. But there is another prophetic text in the New Testament, one that predicts the dead will literally rise from their graves on the day of judgment, during an event known as the rapture.
When people get their timetable for the end of the world, they tend to think it's all in Revelation. But then they start talking about a rapture. It comes from 1 Thessalonians. When Christ returns with clouds and in glory, that the graves will open and the dead will rise first. They'll be caught up in the clouds with Christ.
The book, known as 1 Thessalonians, was actually a letter sent by the Apostle Paul to the people of Thessalonica in Greece. According to scholars, it was written around 52 AD, making it one of the earliest New Testament books to be written.
He's writing it to this community that had thought Christ would come back before anyone would die. So the point of this whole rapture story is to reassure them that don't worry, when Christ returns, that the dead will also rise.
It says those of us who are alive and remain here and aren't dead yet, when he comes, they'll be taken up into heaven, just like that. That's a tradition that Paul describes. But John and Patmos is saying something very different. He never talks about what Christians now call the rapture. He talks instead about the heavenly Jerusalem descending to earth. So it's a very different picture.
Many conservative Christians today think that when the end comes, Jesus will come from heaven and there will be a rapture. People will be taken out of this world. What readers of the Bible have done is they've taken Paul's teaching of a kind of a rapture event and the Revelation's teaching of some kind of tribulation event and smashed them together as if they're talking about the same thing. But in fact, they're talking about different things. Jesus believed that there was going to be a crashing halt very soon, that God was going to intervene to destroy the forces of evil and set up a good kingdom.
He doesn't give specifics when that is going to happen. He has left his church, his followers, in a kind of suspended anticipation of when that might be.
Of course, it's been 2,000 years. Well, it hasn't happened yet, but it's amazing that these texts still speak to people.
Could this be the ultimate secret of the Bible's mysterious prophecies? Were they intended to motivate the faithful to believe in something more lasting and eternal than life on earth? And could that help to explain the Bible's enduring power and popularity thousands of years after it was written?
The Bible, without a doubt, is the most important book in the history of Western civilization. People read it, people revere it, people think of it as God's word to humankind. And God had revealed secrets that could make sense of the real meaning of life and the history of the world.
One of the reasons I think people just keep going back to the Bible over and over again is that it's just so full of these fascinating mysteries, fascinating enigmas.
It was meant to convey meaning. It was meant to convey sort of a sense of where we belong. It was something that gives people a little more insight into their day-to-day life.
The Bible continues to speak to people because it has prophecies in it that are seen as unfulfilled. So there are places where the Bible is sort of vibrant and alive and still open to sort of fulfillment and expectation.
I'm struck by the way that it gives me access in my own life to whatever it is that God is. And so I read it not only because it captivates my mind, but it elevates my spirit. And I know from the fact that it has been read all over the world for thousands of years, that in that feeling, I am not alone.
For thousands of years, the Bible has inspired and motivated billions of men and women. Yet for all of its stories, its moral lessons, and its universal truths, perhaps the secret to its greatness is its testament that there is something in the universe greater than ourselves, and a future beyond our lifetime.
A temple of geometric precision and symmetry, built atop the holiest place on earth. For many, this reconstruction of an ancient monument is a prophecy fulfilled. The location, Israel. The year, 2060. The prophet is one of the greatest scientists who ever lived, and he has forewarned that completion of this temple heralds the arrival of the Antichrist and the end of the world. For thousands of years, prophets around the world have predicted the end of days. More than one suggests the apocalypse is fast approaching. We call this theoretical convergence between doomsday prophecies and today's events the Nostradamus effect. Sir Isaac Newton, one of the world's greatest scientific geniuses and father of physics. This intellectual master helped create calculus and discover the laws that rule the universe. But Newton also possessed a dark side. As an obsessive mystic, who became convinced he had uncovered a secret Bible prophecy identifying 2060 as the year of Armageddon. This is one of several predictions by the famed British scientist who lived from 1643 until 1727. Some believe he foretold a series of events that would culminate in the return of a Messiah to the Holy Land to engage in a final battle with the supposed Antichrist.
Newton really isn't interested in science and mathematics. He's doing theology. He was a very secretive man. He would reveal some of his findings only to a select group of followers.
Interpreters of his work suggest that Isaac Newton was an obsessed student of the Bible, especially the book of Daniel and the contentious book of Revelation. Exactly what was he attempting to discover? How did he use mathematics to decipher these ancient biblical texts? What did he predict correctly that may be a sign his prophecies are coming true? And are those events unfolding now? We will neither refute nor endorse these theories, merely present the evidence. In 1936, at Sotheby's in London, a box of mysterious papers, unseen for more than 2 centuries, surfaced for auction. They held a shocking secret. The papers in this box contained coded messages and complex mathematical formulas that, according to their author, reveal the exact year that the world will end, 2060. The information for this prophecy comes from the Bible. And the codebreaker, Isaac Newton. A man most closely associated with the rational world of science.
I think one of the reasons why people found the 2060 story so compelling is that for most people, it was unexpected. Who would have thought that Isaac Newton, who is presented in popular culture as a kind of cold, rational thinker, could have been working on biblical prophecy?
These papers are Newton's secret writings, writings based on his detailed study of the Bible, that scholars suggest he had been afraid to publish in his lifetime because of their radical and sacrilegious content.
So matters of belief were still very, very, very risky. Newton, for example, had beliefs about the nature of God, which he had to keep secret his whole life.
There were ever so many executions and punishments of a religious kind in England during the middle of the 17th century. Newton was keenly aware of these executions. He writes,
I have learned what's to my convenience, which is to let what I write lie by till I'm out of the way.
It would take over 200 years for the seemingly terrible truth hidden within the papers to surface. Newton was convinced he had uncovered a secret biblical puzzle that had been concealed in these sacred texts, and that he alone understood when mankind would end.
He was very interested in trying to figure out the order and what the significance of various Bible passages was on calculating the order of the events of the end times.
What did Newton actually say about 2060? How did he reconcile this spiritual pursuit with his scientific work? Most importantly, why was his ominous prophecy kept secret for so many years? A clue may be found in Newton's understanding of Christianity.
I think that Newton considered himself the best Christian there was because he worked hard at understanding Scripture. He saw in the Bible a God speaking to mankind.
Some say the famed scientist predicted events taking place before us today. The increase in wars, pandemics, and ecological disaster in the 21st century would culminate in a doomsday scenario during our lifetime.
He's also got the common Christian conception that the world's going to end at some point. It's just going to stop because God's going to intervene. That's what the word apocalypse originally meant. So Newton has a big interest in calculating the date of the apocalypse. And that's why he does biblical chronology.
Interpreters of his work believe Newton never shared this discovery with anyone. If we accept this notion as true, that Newton knew of such a monumental prophecy, why did he not tell anyone when he was still alive?
He never published anything about biblical chronology. For good reason, because if he had, he would have got into big trouble.
Trouble because Newton's beliefs, based on his biblical analysis, were considered blasphemous by the established church and threatened the status quo of the institution's hierarchy. Newton knew he would be killed if anyone learned of his research. But cracking the Bible code became an insatiable obsession for the famed scientist, and this passion came to dominate reason.
Newton believed that it was only a matter of time before these prophecies would be fulfilled.
To evaluate Newton's 2060 calculations, interpreters have re-examined the Bible code evidence. But to better understand Newton's process in deciphering the code, our investigation must first examine Isaac Newton, the man.
Isaac Newton is usually considered, along with Albert Einstein, one of the two greatest scientists who ever lived. Strictly speaking, practically everything we know and everything we do derives from something that Newton did. Basically, everything that goes on Earth in terms of light and motions of bodies derive from something that Newton figured out.
This driven genius was also responsible for breakthroughs in optics, astronomy, mathematics, and physics. He helped define the rational, observable world we all live in.
By the time he died in 1727, he was probably the single most famous person in Europe.
But the dark and bizarre side to Newton is perhaps revealed in thousands of his papers, long hidden from distinguished academies and the public. These papers are said to reveal his unorthodox interpretations of the Bible and the nature of God, spelled out in his obsessive and compulsive writings.
Newton knew more about Scripture than many theologians in his day. Newton also thought that there was ancient wisdom about the natural world that scientists or natural philosophers should try to uncover as well.
Some believe Newton, who never married and seems never to have had a close relationship with anyone, hoped to use his abilities, particularly in mathematics, to find this biblical wisdom. A central doctrine of the established church is the belief in the Trinity, that God the Father, Jesus, and the Holy Ghost are all equal, one in three, three in one. Newton, always fiercely independent, rejected this idea, based on his own interpretation of the Bible.
Newton was an anti-Trinitarian, and that was, in fact, illegal in England in the 17th century.
Newton himself didn't believe he was a heretic. He believed that he was a true believer, that he represented in his own beliefs authentic Christianity.
Despite the danger to his own life, Newton continued to secretly and obsessively explore biblical texts. His mathematical mind intuitively detected patterns, figures, dates. He began to organize and reorganize these numbers methodically, convinced they were a coded message from God himself. Determined to connect the dots and possessed by his mission, Newton pored through biblical texts for many years to calculate the exact date of the end of the world.
He could lock onto a problem and gnaw it through until he'd gotten right to the marrow of the bone, in a way that I don't think almost anybody else has ever been able to do.
But what exactly were Newton's mathematical formulas, and how did he derive them from the Bible? 3 dates in particular stand out, dates tied to key events that he believed would trigger Armageddon. According to biblical prophecy, these 3 events occur in the Holy Land, culminating in the Antichrist returning to an historic temple, ushering in the final days. A stunning discovery of hidden papers points to cataclysm in our time. These documents say the world will end in 2060. The prophet of this ominous warning? Famed scientist Isaac Newton. Some suggest that Newton was secretly a dark heretic who calculated exactly when the end of days would come using clues he found in the Bible. But is this possible? Did his computations allow him to anticipate the Holy Land erupting in a nuclear apocalypse? Newton writes,
"A few scattered persons which God hath chosen can set themselves sincerely and honestly to search after truth."
Rich.
Researchers with extensive knowledge of his life and work say Newton obsessively studied the Bible for years. They believe the most closely examined texts by the scientists were the books of Daniel and Revelation. These books tell of God's plans for the end of the world, of the final battles between Christ and the Antichrist, and the ultimate triumph of good over evil. And he began his search for clues within them.
He would go through these texts, verse by verse, look at the symbols, and try to piece together the overall interpretation. Newton believed that the book of Revelation was a more or less continuous history from the time of Christ until his second coming. So, from his point of view, a roughly 2,000 year span of history.
Newton was certain the apocalypse was inevitable because he believed God had promised it in key biblical passages that Newton interpreted as prophecies. He believed that if he could successfully connect concealed messages in these texts, he would uncover the actual date when the apocalypse would occur.
Newton said that the authority of prophecies is divine. That's cool.
Newton called these Bible prophecies histories of things to come.
What might Newton have meant by that? Well, what he's saying is that biblical prophecy, amongst its other purposes, shows history in advance. So it's as if history was written centuries before it happened.
According to interpreters, Newton's papers show that his first step into biblical decoding involved passages describing the Temple of Solomon. The temple prophecies are a critical clue to all of Newton's doomsday calculations and how he arrived at 2060 as the date for Armageddon.
Newton's studies of Greek detail, and he combines that study with biblical chronology in order to try to figure out when the big day is going to come. So that his study of Solomon's temple is in that context.
The better your understanding of the temple, the better or the closer you get to understanding God and His creation. The temple is a blueprint of God's mind.
This was the original Temple of Solomon, built in Jerusalem around 1000 BC and destroyed by the Babylonian invasion 400 years later. A second temple was rebuilt on the ruins of the first 70 years later, and according to the New Testament, was visited by Jesus. But it too was destroyed, this time by the Romans in 70 AD. This marked a time when the Jewish people were driven by the Romans out of Israel and into exile.
Another reason why Newton was interested in the temple was because he believed it was going to be rebuilt near the end of time.
The Bible states that when the end of days is near, the Jews will return to ancient Israel and rebuild their temple for a final time.
So he believed that if you understood the structure of the temple, you could make better sense of the interpretation of the book of Revelation.
The book of Revelation states,
Blessed is the one who reads aloud the words of the prophecy, and blessed are those who hear and who keep what is written therein, for the time is near.
Newton sees Revelation as the story of Christianity, of the initial dissemination of the truths of Christ, and then the gradual corruption of it by, as he sees it, Catholics who believe in the Trinity.
According to biblical scholars, what God promises in Revelation is that this new temple will trigger a series of horrific tribulations leading to Armageddon, the final battle that will seemingly destroy our world. Revelation further states,
And in those days men will seek death, but will not find it. They will long to die, and death will fly from them.
There is the assumption that before the day of coming, the Temple of Jerusalem will be rebuilt. And it has to be done again exactly under the same specifications. So for all those reasons, it's important to get the essence of it correctly.
Newton spent years converting Bible passages into elaborate drawings and mathematical formulas, convinced that God had directly designed Solomon's temple. He was haunted by its architecture, calculating that it would reveal insight into the creation, return of the Jewish people to Israel, and finally, the apocalypse.
We now look at the apocalypse as referring to the end of the world, but actually the apocalypse literally means the entire unfolding, the revelation of prophecy to John at the island of Patmos in the last book in the New Testament. And Newton sees Revelation as the story of Christianity.
Interpreters say Newton was convinced that the solution to the riddle of Armageddon lay in the Bible. In the book of Daniel, the first step toward a decisive cataclysm involves the return of the Jewish people to Jerusalem.
There are certain standard tools that people use where Daniel will say that the return of the Jews is going to be at a certain time in the future, and he describes it in terms of days. The standard interpretation is that Daniel's days really refer to years, and there is a period of 1290 years in one place.
1,290 years. This is when Newton calculated that the Jewish people would resettle in their former homeland. But 1,290 years from when?
He has to decide when that period begins. So, throughout his life, he speculates with various commencement dates. One idea that he thought about was that it could have started in the year 609 AD.
609 AD is when the Roman Empire ceded part of its authority to the Church. Adding 1,290 years to 609 results in the year 1899, the time when Zionism was attracting more followers. Zionism is the movement that supports the return of the Jewish people to the Holy Land.
We also see around that time in the 1890s the first Zionist Congress. So these are events that signal the beginning of Jewish Zionism. So some people point to the significance that his prediction about the 1290-year period was actually fulfilled.
The final chapter of Daniel contains another figure, 1335. Adding this to the 609 AD starting point comes to 1944.
Clearly, 1944 is roughly the end of the Second World War, it's the end of the Jewish Holocaust, and both those events precipitated the birth of Israel in 1948. So it's possible to look at that particular apocalyptic interpretation, that particular chronology, and conclude that, well, maybe Newton was onto something.
But what of the supposed apocalypse? Newton struggled with identifying this date longer than any of his other prophecies.
He cross-referenced the various apocalyptic books, the various prophetic books, to develop an overall picture. He also developed a very interesting series of apocalyptic time charts. He lays out all of the symbols that he sees in the book of Revelation in a chronological progression.
Newton's charts showed time starting at the top and progressing toward apocalypse, with a cluster of events toward the bottom that are most associated with the end times: a resurrection, a great battle, the return of the Jews to Israel, and finally rebuilding Solomon's temple. To predict the date when the world would end, Newton ultimately returned to the final chapter of the Old Testament and the book of Daniel.
How long shall it be until the end of these wonders? And I heard him swear by the one who lives forever that it would be for a time, 2 times, and half a time.
This same phrasing of, quote, time, times, and half a time is also written in the book of Revelation.
The woman was given the 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly to the serpent into the wilderness, to the place where she was to be nourished for a time, and times, and half a time.
Interpreters say that these prophecies were the key to Newton's obsession.
What does Newton think the time, times, and half a time represented? Well, he believes that a time is a year, times is 2 years, and then half a time represents half a year. Newton believed that the book of Daniel was using a 360-day year, so you end up with 1,260 days. Newton also believed, according to the day for a year principle, that those days represent years.
Armed with the critical figure of 1,260 years until Armageddon, he could finally calculate when Revelation intended the time frame for the apocalypse to begin.
Later in life, he seems to have settled on the year 800 AD. Now, it turns out that in the history of the Church, in the history of Europe, 800 AD is a very, very important year. This is the year that the Pope crowns Charlemagne, the king or the emperor of what becomes the Holy Roman Empire. And he's crowned on Christmas Day, 800 AD. So we see the beginning of this political system, which lasts for just over 1,000 years, the Holy Roman Empire.
Add the number 1,260, the timeline to Armageddon that Newton calculated, to the year 800, when Charlemagne is crowned Holy Roman Emperor, and you arrive at the year 2060 AD, Newton's year of the apocalypse. Newton writes,
The time, and half time do not end before 2060, nor after.
A date that for him was more of an abstract date because he knew that he wouldn't live to see it. But of course, history has caught up with that date.
If Newton truly believed he knew the year of the end of times prophesied in the Bible, and where it would occur in the Middle East, he certainly knew he would not live to see them. He arranged to conceal these secret papers and keep them hidden until after his death. Newton would never learn whether they would resurface in time to do what he had perhaps intended: warn mankind of its destruction.
If you've got a military first responder or government service background, you get exclusive discounts on eyewear brands like Oakley, Costa, Ray-Ban. Subx.com. It's more than a deal. It's a benefit you've earned.
One of the world's greatest scientists, Isaac Newton, predicted the world would end in 2060. Using numbers scattered throughout the Bible's books of Revelation and Daniel, Newton believed he had calculated the timing of events leading to the apocalypse, events that some believe may have already occurred. Like dominoes setting off a chain reaction that ultimately leads to Armageddon in our lifetime. But scholars say he mysteriously hid his discovery from humanity. Why? Newton was one of many making prophetic statements in the late 17th and early 18th century. He would hardly have been alone.
The 17th century, in my opinion, was an age of prophecy par excellence, not just about the end times, but in general. The end of the world was considered to be imminent by many people.
But experts say Newton did not write his doomsday warning for his contemporaries, but rather for us, those likely to be living in 2060, when he believed Armageddon would come.
He really is writing for people who are going to come in the future, and those people who are around him are not really fit to receive what he's writing.
And there was the danger that Newton's calculations would be dismissed as the work of a lunatic, a charge that much of Newton's behavior seems to support. Much like his search for clues to a biblical apocalypse, he also scoured the Bible looking for supposedly hidden formulas to explain alchemy, the mythical process that turns base metals such as lead into gold. By the 18th century, alchemy had been mostly discredited as mystical folly practiced by would-be sorcerers. Yet Newton, one of the pillars of rational science, irrationally obsessed over it.
He pursued the field for about 30 years, or possibly more. We have experimental notebooks of his that are survived that are literally filled with hundreds of experiments that he did.
Newton's obsession with alchemy suggests that his belief in a prophecy code hidden in the Bible might be a manifestation of an unstable mind, undercutting his hypothesis of a doomsday calendar in Revelation. Ironically, Newton was appointed later in his life as head of England's mint and given charge of all coinage and precious metals in the entire British realm. The job's function also included regularly sending counterfeiters to the gallows, a gruesome task that may have contributed to Newton's tormented interest in the final judgment of mankind by God. He writes,
Gravity explains the motions of planets, but it cannot explain who set the planets in motion. God governs all things and knows all that is or can be done.
Based on his doomsday calculations, some scholars have even taken to calling Newton the dark heretic.
Well, Newton certainly believed, like virtually everybody else, that the prophecies of Daniel, of the Revelation, should be taken literally, and the world indeed will come to an end at some point.
The book of Revelation states,
Behold, I am coming soon. Blessed is he who keeps the words of the prophecy of this book.
He believed in interpreting biblical prophecies, which he regarded as a science just as much as astronomy or mechanics.
What might have been driving Newton? God? Science? An undiagnosed obsessive-compulsive disorder?
Were all these endeavors linked, or were they all separate? Well, recent work on Newton's papers and studies of Newton's biography suggests that there were common links, and it's fair to say the chief goal of all his work was to discover God.
Experts say that Newton likely considered his prophecies the greatest and possibly most dangerous among all of his work. This is perhaps the reason why he went to such trouble to keep it secure after his death. 1727, London, England. Isaac Newton dies, most likely of mercury poisoning. Soon after, his secret papers containing apocalyptic predictions mysteriously disappear. For more than 2 centuries, virtually no one is aware of their existence. Was this a calculated move by Newton? part of his plan.
After his death, they're put into a trunk and they are stored at an aristocratic home in Hampshire for the better part of 200 years. Virtually no one had access to them.
Then, just as they had mysteriously disappeared in 1727, they mysteriously reappeared in London. In 1936, they were auctioned at Sotheby's of London. One of the buyers was the 20th century's most influential economist, John Maynard Keynes.
I think Keynes felt there couldn't be anything that would be the product of a mind like Newton's that wasn't worth saving and studying. And he was afraid that when those manuscripts were sold, they'd be spread out all over the world.
Another large portion of the papers was purchased by businessman and scholar Abraham Yehuda.
Yehuda is a very interesting character. He was a Palestinian Jew. He had a lifelong fascination with the Bible, with biblical prophecy. So for him, this was a bonanza, an opportunity to see Sir Isaac Newton, one of the greatest minds in history, wrestling with some of the same issues that I think Yehuda was interested in.
But both of the manuscript's owners mysteriously withheld them from the public until after their respective deaths. More than a half-century would pass before the papers finally became public.
Yehuda kept these manuscripts of Newton's until he died in 1947. And when he died, he left them to the newly established state of Israel. And that's why they're in Jerusalem at this time. Strictly accidental. Just accidental. But it's fascinating.
The very existence of the location of Newton's doomsday calculations, the newly established state of Israel, is one of his Bible prophecies, a possible domino that, according to believers of end times, will perhaps trigger doomsday.
These papers only became known in the early 1970s, and they weren't really looked at in any great detail until the late 1980s and 1990s.
Now that Newton's biblical prophecies have finally been revealed to the modern world, how precise might they be? Could he actually have calculated the return of the Jewish people to Israel? And did he accurately reveal other signs that biblical Armageddon may be coming true today? The answer may lie in 3 key dates. A calendar for Armageddon, based on numbers found in the Bible 3 centuries ago. This is the work of Isaac Newton, made in secret at the high point of his career. The original documents containing his doomsday calculations now reside in a country considered by many the holiest land on earth, the state of Israel. Some suggest that Newton's harrowing prediction for the end of the world may actually be unfolding there today.
He believed that the date for all of the great events of the end time, the Battle of Armageddon, the return of Christ, the return of the Jews to Israel, all of this would happen in the 20th or the 21st century.
Consumed by a powerful drive to identify the final date for Armageddon, Newton worked day and night to crack the Bible's so-called code. His prophesied year for the end of days, 2060. But what, if any, are signs that Newton's predictions are coming true? And does actual proof lie in the volatile Middle East region, as the famed scientist believed?
If Newton were alive today and could see the state of Israel, I think in some ways he would be very pleased, because he would see this as a very clear, very precise, very accurate fulfillment of biblical prophecy.
Newton believed that the role of the Jewish people in God's plan was frighteningly clear, that the final chapter of the biblical book of Daniel prophesied their return to Israel as the beginning of the end. Newton also foretold that another sympathetic country would help bring this about. He writes,
"The commandment to return and to build Jerusalem may perhaps come forth, not from the Jews themselves, but from some other kingdom friendly to them, and precede their return from captivity, and give occasion to it."
But we don't know, because as Newton did not himself specify which country he had in mind, but it is quite possible that Newton was thinking of Britain.
After World War II, the British aided in the creation of modern Israel. The United States was the first country to officially recognize the new nation.
I tend to think that if Newton were alive today, he saw actually the return of the Jewish people to the land of Israel, that he would have been excited.
Experts say the return of the Jewish people to their Holy Land can be traced to the Zionist movement initiated in the 1890s. This is the first of three key dates used by Newton to identify the date for Armageddon. Israel was created in the wake of World War II, which ended in 1945. That year follows the second key date called by Newton from the book of Daniel, 1944. And Newton believed other biblical prophecies also identified Jerusalem as the center of the universe.
It's probably not an exaggeration to say that Newton saw the city of Jerusalem as the most important city on earth. For him, it would be the site of the capital of the future kingdom of God, just as it was the capital of the kingdom of Israel at the time of David and Solomon.
1967, Israel. In just 6 days, the Israeli military emerges victorious from its decisive battle against 3 Arab countries.
All set. Your furnace is tuned up.
It gains significant new territory. The most critical of all is East Jerusalem. For centuries, this 27-square-mile plot of land had been under Muslim control. Some firmly believe that this fulfills the biblical prophecy that the Jewish people would retake Jerusalem as their own.
When Islam came there in the 600s, it was a barren location, and the Muslims located what they believed to be the spot of Muhammad's ascension to heaven.
On that very site in Jerusalem today sits the Dome of the Rock. It is one of the most important shrines in all of Islam, and it is central to Newton's prophecy. Here lies the Temple Mount, foundation for the Dome of the Rock. The Temple Mount is the location where the Temple of Solomon stood. This is precisely where Newton believed the end of days would occur.
Another reason why Newton was interested in the temple was because he believed it was going to be rebuilt near the end of time.
According to the Bible, as the end of days approaches, the Jewish people will return to Israel and rebuild their temple for a final time.
Newton saw Jerusalem as the city that was chosen for the Jewish people to have as their final capital. And he saw a rebuilt temple taking center stage within that. It's a place where the world would come for worship.
Here, 3 major religions converge: Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. For over 50 years, this site has ignited religious passion and unrest on an unprecedented level. Some believe that rebuilding Solomon's temple may very well trigger a war that would devastate the Middle East region and possibly the world.
It's very dear to Muslims, and so the discussion about the tearing down of the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque and building a temple in its place would for certain arouse the anger of the Muslim world. I think it would be Armageddon.
Newton believed that just as God had created the world, so would he destroy it, exactly as described in the book of Revelation, and in keeping with Newton's timeline. According to believers, many signs of the supposed apocalypse seem to have happened just as Newton predicted. But does this support the idea that the sacred Temple Mount is actually the nerve center for Armageddon in 2060? Some contend that the final resolution will perhaps be at hand with the return of the Bible's darkest foe, the Antichrist. 2003, London, England. The secret papers of famed scientist Isaac Newton are re-examined after a mysterious absence of more than 200 years. In them, a prediction that the world will end in the year 2060.
Newton felt that he had been given a gift of understanding, first of all through his amazing discoveries in mathematics and sciences, but he also felt that he had been given a key of wisdom to interpret Scripture. That Scripture is sort of one big code. It's full of secrets, it's full of things that mean nothing unless you hold the key to its interpretation.
He did believe that prophetic interpretation would pick up speed toward the time of the end, that people would come to an increasingly accurate understanding of the biblical prophecies, and it's possible that he would be pleased if people were aware of his prophetic works in this age.
Are today's political violence and instability, especially in the Middle East, random acts of hostility or a sign of something more ominous? The divine plan envisioned by Newton. He writes,
"The ruin of the wicked nations, the end of weeping and of all troubles, the return of the Jews' captivity, and their setting up a flourishing and everlasting kingdom."
These events prophesied by Newton, Nostradamus, and others are also contained in the end times of the book of Revelation.
Woe to those who dwell on the earth.
According to believers, the past has converged with our present to set the conditions for the end of everything.
Now, one of the important things about Newton's belief in the return of the Jews is that he believed that when it happened, that he was absolutely convinced that it would happen, that this would be one of the great signs that prophecy was valid, that the Bible was the Word of God.
Throughout many prophecies, from those in the Bible to the quatrains of Nostradamus and works of Isaac Newton, the greatest sign of imminent danger may lie in the presence of one central figure. For thousands of years, he has been prophesied to emerge after the return of the Jewish people. He is the Antichrist, and according to the Bible, he will rally people first into a false religion, and ultimately to their final demise. Newton writes,
"This identification of the Antichrist is no idle speculation, but a duty of the greatest moment."
According to the Bible, this will be followed by other seminal events: the return of Jesus, resurrection of the dead, and finally, the climactic battle between good and evil, Armageddon.
The promises that we'll see Antichrist's reign eventually being challenged, a great battle in which Christ and the forces of good will intervene, vanquishing Antichrist on the plain of Armageddon, and the final conflagration, which will destroy the earth as we know it, and perhaps turn it, as argued, into a wandering star, a comet shooting across the heavens.
Some Christians today embrace Newton's apocalyptic vision. To them, the conclusions he drew from the Bible are irrefutable proof that the second coming of Christ is not only imminent, but that many of us today may live to see it.
Christian fundamentalists see three definite signs before Jesus will return. The first was the gathering of all the Jews in Israel, and that, of course, has happened in 1948 when the state was declared. The second was the taking by the Jews of Jerusalem. That, of course, happened during the War of 1967. The third is the rebuilding of the temple.
Those who believe in the imminent return of Jesus agree with Isaac Newton's hypothesis that God deliberately chose the Jewish people to help trigger the end times. For this reason, he is regarded by many today as among the first Christian Zionists.
Christian Zionism is a movement to try and usher in the end of time.
The true gospel is going to be preached. There's going to be a resurrection. There's going to be a great battle of Armageddon, and the temple's going to be rebuilt. Those apocalyptic events, those events associated with the time of the end, from Newton's point of view, come to pass around 2060 AD.
Though we cannot be certain that 2060 will be the end of everything, the date is approaching. Religious conflict and wars do not seem to abate. In many instances, they have increased. Revelation states,
"And there were flashes of lightning, voices, peals of thunder, and a great earthquake. And every island fled away, and no mountains were to be found, and great hailstones dropped on men from heaven."
although the vision for Armageddon in biblical passages portends a fiery destruction, scholars say Isaac Newton ultimately looked beyond its horrors. They suggest he was most anxious about God's ultimate purpose. Newton appeared to focus more on the aftermath, which Revelation says will eventually lead to 1,000 years of a paradise and of God on earth. Once more, the scientists turn to the book of Revelation.
God himself will be with them. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes, and death shall be no more. Neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain any more.
In the mind of Isaac Newton, science and religion would emerge as one and the same. Believers look to his 2060 prophecy as a critical signpost of what may inevitably occur in a few short decades.
For Newton, it's absolute science because the proof is going to be in the historical event. It's the event that will prove the apocalypse.
We watch and wait to determine whether 2060 will come like any other year or serve as the end of everything.
Ambition, conquest, lust, murder, and the power of unrivaled technology. These are the cornerstones and the foundation of the Roman Empire.
They were driven by a kind of collective cultural ego.
Rome's colossal building projects, stadiums, palaces, roads, aqueducts, spanned 3 continents and unleashed the power and promise of the world's most advanced civilization.
These structures became symbols of that idea of Rome.
But while the Romans dominated the landscape with massive feats of construction, they were ultimately powerless to prevent their own self-destruction. March 15th, 44 BC. The most powerful man in the world lay lifeless on the floor of the Roman Senate. As a general, he nearly doubled the size of the Roman Empire. As a politician, he engineered a stunning rise to power. But now this battle-scarred warrior had been slain in Rome and by Romans. His name was Gaius Julius Caesar.
Caesar's rise to power was predicated on him wanting to have the best standing in the Roman state. He seemed to want too much power for himself. He did not share power with others, and this was what led directly to his assassination.
Decades earlier, as an ambitious young general, Caesar had recognized that the road to glory in Rome began on battlefields far flung. His thirst for military conquest would spawn the construction of one of Rome's most intimidating feats of engineering. 55 BC. Julius Caesar is leading 8 Roman legions, a total of 40,000 men, north through Gaul, a Roman province encompassing modern France, Belgium, and Switzerland.
He wants to go to Germania, to Germany, and cross the Rhine because no Roman commander has yet done so. He wants to be as great a conqueror as Alexander the Great, and go beyond what is known.
The Rhine River lies on the edge of what is known. For centuries, it has been a buffer protecting Germanic tribes from Roman expansion. No previous army could cross it with the might needed for conquest. But Caesar is unlike any previous warrior.
He could have gone by boat. But what is that for Julius Caesar to go by boat, man? Rowboat? You know, put 8 legions in a rowboat and row across? No, man. They gotta march across. They're gonna be on horseback.
Crossing the Rhine was a completely new engineering feat as far as its scope. The river's 1,000 feet across, possibly more, 25 to 30 feet deep, with unknown currents. Caesar and his engineers had to come up with a plan for a bridge that would be not only immensely strong, but immensely stable, and be large enough to be able to march a legion across.
The bridge would need to be 4 football fields long and sustain the weight of 40,000 soldiers. Despite the Rhine's width, depth, and strong currents, Julius Caesar is determined to succeed.
To cross a river that size with a bridge is something which plays well with an audience back at home, but of course it's something that plays extremely well with the audience standing on the other side of the river, who are going to be awestruck when they see this happening.
With the speed and efficiency of a well-oiled machine, Caesar's soldiers methodically transformed local timber into an expanding bridge. With every hour, an engineering miracle inches closer to the Rhine's elusive northern bank.
It's almost as if a spaceship were to come down nowadays, the size, let's say, of half of Manhattan, capable of some magnetic device that will like lifting buildings up into the air. That would be a pretty frightening thing, something that we couldn't really grasp at all.
The foundation of the bridge was a series of wooden piles driven into the bedrock of the river. Each pile was 1.5 feet thick. Toward the middle of the bridge, they had to be up to 30 feet tall to reach from the surface to the bottom. By driving the piles in diagonally, Caesar's engineers added extra stability to the bridge.
When they drove the pilings in at an angle and then connected them, in many ways they were doing what carpenters do when they build a sawhorse. But with the legs angled, it utilizes forces to keep it from being pushed over and makes it a stable workspace.
The sloping pile gives them a lot more strength against the force of the river, flooding of the river and so on, but it's much more difficult to drive them into the riverbed than it is to drive a vertical pile. So they would have had to work very carefully with wooden frames to push them into the riverbed.
On the upstream side, the piles leaned in the direction of the current. 40 feet downstream, the corresponding piles leaned against the current. Each set of piles was joined by a long connecting beam 2 feet thick. Lengths of timber were then laid across the beams, and the surface was finished with tightly wrapped bundles of sticks. The design of the bridge itself was innovative, but what made this engineering feat even more astounding is the speed with which it was built. Just 10 days after ordering its construction, Caesar marched across his bridge and toward his destiny.
If we tried to do that today, we would never be able to build something like that in so few days with that kind of technology. We could match that feat today if we had thousands of loyal, sweating soldiers totally dedicated to Caesar and the objective of getting across that Rhine River to terrorize the Germans beyond.
Caesar had estimated the size of the Germanic forces at 430,000, more than 10 times the size of his own army. But when the Germans saw the Roman legions rolling over the Rhine, they quickly fled to higher ground. For the next 18 days,
Caesar freely explored the territory north of the Rhine, encountering no resistance. Then he crossed back over his bridge and dismantled it, having made an unmistakable point.
It is symbolic of this. Rome can go anywhere. There's nothing gonna hold Rome back. And to distill it even farther, Julius Caesar can go anywhere.
Caesar's bridge was an early indication of his single-minded ambition. A decade later, that ambition would propel him to unprecedented power, but it would also prove to be his downfall. When he was declared Rome's first dictator for life, at the age of 55 in 44 BC, whispers of assassination began to echo through the halls of the Roman Senate.
He makes certain moves that suggest that he might want to have been worshipped as a god, that his ambition really goes so far beyond the limits of what the Romans themselves, and in particular Roman senators, felt to be acceptable, that he was assassinated.
In life, Julius Caesar forever altered Rome's political landscape. In death, he would embody both the potential and the peril of absolute power.
When Caesar was assassinated, there was no guarantee that anything would happen except that Rome would fall apart completely.
Caesar's reign was a major turning point in Rome's political history. His conquest of Gaul greatly expanded the reach of Roman influence. His consolidation of power marked the death of the Roman Republic, ruled by democratically elected senators and consuls, and the birth of an empire in which tyrannical emperors could rule with absolute authority. Some would use their power to build magnificent engineering marvels. The vanity, excess, and ignorance of others pushed the empire to the brink of destruction. Through it all, Rome would grow into the most powerful and technologically advanced civilization the world had ever seen. Today, Rome is a 21st century city where the ancient and modern collide.
Anyone who's visited the city of Rome is immediately struck by this immense mixture of time periods spanning from prehistory all the way up through the modern age. And the wonderful thing about Rome is that you're living in the midst of the history of one of the greatest civilizations that's ever been a part of humanity's history.
Roman legend says the city was founded in 753 BC by Romulus and Remus, two brothers who were abandoned as infants and raised by a she-wolf. The two brothers set out to build their own city on the banks of the Tiber River, but a disagreement over who would rule it ended in murder. Remus was killed at the hands of Romulus, and the city of Rome is named. It would not be the last time bloodshed produced a new Roman ruler.
Civil war actually is one of the very defining features of the growth of the Roman state. The story, the tradition of Romulus and Remus is one that reverberates and echoes throughout Roman history.
Initially, Rome was one of countless small kingdoms jockeying for power in central Italy. But unlike many of its neighbors, who were suspicious of outsiders, was a safe haven for ambitious outcasts.
Romulus said, given the fact that we don't have any population, I'll create an asylum. I will create sort of a free zone for anybody. Runaway slaves, brigands, pirates, whoever. Come and be part of this great idea, which is Rome. That's a very unique attitude. And said from the very beginning, it seemed that the Romans were very open.
This openness encouraged a free exchange of ideas. Among them were engineering theories imported from other cultures. By borrowing the technology of neighbors like the Etruscans, Rome expanded into a regional power.
The Romans had an extraordinary ability to take from a technological past and adapt it to their own purposes.
and to refine it and to improve upon it. They were able to take from these Etruscans the technology of road building, of moving water systems through tunnels, of building large, extraordinary walls, and produce something which was based on Etruscan technology.
The city's first major engineering achievement was the Cloaca Maxima, an extensive sewer system which still functions today 2,500 years after it was constructed. The Cloaca Maxima flushed runoff from Rome's city streets into the Tiber River. Engineers also used the sewer's underground pipeline to drain the marshland between Rome's hilltop villages. There they built the Forum, ancient Rome's downtown district.
The construction of the Cloaca Maxima is a key event in transforming Rome from a series of tribes living on disparate hills around a swampy marsh into kind of centralized, unified culture. The new Roman Forum that resulted from the draining of the Cloaca Maxima really allowed that culture to consolidate in one central place.
The new iPhone 17 Pro?
Make their holiday wish come true with AT&T. Get iPhone 17 Pro on us when you trade in your old iPhone. Any condition. Most expensive plan now required. Wouldn't settle for Bateman when there's Batman.
Don't touch that. Well, now I want to touch it more.
Don't settle for just any insurance when there's State Farm.
Hey, it's your dry skin. I'm craving ceramides and CeraVe. CeraVe, with 3 essential ceramides, helps restore my skin barrier so I can log in moisture for up to 48 hours. CeraVe moisturizers.
And now introducing new CeraVe Anti-Dandruff Hair Care.
The magic isn't over yet. Target's clearance event is just getting started with savings of up to 50%. Don't miss out because these deals go fast. Save up to 50% in stores during our clearance event, only at Target.
While Rome's culture was consolidating, the influence the city had over its neighbors began to grow. By the 4th century BC, Rome controlled most of central Italy, and its engineers were called on to develop a transportation infrastructure that would connect the expanding empire.
In antiquity, there were basically 2 modes of transportation. There was transportation through the countryside, either on horseback, but probably walking or in carts, or that there was travel by ship. The roads, as we understand them today, it basically didn't exist before the Roman Empire.
That all changed in 312 BC, when the Via Appia was built. Rome's first national highway stretched 132 miles from the capital to its southern province of Campania. To plot the straightest and fastest route down the coast, Roman engineers used a specialized surveying instrument.
The Romans relied on the tool called a groma, which was a vertical pole that stood in the ground with a cross on the top. You could sight along this cross to line up 2 points in a straight line. The big difference with Roman roads and modern roads is that the Romans couldn't survey a corner. So they were all dead straight, and then they would turn a sharp angle and then go dead straight in another direction. The challenge, of course, with building a dead straight road in any direction is that you come to hills and valleys and you have to cross them. So if they had to, then they would cut through the mountains in order to take the road straight through.
Once the ideal path was cleared, a broad trench was dug and filled in with sand and boulders to form a solid foundation. Next went a layer of gravel compacted with clay or mortar. The top surface was a layer of thick paving stones, angled to allow the water to drain off to the side.
The roads were incredibly intimidating. You could look at a road and say, I wonder how long it takes to get a couple of legions 10,000 guys down this road, right into my backyard, I think I'll think twice about starting any nonsense with Rome.
By the time of Julius Caesar's assassination in 44 BC, Rome controlled most of Western Europe and North Africa. It had defeated Carthage a century earlier, making it the Mediterranean world's lone superpower. Caesar's eventual successor was his great-nephew Octavian, who was renamed Augustus and crowned Rome's first imperator, or emperor. Under Augustus, the Roman road network expanded to reach the farthest corners of the empire, and with the highways paved, it was time to build new destinations.
Under Augustus, we can see popping up everywhere Roman-style cities equipped with a forum, with a theater, with an amphitheater, with a basilica, and all of the other markers of what made a Roman city.
To the recently conquered natives of the provinces, the new cities were a powerful endorsement of the Roman way of life.
People flocked to the new cities, these urban centers, which were symbols of civilization, higher standard of living, and incredible jobs. That's where the money resided, and people would go, as today, will go where the jobs are. And ultimately, the people in these conquered nations would really embrace these Roman ideas.
The Roman city itself was the greatest image-creating device, I believe, that the Romans had. And those cities survive today. London, Bonn, Paris are all testaments to Rome's expansion of its culture through its cities.
Rome's engineers had a secret weapon that enabled them to build bigger, stronger, and faster than anyone else. Waterproof concrete, mixed with a volcanic sand called pozzolana.
Early concretes were just a simple lime-mortar mix, which, although they would set, weren't very strong, and indeed the particles in the early concrete could easily break apart. But in Roman concrete, the pozzolan sand reacted with the lime, and it makes the concrete quite like a modern concrete, much, much stronger.
They realized pretty early on that by using this substance, that they could build literally underwater an extraordinary invention, which would allow them then to create enormous piers literally within the water itself, revolutionizing travel. That is, bridges could be built that would be permanent bridges rather than wooden bridges.
During the age of Augustus, this concrete solidified Rome's chokehold on Western Europe, allowing Roman builders to dominate the landscape with massive man-made monoliths. One in particular would revolutionize daily life in Rome for centuries to come. By the 1st century AD, Rome had emerged as Europe's sole superpower. And as the Romans expanded their empire upward, they also looked inward and used their superior engineering skills to improve the quality of life within the walls of the capital city. Of all the achievements of Rome's engineers, none were as life-altering as running water.
Rome's system of water distribution was a quantum leap to anything which had come before it.
In the capital city, 11 aqueduct lines guided a steady stream of fresh water to its citizens, carrying a combined 200 million gallons a day into the city from mountain springs miles away.
What the aqueducts did was really revolutionize the daily life of Roman citizens. Not just the gardens and the villas of the wealthy or the palaces of the emperors, but the average Roman. So much water was available in the city of Rome, and this sustained an enormous population.
The aqueducts fostered the growth of a new urban culture. With a constant stream of water, up to 1 million people were able to live cleanly and comfortably in the capital city.
And it's the water from the aqueducts which can flush out the human filth.
and keep your city clean. This is another reason why the Romans think that they're superior. It's because they're cleaner than everybody else.
No single emperor can claim credit for the success of the aqueducts. They were built over the course of several centuries. But it was the disfigured, stuttering Emperor Claudius who arguably had the greatest impact on Rome's water supply. Before he assumed power, Claudius had been a royal laughingstock who was considered an invalid and even hidden from the public eye.
Claudius had a stutter, we hear. He had a little bit of a limp. He was hard of hearing. So people didn't really know what to do with Claudius.
In spite of his shortcomings, Claudius was cunning enough to seize power when an unlikely opportunity presented itself. In 41 AD, most of the royal family was murdered to avenge the bloody reign of Claudius's nephew, Caligula. But Claudius was spared after he was found cowering behind a curtain. With his life hanging in the balance, he managed to bribe Rome's Praetorian guards into proclaiming him emperor. His timely bribe would change the course of Roman history.
Once he became emperor, he seems to have ruled in many ways. At least by our standards, well, he clearly was not a stupid man.
During the reign of Claudius, the empire took several surprising steps forward. On the frontier, his legions conquered Britannia, something even Julius Caesar failed to do. And back home, he built two major aqueducts, the Aqua Claudia and the Anio Novus, which dramatically increased the amount of water flowing into Rome.
Aqueducts are not that complicated in theory. That is that water seeks its lowest level, and therefore that you can run water down a slope from any area to another area. So that's a pretty simple premise that everybody would have known. But the practice of creating an aqueduct is another thing.
The Romans engineered their aqueducts to approach the city on a gradual declining angle, or gradient. That gradient was just several inches every 100 feet.
The slope of the aqueduct had to be calculated from great distances, 20, 30, sometimes even 40 miles, from the source in the mountains to the cities themselves. That had to be consistent. They couldn't deviate from it, regardless of what the terrain was.
To maintain the water's precise descent through high mountains, Roman engineers dug perfectly angled tunnels through them. When the pipelines reached low valleys, they were elevated on stone walls. If the walls needed to be higher than 6.5 feet off the ground, the Romans saved building materials while still adding strength by perfecting an ancient engineering concept, the arch.
The arch revolutionized architecture in the ancient world by permitting far greater spans than had been allowable before. They basically changed the spatial conception totally of Roman architecture.
Arches were built around a temporary wooden framework that held each stone in place until the keystone was laid in the center. The keystone evenly distributed weight down each side of the arch, allowing builders to stack additional stones above it.
Arches are improvement upon buildings of distrayed wall in a variety of means, both in terms of their efficiency and in terms of their strength. The arch, of course, takes much less material to build. Arches are very strong at supporting things like roofs and aqueducts and whatever you want to put on top of them.
Ford was built on the belief that the world doesn't get to decide what you're capable of. You do. So, ask yourself, can you or can't you? Can you load up a Ford F-150 and build your dream with sweat and steel? Can you chase thrills and conquer curves in a Mustang? Can you take a Bronco to where the map ends and adventure begins? Whether you think you can or think you can't, you're right. Ready, set, Ford.
A 6-mile column of arches carried the Aqua Claudia across the valleys on its way to Rome.
The aqueducts would have had a covered roof, but of course if you could take the roof off, you could see the water like an open river coming down towards the city.
After reaching the city, each aqueduct emptied into 3 holding tanks. One for the public drinking fountains, a second for the public baths, and a third reserved for the emperor and other wealthy Romans who paid for their own running water, a concept that was well ahead of its time.
Basically, every home by the 1st or 2nd century AD of any means had running water. This is astounding, because the entire span of the Middle Ages they didn't have this.
With the construction of the Aqua Claudia and the Anio Novus, Emperor Claudius had revitalized Rome's system of water distribution. His public record was one of success, but the choices he made in his private life would ultimately lead to his downfall.
The tradition about Claudius is that he was uxorious, that he loved his women and his wives in particular too much, and was subservient to them.
He sent shockwaves through the empire when he married his own niece, Agrippina, the conniving sister of Caligula.
Agrippina came from a line of ambitious, popular, and powerful women. She was kind of something like the Cleopatra of her age.
She was headstrong, she was proud, and she was ambitious. She was terribly ambitious.
After having been surrounded by emperors her whole life, Agrippina was hungry for her own taste of power. She used all of her physical and political charm to attain it. And once the aging Claudius was under her spell, she used her only son as a means to perpetuate it.
Agrippina's main intent in seducing Claudius and becoming the empress was to ensure that her son would accede to the throne.
In 50 AD, Agrippina convinced Claudius to name her son from a previous marriage as his heir, instead of his own biological son. 4 years later, Emperor Claudius was dead, poisoned by a mushroom, and his wife's ambition. Overnight, Agrippina had gone from being the wife of one emperor to the mother of another. His name was Nero, a 16-year-old tyrant in training who had engineered disaster. '64 AD, a small fire spreads into a week-long inferno that reduces huge swaths of Rome to ashes and leaves thousands homeless and walking the streets.
The fire of 64 was one of the most devastating fires that Rome ever had. And we hear that of the 14 regions of Rome, at least 10 were affected, some completely destroyed. That must have been a huge number of individuals who were killed in the panic and in just being killed by smoke or by the fire itself.
Number 1 on the list of arson suspects is the emperor himself. Nero was supposedly seen playing his lyre at the top of a nearby tower as the fire raged.
He's said to have looked at the fire as though it were a spectacle, and to have gone to the Tower of Maecenas and recited the fall of Troy. The tradition is that Nero was fiddling while Rome burned.
His actions after the blaze were just as incriminating. Nero confiscated a third of the charred city as his own personal property, and set out to build the empire's most extravagant monument to self-indulgence, a palace complex covering some 200 acres of downtown Rome.
Rumor starts to spread
that he had set the fire intentionally so as to clear a portion of the city where he could build this palace.
Nero blamed the fire on a new religious cult called the Christians, and had hundreds of them strung up and burned to death in the streets of Rome. This was just the latest in a string of horrifying acts that solidified Nero's dysfunctional legacy.
He served up the head of one of his ex-wives to his new wife as a present on her request, and then later kicked her to death when she was pregnant in a fit of rage. Most of the acts for which Nero is most infamous come after one of the most heinous acts one could commit, the killing of one's own mother.
Agrippina, who had orchestrated Nero's rise to power by killing her husband Claudius, was antiquity's most overbearing mother. She expected to share power equally with her son.
She wasn't going to accept a subservient role, not to Claudius, not to her son, and that, of course, did her in ultimately.
Agrippina's thirst for control gradually infuriated Nero. In 59 AD, 5 years after he became emperor, the 21-year-old sent his guards to kill his own mother. As they closed in, Agrippina symbolically ordered the guards to stab her in the womb.
She said, "Strike here first." This bore Nero. Very dramatic.
Nero was haunted by visions of his mother's ghost for the rest of his life. Visions which pushed him further into madness.
Nero, as time goes on, becomes more and more lonely, and at the same time, perhaps also therefore more and more paranoid and more cruel.
It was in the midst of his deepening delusions that Nero began building the empire's most lavish pleasure palace on public land and with public money.
You'd have to imagine the whole of Central Park is transformed into Bill Gates' personal estate and pleasure palace. And this is in the heart of the city where the rich and the affluent and the people who have a part of the city itself once had their homes. It was shocking.
Nero bled the provinces dry to get money for that. And also in Rome, he demanded money from the rich. They had to bequeath him their money, and then they would be offed. It must have been a very scary time to be alive.
Nero's golden house was built on the pain and sweat of forced labor. In ancient Rome, slavery was a common and acceptable practice. 1 in every 3 people living in the city was a slave.
Rome's achievements would be unthinkable without slave labor. This slave labor was part of what generated the profits necessary to maintain and to expand an empire. There's no question that slave labor was also very significant for the building of these grand projects that really defined the essence of imperial Rome.
Nero's new palace would reflect his godlike perception of himself. It was designed to evoke a sprawling seaside villa in the heart of the city. Vineyards, gardens, and pastures for wild animals would cover what had once been Rome's downtown crossroads. The center of the complex would be a man-made lake and a pavilion with covered walkways a mile long. A vast 150-room wing of that pavilion still survives today, buried beneath modern Rome. Its cavernous interior demonstrates Roman mastery of another engineering innovation: the vaulted ceiling.
A vault is nothing more or less than an arch which has been extended along an axis. Once you've built that framing one time, you've built one arch, move the framing, build another, move the framing, build another, you have a long vault.
very efficient way to build for the Romans.
When the Domus Aurea was completed after just 4 years, Emperor Nero exclaimed, "Finally, I can begin to live in a house worthy of a human being." The surviving remnant is a dank shell of the decadent palace he inhabited. These brick and concrete chambers were once trimmed in gold and covered with colorful frescoes and priceless gems.
There were semi-precious and precious stones embedded in the ceiling, so that there's lapis lazuli and rock crystal and rose crystal that were just put up to catch the light.
In building the Domus Aurea, Nero is showing that he is not, like good emperors, generous with his personal resources, and I think this is one of the things that leads to his downfall. His behavior was so far off the scale in terms of what senators and people in Rome expected out of their emperor that I think he ultimately paid the price.
In 68 AD, just months after he moved into the Domus Aurea, Nero was overthrown by a tidal wave of opposition. He was declared a public enemy by the Senate and hunted like a fugitive by his own guards. As they closed in on him, Nero slit his throat with the help of a loyal slave. His last words were, "What an artist dies in me."
Nero died like a grandiloquent actor. He always wanted to be a kind of tragic actor upon a tragic stage. So his final words really do complete a picture of somebody who saw himself not as an emperor, but as a star.
After Nero's death, the Romans sought to bury any memory of him and his oppressive reign. By 104 AD, his golden house was filled in and covered with dirt and rubble. It would form the foundation of a bath complex built above it by the Emperor Trajan. For the next 1,300 years, it lay buried and forgotten beneath a changing city. Then in the 1500s, a sinkhole led explorers back into the belly of the ancient beast. Inside, Renaissance artists drew inspiration from its bizarre frescoes.
The very word grotesque that we use today is actually an artistic term to describe these strange creatures that they saw down there that were part human, part beast, part architecture, part decoration.
The Domus Aurea is an enduring testament to Nero's chilling reign, one marred by madness, mass murder, and extreme self-indulgence. When that reign ended, the Roman Empire faced an uncertain future. Every emperor from Julius Caesar through Nero had been a descendant of a single bloodline. Now, for the first time, rule of the empire was left up for grabs.
No one was sure really what was going to happen next, except that it was going to be bloody and it wasn't going to be very good until it was over.
69 AD, Emperor Nero lays dead, killed by his own hand. For the first time since the murder of Julius Caesar, Rome is left without an heir to the throne. A power struggle erupts between the empire's top generals, who turn their armies on each other in a bloody bid for power. The ultimate victor is Vespasian, a simple, straight-talking general who had commanded Rome's legions in the volatile Jewish outpost of Judea. He is not of royal blood, and he is nothing like his tyrannical predecessor.
Vespasian was an anti-Nero. He was as different from Nero as one could possibly get. He had come up through the ranks, and he was a practical kind of hard-bitten man who was averse to pretension and proud of it. Vespasian's the kind of guy that would much rather watch a football game than an opera.
Unlike Nero, who exploited the skills of his engineers for his own colossal vanity projects, Vespasian would put Rome's greatest architectural minds to work for the people. He would start by draining the massive lake that Nero had built on his palace grounds. On that site would rise Rome's most famous engineering marvel, a place where all the chaos that had consumed the city could be channeled. It would be called the Flavian Amphitheater, though we know it as the Colosseum.
So the statement that Vespasian made was, I am taking a space which is only for the private use of a bad emperor, and now I'm transforming that area into a public space, which will be then used for the enjoyment of all the people of Rome. So that was a very bold piece of propaganda.
Gladiators had been spilling blood in the name of entertainment for centuries. The people of Rome were hungry for bigger, bolder spectacles. The Colosseum would give the gladiators a permanent, state-of-the-art killing field, and the games would take on a level of carnage never before seen in the empire's history.
But this was the big venue. This was the Superdome. The entertainment came to you. Everything from animals from the farthest corners of the known world to captives from faraway lands could be brought into your central location, your favorite box seat, and right in the center of the city.
Construction on the Colosseum began in 72 AD. It was financed by the sale of precious relics taken from the Jewish temple during Vespasian's sacking of Jerusalem. 12,000 Jewish captives were brought back from that campaign to build the amphitheater.
They would have worked under tremendously harsh conditions and been worked long and hard and to the end.
They poured more than 6,000 tons of concrete and hauled huge travertine building blocks to the site from the quarry 20 miles away.
As the building progressed up higher, they would use less of the strong, expensive, and heavy limestone and more of the cheaper ingredients, which were lighter in weight. The Romans had quite sophisticated wooden cranes and devices for lifting stones. And they'd be able to do that quite easily from the ground and up to great heights.
In just 8 years, the imposing structure grew to 160 feet tall, dwarfing all that surrounded it.
It's the tallest ancient Roman structure ever built. This is the amphitheater of the capital. So what was Rome? Rome was a city that was so much larger than any other city. It was so much richer. So that came to symbolize the power, the engineering, the wealth of ancient Rome.
Roman amphitheaters were constructed from a surprisingly simple framework, incorporating 2 Greek theaters back to back to form one 360-degree theater in a round. The Colosseum set a new standard for Roman amphitheater design. It contained an intricate network of corridors and staircases that could shuffle 70,000 Romans in and out in record time. As with stadiums today, everyone who entered the Colosseum had a ticket corresponding to the number above one of the entry gates. The complex was designed not only to control the crowds, but to keep them comfortable. It had 110 drinking fountains and 2 restrooms, large enough to accommodate a packed house. The Colosseum even had a retractable roof. On hot days, an awning called a velarium was unfurled above the upper deck to shade spectators from the sun. It was operated by sailors from the Roman Navy, who were stationed around the top of the Colosseum's arcade.
They could move it according to the sun and according to the wind. And subsequently, Colosseum was amazingly air conditioned, shaded, and they would stand on top of the arcade and work these poles, the holes of which we can see on the external side, that would hold this immense canvas that would cover the place.
By 80 AD, the Colosseum was complete. But Vespasian didn't live to see the grand opening of his greatest monument. He had died of natural causes the previous year, so his son and successor, Titus, led the inaugural celebration. For 100 straight days, Romans flocked to the Colosseum to soak in every kind of carnage imaginable. 5,000 animals were slaughtered in a single day. Thousands of gladiators and prisoners left as corpses. Outside the arena, bloodshed on this scale was known only in war. But inside, it was pure entertainment.
They go for the entire day. In the morning, they watch men kill or be killed by animals. And around noontime, they're watching the execution of prisoners. And then finally, in the afternoons, for the main event, primetime TV kind of experience is the best for last, and that's going to be gladiators, man against man.
Gladiatorial fights were a big draw at the Colosseum, but they weren't always the main event. Several ancient writers describe live naval battles recreated right in the middle of the arena, with battleships on water.
It would have been entirely possible to have diverted water from one of the aqueducts and brought it to the Colosseum in order to flood the floor to a shallow depth.
We do have evidence due to recent studies of the Colosseum that show there are plenty of channels, water channels, for flooding the substructures of the Colosseum. So yes, it was possible, and yes, it happened.
Cristiano Ranieri is the first modern archaeologist to explore the labyrinth of water channels beneath the Colosseum. He believes he has found conclusive evidence of a plumbing system that was used to flood the arena for naval battles.
We have found underneath the arena floor some tunnels that are very ancient, even more ancient than the Colosseum, that date from the time of Nero, therefore contemporary to the Domus origin.
The original water channels built beneath Nero's artificial lake were left intact when the Colosseum was built above it. They could have been reconfigured to flood and drain the arena. In this never-before-seen footage, Cristiano leads his dive team inside those ancient channels, and through water polluted with the debris of 2 millennia. Beneath the Colosseum, he uncovers a holding tank with a direct line to a nearby aqueduct. Cristiano believes water was diverted from that aqueduct into the arena. He also finds evidence of drain pipes that connected to the city sewer system, which could have been used to drain the floodwaters from the arena into the Tiber River.
It was a proper plumbing system. At one point, the tunnels were used to flood the arena floor to create Navy battle scenes.
The Colosseum's naval battles were an astounding engineering triumph, but they proved to be a fleeting trend in the world's most famous arena. Within a decade, flooding operations were abandoned in favor of a renovation that would revolutionize the games. A new 2-story substructure beneath the arena called the Hypogeum. Within it were a system of elevators and trapdoors that enabled tigers and armed gladiators to suddenly pop up through the floor and slaughter their unsuspecting victims.
Although the real spectacle happened up here in the arena, the backbone, the nerve center, the real support system of the arena was down below in the Hypogeum. There were lion runs, cages for wild animals being taunted, gladiators sharpening their swords preparing for death, condemn criminals in cages. Now, as the games begin, a trapdoor in the arena floor will open. By a system of pulleys and elevator will hoist another line on handbill up into the arena. When the trapdoor opens, we're bathed in light. We hear the yells as the throng enjoying the games. And then the trapdoor will close again, leaving us contemplating our own demise amongst the screams and lamentations, the stench of blood and suspense.
Violent, bloody, exploitative, thrilling. The games in the Colosseum were the ultimate Roman spectacle. And all those who entered were awed by the engineering prowess of the world's most advanced civilization. After a decade of strength and stability under Vespasian, that civilization was reaching the height of its power. And its next generation of rulers would use that power to build ever bigger, ever bolder man-made miracles. By the end of the 1st century AD, the Roman Empire extended from England to Egypt and from Portugal to Persia. As many as 50 million people of every race and language were loyal subjects of one emperor. That emperor was always an Italian until 98 AD, when an outsider emerged to take over the empire. His name was Trajan, an ambitious warrior from the province of Spain, whose battlefield triumphs had caught the eye of the ailing emperor Nerva. Having no sons of his own, Nerva adopted Trajan as his son and heir.
There is a widening of the idea of what it meant to be Roman and who could help the state and who would participate in the state. And Trajan is a very good example of that. Trajan is the first of a whole series of emperors who come from outside of Italy.
When Nerva died, Trajan inherited the Roman world. He immediately set out to prove his loyalty to the citizens of the capital. He knew the best way to do this was to appeal to their unyielding sense of supremacy.
The Romans thought on a grand scale. The size of their empire, the size of their buildings, and the ambitions of its leading individuals must be one of the things that we point to as defining what it meant to be a Roman. They were driven by a kind of collective cultural ego.
Trajan launched a massive building campaign that began with the empire's infrastructure. He made urgently needed repairs on roads, harbors, and public buildings. He commissioned one of the last great aqueducts and built new public baths on the crumbling foundations of Nero's Golden House.
All of this building required a tremendous amount of money. And in order to really complete and fulfill his own kind of plans, he was going to have to come up with a great deal more of it. And in Roman terms, this means conquest.
In his 3rd year as emperor, Trajan launched a military offensive to raise revenue for the construction of more magnificent monuments. He set out to conquer Dacia, an elusive region encompassing modern Romania and Hungary that had fended off the Romans for centuries. After years of bitter combat, the Dacians surrendered in 107 AD. The conquering emperor plundered hundreds of tons of gold and silver from his new province.
Trajan is the emperor that extended the boundaries of the empire to its greatest extent. So Trajan really pushed the emperor, and in doing so, he brought back more money, more goods, more spoils than any other emperor, which meant that he had so much money at his disposal.
The emperor spent his new capital on a sprawling public space that would alleviate the congestion in Rome's overcrowded downtown district. Since the beginning of the Republic, the old Roman Forum had been the center of government, commerce, and culture. There, temples to gods like Saturn and Vesta sat beside law courts and libraries. But as Rome grew into the capital of the world, development began to sprawl out from its original crossroads.
The Forum was a critical part of Roman life, but the success of the city and the pressure of the population was such that they had to keep building new extensions time after time. And each emperor in turn had to build a new part of the Forum for their own people.
By the time of Trajan, Rome was a densely populated metropolis of 1 million people and growing. So he commissioned his own new forum, one larger than those of all his predecessors combined.
Trajan didn't just have so much money, but the skills of the engineers, the people who poured concrete, and so on. They were at a height. They could achieve and create better and faster than any previous time.
The man called on to design Trajan's forum was another outsider, Apollodorus of Damascus. Apollodorus was a Greek architect who had designed military bridges for Trajan during his battles with Dacia. During that war, he had proven to be an architectural mastermind. Now Apollodorus was faced with a new challenge: a lack of real estate to house Trajan's grand vision.
And of course, as in modern day buildings, location is absolutely critical. So if an emperor wanted to build a structure in a particular location and they had to level the site, then they would just have to do that.
To create a flat plain large enough to develop in downtown Rome, Apollodorus ordered his builders to carve out a huge chunk of the Quirinal Hill adjacent to the old forum.
We're living in a time, thousands of years before dynamite, the Romans had to achieve these great feats of terraforming and clearing the landscape through sheer manpower, the force of tens of thousands of slaves working around the clock with shovels and pickaxes. Imagine an army of ants carrying away a loaf of bread. They're not going to do it all at once. They're going to break it apart into small pieces and take it apart one at a time.
An army of Roman slaves methodically leveled the stone hillside, chipping away 125 feet of elevation and generating over 600,000 square feet of prime real estate in the heart of Rome. There, a city of marble began to rise from the soil. As a Spanish emperor and a Greek architect remade the capital. The finished product was unveiled in 112 AD. Trajan's Forum was a magnificent marble network of Greek and Latin libraries, colossal statues, an enormous central piazza, and a two-story basilica where laws were made and cases tried.
To go to the Forum of Trajan would have been a massive experience for any Roman. You would have entered the basilica, the largest ever built in Rome of that time. The basilica was revetted with marble, flooded with light. After that, you would have arrived in the square. You would have looked around and seen the monumental equestrian statue of Trajan. It really must have been an awesome sight.
The forum's centerpiece was a 125-foot marble column that towered above the new construction. That column still survives today. Around its facade, a spiraling relief is carved that tells the story of Trajan's invasion of Dacia.
Trajan appears over and over and over and over again, always involved in every aspect of the campaign, from its initial planning all the way through final conquest. And in this way, the column serves as a kind of propaganda film.
The column's exact height holds a more subtle significance.
The height of Trajan's column itself, 100 feet, with the addition of the base and the statue on top of that, marked the height of the side of the cradle hill, which was removed to create the forum at that spot. Therefore, it becomes a marker not only of the battles of Trajan, but also the battles of Apollodorus to clear the land and create this monumental urban space.
Trajan's forum stood for 700 years. Most of it was reduced to rubble by a 9th century earthquake. But there is one surviving section that leaves no doubt about its imposing scale, a vast complex known as Trajan's Market. Apollodorus shored up the 125-foot cliff face he had created by form-fitting a 6-story Roman shopping mall directly into the hillside. He ingeniously shaped the first 3 levels in a hemicycle, a semicircular structure with long, curved corridors of storefronts.
The markets function to reinforce the hillside, which had just been carved out. It's probably not by chance that the form that's used against that hillside is concave, therefore a much stronger form, again the form of an arch turned on its side to resist the pressure of the hill beside that.
Above the hemicycle were 3 more levels, with units ranging from small shops to great 3-story halls. Trajan's Market contained over 150 individual storefronts that might have supplied everything from footwear to fine art.
These markets must have sold enormous quantities of materials from all parts of the Roman world, and perhaps even beyond.
While Trajan's Forum next door was a lavish haven for the city's elite, his market was engineered as a main street for the masses.
The market, together with the forum, represent 2 sides of Roman culture. The opulence of the forum, its colonnaded forecourt, its gilded decorations, represented a tremendous formal center for the city. Right next to that, the brick architecture of the marketplace, very commonplace in the city for the daily lives of the Roman citizenry.
Trajan's engineering feats at home and conquests abroad made him one of the most popular emperors in Roman history. By the end of his reign in 117 AD, the empire had reached its greatest size, stretching across the Middle East to the Persian Gulf. But defending more territory would prove problematic for Trajan's successor. So to stabilize the empire's borders, Rome's next emperor would build a massive barricade to seal off the Roman world from the barbarians beyond. By the time he died in 117 AD, Emperor Trajan had propelled the Roman Empire to the height of its size and wealth. But the drawbacks of such a widespread dominion would soon become evident. Trajan had no biological sons, so upon his death, control of the empire passed to his adoptive son, Hadrian.
Hadrian, like Trajan, was a military man and an accomplished one. Hadrian saw that the empire would be unable to maintain its expanded borders. The longer the borders are extended, of course, the more money it takes to be able to maintain border defenses. So he wasn't looking for more things to conquer, but how to hold on to what they already had.
Concrete evidence of Hadrian's defensive policy shift can be found today in a remote section of northern England, 1,500 miles from Rome. When Hadrian came to power in 117, the northern half of Britannia remained an untamed frontier, where Roman soldiers confronted the dual threats of freezing winters and barbarian incursion. So in 122 AD, Hadrian paid a personal visit to the front lines. The emperor quickly concluded that the only way to tame Britannia was to tame his own soldiers first.
The Romans always believed you have this group of men who are serving the Roman state, make them work. If you're not disciplined, the thought is these Roman soldiers are just going to start frittering away their time and gambling and not doing the right thing.
Hadrian put his legions to work on the most ambitious fortification ever conceived by a Roman. A towering 73-mile defensive wall across the entire country. Today, the pilfering of time has reduced Hadrian's wall to its foundations. But it once towered 15 feet high, with parapets rising an additional 6 feet above that. A 9-foot ditch was dug at its base, forcing potential invaders to make a 30-foot climb before coming face to face with the Roman legions on the other side. And if invaders did miraculously make it over the wall and past the Roman guards, they had one last obstacle to slow their advance: the Forum, a 120-foot wide ditch that ran behind the wall from coast to coast. Hadrian's wall was as much a psychological barrier as a physical one. Its monstrous, unending facade served as an unnerving reminder of Rome's indisputable dominance.
In some ways, you might be able to compare Hadrian's Wall to the Berlin Wall. That is a wall that's intended both to keep people out and to keep people in, and to prevent a kind of mixing that goes uncontrolled.
Hadrian's Great Divide would be the Roman world's largest stone fortification. One made all the more challenging and effective by northern Britannia's jagged terrain.
The engineers positioned the wall in as strategic a location as possible. It's often running along a cliff edge just above a drop to the north. And in principle, the natural geology of the landscape would help them build a bigger defensive structure. The main problem with that, from an engineering point of view, is the difficulty of getting the materials to that site to build the wall.
3 legions, totaling between 15 and 25,000 men, were needed to undertake the back-breaking task of moving heavy stone blocks to the construction site. But the wall was only one component of Hadrian's grand design. Every Roman mile, the legions built a guard post into the wall, called a mile castle, which housed up to 60 troops at a time. Between each mile castle stood 2 smaller watchtowers, where sentries kept a constant eye on the borderland. And along the length of the wall, 17 enormous superforts were built that could house 1,000 Roman soldiers.
What this in effect did was kind of create a military zone that allowed the Romans to maintain enough military strength right along the wall to go out in force, patrol along the front, conduct maintenance, and still maintain the kind of military presence that was effective as well as impressive.
Each superfort covered 3 to 5 acres and included an assembly hall, a temple, barracks, hospital, and bathhouse, everything needed to sustain an army. Around these forts, towns sprung up to satisfy the army's constant demand for food and supplies.
These Roman troops wanted Roman shoes. They wanted Roman needles. They wanted all the things that they could have elsewhere in the Roman world. So trade tends to follow them. Bars tend to follow them. Women tend to follow them, and end up changing fundamentally the areas in which they are settled.
In just 5 years, Hadrian's vast barrier across Britain was complete. The emperor had secured Rome's northwest border, improved discipline within his ranks, and created an unmistakable testament to the vast reach of Roman power. In 126 AD, Hadrian returned to Rome. There he would commission one of Rome's most celebrated engineering marvels and eliminate its most celebrated engineer. In 126 AD, Emperor Hadrian returned to Rome after a 5-year military inspection tour on the Roman frontier. While he was away, his builders had been working feverishly to carry out his architectural vision in the capital city.
Hadrian certainly wanted to leave an imprint on Rome. He wanted to revive Augustan building and show that he could do better.
150 years earlier, Emperor Augustus had famously transformed Rome from a city of brick into a city of marble. Hadrian wanted his own building legacy to be equally memorable, and the crown jewel in that legacy would have a direct link to the reign of his legendary predecessor. Soon after he became emperor, he set his sights on rebuilding a burned-out temple complex dating from the time of Augustus. In the rubble of the old ruin, he commissioned his most famous structure, the Pantheon, a majestic temple to the Roman gods.
The Pantheon is arguably the most amazing structure ever built by the Romans. Why? The Rotunda.
The Rotunda, a huge interior space capped by a magnificent dome ceiling, was the heart of the Pantheon's design. At its center, the concrete dome rises nearly 150 feet. It spans exactly the same length across without any support from columns or buttresses.
150 feet is a great distance to span. The guts that they had to attempt something so wide, to span something so wide, this is one of the grand achievements.
The Pantheon's dome would remain the largest unsupported concrete span in the world for 18 centuries. Before Hadrian's engineers could start pouring the dome's concrete ceiling, they needed to figure out how to direct its weight away from its center. Otherwise, when they removed the wooden framework holding the ceiling in place, 3,000 tons of concrete would collapse under its own weight.
Today, when we build in concrete, we introduce a steel tension rod, which picks up half of the stresses in the concrete. The Romans couldn't do this. Therefore, the dome of the Pantheon was constantly pushing outward towards its base.
The Pantheon's engineers developed several radical solutions to make sure its ceiling and the emperor's reputation wouldn't come crashing down. First, they built a solid base of walls 20 feet thick to act as a foundation for the ceiling.
They used the vertical walls on either side to help support the weight of the dome from pushing outwards. They used the walls to buttress the dome itself.
Next, as the ceiling rose toward its apex, they mixed in lighter materials with the cement and poured a progressively thinner layer of it.
Roman concrete, like concrete today, used aggregate, usually stones, to bond the concrete together. In the Pantheon's dome, Romans used a common technique at that time of actually inserting hollow amphora or jugs inside of the concrete to displace some of the concrete and lighten the load.
To make the ceiling even lighter, the builders molded recessed panels called coffers into the ceiling, which served two ingenious purposes.
These coffers are meant, obviously, for an aesthetic purpose. That is, that they allow the surface of the domed area to be decorated. But at the same time, they reduce the amount of concrete which is necessary for the dome itself.
A final weight-shedding alteration immediately became the Pantheon's most distinctive feature, the oculus, a 30-foot wide hole in the center of the ceiling. The oculus eliminates the stress of heavy concrete at the dome's weakest point and it lights up the interior like the sun does the earth.
Imagine as a ancient, never having been in this kind of interior space before, because no other interior space had ever looked like it before. Feeling the religious aspect of the interior itself, a building which was dedicated to all the gods.
The Pantheon's engineers strove for perfection and almost achieved it. But there is one mysterious flaw in the design that still baffles modern observers. The Pantheon's front portico, the colonnaded gateway to the interior, is about 10 feet too short. It doesn't connect with the rotunda where it should.
Why 50-foot columns were not used instead of the 40s that were there can only be held to speculation at this point. Did they sink in the Mediterranean? Were the Romans not able to acquire the stone to achieve those kind of columns in the time necessary for Hadrian to inaugurate the building? We can't say for sure.
For centuries, the Pantheon has stood as a confounding engineering enigma. But the way it was built is just part of the puzzle. The bigger mystery is who designed it. There are no surviving records to reveal the architect's identity. But modern speculation centers on Emperor Hadrian himself.
He was a very versatile individual and painted and wrote poetry and loved architecture. So many of Hadrian's other buildings were domes. So it seems to me that Hadrian may have had a hand in the design.
Another potential candidate is Apollodorus of Damascus, the genius behind the forum built by Hadrian's predecessor, Trajan. Apollodorus was skeptical of Hadrian's architectural skills and bold enough to declare it publicly.
Apollodorus at one point sneers at Hadrian and says, "Go off and design your pumpkin domes." After a certain point, Hadrian just gets so upset with Apollodorus because Apollodorus criticized Hadrian's designs that he had him commit suicide.
In 138 AD, 8 years after ordering the death of Rome's greatest architect, Hadrian himself died of natural causes at the age of 62. His 2 decades in power had been one of the most prolific periods of construction in Roman history. By the time of his death, harbors, temples, bridges, and basilicas in every corner of the empire bore his name. It would be nearly a century before another emperor would commission one of Rome's last great engineering achievements and send the empire spiraling towards self-destruction. In the decades following Hadrian's death, the Roman Empire remained the dominant force in Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Its emperors maintained absolute authority. Its armies remained invincible. And its architects continued to inspire jaw-dropping awe. Their crowning achievement, a behemoth complex of Roman baths, was commissioned in 212 AD by a corrupt powermonger named Caracalla. He rose to power the old-fashioned way, through murder. Caracalla's late father, Emperor Septimius Severus, had wanted his 2 sons to rule the Roman Empire together. But Caracalla and his brother Geta hated each other. After their father's death, it was only a matter of time before one eliminated the other. Caracalla struck first.
Caracalla had him killed right in front of his mother, which seems to me a horrible, horrible thing. Geta's name was erased from memory, not only from inscriptions, but David's image was chiseled out. They erase the name, but they leave the erasure. We know that the state has taken steps to eradicate him, and we should remember that lesson.
During the reign of Caracalla, blood once again flowed through the imperial chambers, and the empire was back in the hands of a tyrant who ruled by fear.
The rule of Caracalla is characterized by that of a man, emperor, who places himself above man, within the sphere of the gods.
Caracalla wanted to leave a legacy that would secure his fame for the ages, as the Colosseum had for Vespasian, the Forum for Trajan, and the Pantheon for Hadrian.
He had to prove himself as worthy of the imperial power. He had to show that he was even better than his father.
The new emperor would attempt to cleanse his past sins by building a bath complex. For centuries, baths had been an integral part of daily life in Rome. They centered around an arrangement of hot and cold pools. But the baths were more than just a place to bathe. They were country clubs open to people of every class.
After you finish work, you're going to go to the baths for a couple of hours to unwind, to listen to politics, to get a rub down, to have a manicure, to have a haircut. There were places to work out. You could rest. Then, of course, you could go to the baths themselves and go to the hot rooms, sweat a lot. And you're surrounded by magnificent structures that were sheathed in marble and decorated with statues. And they were for the benefit of the average person. This was not just a structure for the rich. This was for the average Roman citizen.
Baths had always been a popular construction project among Roman emperors. Previous rulers like Nero, Titus, and Trajan had each built extravagant baths in their own name. And Caracalla was determined to trump them all with the most massive bath complex ever built. The imposing shell that remains today is a testament to his success.
As you can see from what remains all around us, there was a series of giant rooms in which there were swimming pools the size of Olympic pools. There were bathing pools at different temperatures, private bathing rooms, and areas where people could mix and mingle.
The central building was larger than St. Peter's Basilica and trimmed from stem to stern in gold and marble. Its floors were covered with intricate mosaics, fragments of which still remain. Surrounding the main building were open spaces for track and field events, separate buildings containing libraries, shops, restaurants, and even brothels lined the perimeter. The complex could comfortably accommodate nearly 2,000 Romans at a time.
This small town would have been heaving with people every day. These enormous rooms are a testament to the engineering and skill of the people who built it. They surpass any of the baths that have been built previously.
Caracalla's laborers worked overtime to complete his baths quickly.
To build such a magnificent bathing facility in 5 years, there would have been between 5 and 10,000 people working daily for 5 years straight.
The buildings seen above ground were just half of the story. Beneath the complex, a water channel tunneled from a nearby aqueduct diverted 5 million gallons of fresh water into the baths every day. Water for the hot pools was diverted to furnaces where it was heated over wood fires. As many as 50 such furnaces were built directly beneath the floor.
This floor literally divided the world of the wealthy and successful Roman citizen from the underworld of slaves and laborers who were toiling away in furnace-like conditions, stoking fires and choked with smoke and fumes and so on. Up here in these beautifully decorated chambers with marbles and mosaics, decorated tiled ceilings, it must have seemed like paradise.
The baths of Caracalla opened in 216 AD. They were one of the last great feats of Roman engineering, combining all the skills the Romans had perfected over the centuries.
A bath complex like that of Caracalla, a lot of great achievements of Roman engineering come together. Production of bricks, masonry, the import of marble. You have the long tradition that the Romans have in building water systems, aqueducts, but also drainage and sewer systems. You have also their long experience in the use of concrete, which allows them to create big spaces that they can cover with vast spanning domes and vaults.
Caracalla's baths were an amazing success, but the same couldn't be said for his reign. While his pet project strained the Roman economy, Caracalla hemorrhaged more cash on costly invasions of Parthia and Armenia, eastern regions not controlled by a Roman emperor since Trajan a century earlier. Like Trajan, Caracalla had hoped to cement his legacy through conquest. Instead, he sealed his own fate. In 217 AD, after a 6-year reign of cruelty and intimidation, Caracalla was stabbed to death by his own guards during an eastern military campaign. That same year, a devastating fire gutted the Colosseum and the soul of the capital. The amphitheater would be rebuilt 20 years later, but the empire itself would never recover. The glory days of Augustus, Vespasian, and Trajan were long gone, and they would never return. Over the next 3 centuries, the empire that had once burned so brightly slowly burned out. The theories as to why fill volumes.
Some people say it is the metallurgy that poisoned them. Some people say it is the decadence and the inbreeding in the upper class. Some people say it is the lack of a trained army and subsequently no defense.
I think the Roman Empire was simply too large to be governed effectively, to be administered, and to create any kind of real sense of community.
In the 5th and 6th centuries, Germanic warrior tribes repeatedly sacked Rome, demanding land and money. In 537, an invading tribe went right for the jugular, destroying the city's most vital life-sustaining arteries, its aqueducts. Without the running water its citizens had come to rely on, the once great capital crumbled.
People without water couldn't live in the city center. The gardens and farmlands could not be watered. The population of 1.2 billion people quickly dwindled to 12,000. That's a 99% decrease.
1,500 years after the fall of Rome, its engineering legacy still inspires and confounds modern builders.
So many of the things that the Romans were able to do in their time, we were not able to do again until we developed new technologies. We wouldn't be able to accomplish a dome like the Pantheon without the use of a computer, certainly. We wouldn't be able to move a hillside without mechanized equipment. Given their tools, we would never be able to accomplish those same things.
Maybe the most important lesson the Romans taught us is one that Julius Caesar, Nero, and Caracalla never understood. That the same blind ambition that drives our progress can also bring about our demise.
These people lived out their ambitions and their kind of appetites in such a way that we both admire them and kind of abhor them at the same time.
The ancient Romans were often violent, vindictive, greedy, and egocentric. But the imposing structures they left behind stand as evidence not only of the power of one civilization, but of the unlimited potential of humankind.
Bye.